Wesley, he lost game 3. He needs a draw to take the match for Nordebek. With White, he starts. He's got so many positives from the way he just took down Wesley. So in that last game, Nordebek, if he wins, it goes into the Armageddon in just a few moments. We will have the first move. It's really cool to see the players in such a good move right before the start of a critical game.
Yeah, maybe trying to get some inspiration from Mittens there, Wesley. So from the Mittens kind of toy, but
That's a Mittens plushie.
I think it was a Mittens plushie. I was going to say plushie, but I've literally never said that word before in my life, so I didn't want the first time to be on
Sounded natural.
Thank you, Robert.
You can get your Mittens plushie, but for now, let's get into the chess as we've got 1d4 on the board.
On d4 on the board, and will we see a repeat of a game from earlier today? Wesley So mixes it up. He pushes a pawn to a6 earlier. 2 games ago, we saw him put a pawn on e6. And despite winning that battle, that game, Wesley So is the first to surprise his opponent. White takes some space.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is called like the chameleon variation because you're not exactly making it known what your plans are. Gatakomsky has played this from the black side for many, many years with great success. It's a situation where White expands on the queen side. You see this pawn on c5, carved out some good dark squares on that side of the board, but Black will eventually try to strike back either in the center with an e5 push. You want to break down a pawn chain. You don't want to allow someone to have a connect 4 without fighting back. So I think that Wesley can strike with b6 or with e5, depending on the moment. He understands the nature of these positions.
Yeah, and things are getting hot out there in Toronto, especially hot right now for Abdusattorov and Caruana. And is it getting warmer? I see 2 red rings there on the Airthings devices. The air quality getting really dramatic for the players. Meanwhile, on the board, Wesley, he's well prepared, he's fast, he's furious. He's probably furious about that last game, that defeat, and he's now hunting down White's dark-squared bishop. The bishop on f4 will be traded off within the next few moves, and to me, it looks like opening success, Wesley So.
For Wesley, he does get that bishop pair early on. If White was to move it to that square 1 step towards the right, will we see a kingside expansion by Wesley in that case, putting that rook pawn 8-6, g5 in early on?
We definitely will, because in a closed position, it's not the worst thing in the world to advance pawns where your king may eventually end up. The king still is in the center thus far, so it's not like you are forced to castle to the king side. But for Nordebek, he actually doesn't mind if that knight captures his bishop, because White will have a true clamp in the center. One of the pawn breaks I mentioned was e7, e5. If there's a pawn f4 and d4, good luck to you. You're not breaking through there.
It's going to be a strategic battle in the opening in this one. While Nordebek thinks about what to do with that bishop situation, let's check in with our final 4th game between the world number 1 and the world number 2. Fabiano Caruana needs to strike in this game, otherwise he will be knocked out of the Champions Chess Star final, and we see a repeat of what we saw between these two earlier.
Yeah, going back to his Italian roots, Fabiano Caruana, he's playing the Italian game, and we saw this position, as Robert mentioned, he's pretty much sticking to what was almost a winning recipe, on the brink of victory in the 2nd game of today, and again pushing his pawn forward, gaining space on the queen side. It's onus on Magnus, pressure on Magnus to switch things up because it went wrong for Black very, very quickly. And here we see Magnus still sticking to this tried and trusted kind of idea of trading off bishops. I really fear for Magnus Carlsen unless he's got something up his sleeve.
And this is the moment that Fabi stopped and he went shot castle. Is he going to switch it up? Is this when we get a new move? And we're talking about their game 2 action. We had this identical position. I think Fabi's going to play a new move now.
Well, I'm a bit surprised that he goes down the same exact path and now is the person who's sitting and thinking, because Christian Churla, his good friend, maybe he looked at this and gave him a little bit of advice. But Fabi, he's going down the same path, and yet he's not the one who's seemingly prepared. So either he's just trying to recall something, or he's just going to change it up on the fly. There isn't much time between games, to be fair to the players, but Fabi does not castle. He plays that pawn push to c3.
And creating a threat as well on the board. The queen from d1, if it arrives on b3, you will put pressure not on 1 pawn on b7, but 2 pawns, the one that has just been doubled up as well on the center.
And Magnus literally doesn't care. He plays b5 anyway, an idea we debated in detail earlier today. En passant or no en passant, It does look like it's forced in some positions, but here white can very much maintain the tension if he desires.
Why not just queen b3? I'm attacking b5, I'm attacking e6.
Because the b5 pawn, Magnus is saying, is a bit untouchable, because even when you capture, let's say the white queen grabs that pawn on b5, the black rook will slide one file over, hit the queen and the loose b2 pawn behind it. So this pawn can be won by white. Black will have to defend the e6 pawn, but in doing so sets up a rook b8, so the pawn on b5 is actually protected just tactically rather than directly.
And we were surprised with this move b5, which happened in game 2 between these two. Not in this exact same position, but a similar one. It looks like this is some kind of a preparation by Magnus, that he's just decided to go into this opening with this thematic idea of b5, and he's sticking to it.
What must have happened is that in the break, the players, they don't have too long, they have a few minutes here and there. Magnus got on the phone, he called up his good friend, his second Peter Heine Nielsen. What should I do? And Peter saying, do the same thing. Yes, you had a bad position later, but your mistakes weren't to do with the opening. And just stay loyal, stick to what you know, don't burn too much time on the clock. And here we do see the switch up. This exact variation you mentioned with queen to b3. Probably in that phone call, Magnus discussed it with his second. And it's Fabiano deciding now whether to go and grab the pawn. As Robert mentioned, queen takes b5, white's queen going up, taking the b5 pawn would walk into a skewer on the b file. Black's rooks would switch across, switch focus, kick the white queen away, and who knows who that profits. Fabiano has to work that out.
I think it's a little too direct, and I don't love what we're seeing here from Fabiano. He's going down the same exact line. At the first time, you can be surprised by this b5. Now that it's happened before, I'm going to expect it every time it's available. Black can play b5. And what it really was doing is then knight on b1. It wants to dart out to d2 and then up to c4. It's saying you're not even going to get there. So Fabi brings his queen out, attacks a pawn, doesn't take it, instead castles his king. I feel like Magnus can simply defend the pawn, and he's doing just a-okay.
And we see a decision there with the kingside castle. Magnus on the think. We are going to go to our crew in Toronto. Levy is joining us for more insights. Levy, we got a very similar opening as the one we saw between these two players in game 2. Fabi, a must-win situation. What do you think about what we're seeing being played out? Will Fabi be able to create his chances in this one?
Well, it's not a matter of will he be able to. He doesn't really have a choice. It's just, is he going to go for a long positional out grind type of game, or is he going to get frustrated at some point and lash out? But the truth is, in these e4, e5, these rues, lashing out could just be punished, right? I mean, we're looking at the game right now. Magnus applying some pressure with his knight there on the king side. I don't know. I'm no expert in e4, e5 positions, but if you tell me you have to win this with white, it looks like a bit of a struggle. I don't know. What are we thinking? We thinking he's going to try to push d4? Is he going to try to reposition his queen off of b3? It's nice where it is. It's pressuring e6, but it's tough to add pressure. I do believe he's brought his rook. So is the idea knight f1, guys, and then reroute the knight to the center?
Yeah, and Levy, before we deep dive, I want to ask you, because we were discussing in the studio what the players are getting up to between rounds. How are they preparing? Did you manage, do you have any update on that for us? Have you seen the players between rounds, between games?
Yeah, I've definitely seen them. There's only one way in and out, which I suppose is a bit of a fire hazard, but we do see all the players there. We see them getting fair play scans. Nodjabek and Wesley are surprisingly chatty with each other, you know, considering they're playing for something like $50,000 either way that could go if one of them makes it to the finals or not. But Fabiano just sort of comes out. He's always very chill. It's actually quite difficult to read if Fabi won or lost. You only kind of get a sense once he starts analyzing. He's sometimes discussing games with Maxime, who is here, MVL, and Magnus just sort of maybe goes off, gets refreshes, and comes back. But I mean, there's a lot on the line here, and so they have to gather themselves very quickly, whether they win or lose. But now we see Magnus is actually playing g5 on the left side of the screen there. So pause that conversation, and how do we feel about this actually taking the fight to Fabiano rather than sitting and waiting?
I must admit, Levy, I quite like it for Black. The center for now is not quite open, so why not play on the side you're stronger? Black has a knight on h5, semi-open f-file. And I will admit, I'll make a confession of my own, Levy. I spent a bunch of time this morning watching one of your YouTube videos about meeting Magnus in person, in the flesh. Can you tell us about how that experience was for you?
Yeah, well, I haven't had a chance to actually meet David Howell in the flesh. Which I mean, once I do that, I might just completely melt. So we gotta set that up at some point, David. No, it was super cool. And I tweeted about it earlier today, or posted on X, or however we call that nowadays. It's sublime for me because 4 years ago I was just a chess teacher in New York City, and okay, I don't want to just undermine that profession, just the chess teacher, but I was watching these tournaments as a spectator and a fan, and that sort of never goes away. Also, much taller than I thought, and if anybody chess boxes Magnus, they are going to have a serious issue. I get where all the hype from and the athleticism claims come from, so that was pretty cool. Got a little bit of a Gucci cologne smell. No, I'm just making things up at this point. Back to the chess, because we got to focus here. We've got a hanging knight on h5 in the Wesley So game, and meanwhile Magnus put his knight on the f4 square. So both these matches are great, I just have to say. A lot of tension, totally locked position on one side, and on the other side we got Magnus coming in with an attack, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, David.
I was going to say, if you had to pick right now which player you prefer on both boards, Levy, who would it be?
I really like Wesley's position. I generally don't like being cramped, like the position Nodzerbek has, because you have to time a counterattack, and that's not a skill that I have at all. Plus, you have to play on the queen side in Wesley's game, if you're Nodzerbek. And I really don't know how I feel like being under kingside pressure. And, well, if I apply that same logic to the left side, I would rather play black, obviously, because you have the open F file, close center, good attacking chances. What about you guys?
Yeah, Levy, I was going to say on the left-hand side of our screen here, Fabiano, at least he has an opportunity to initiate a pawn break. And I often say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. Black has some pawn breaks of his own. For Magnus Carlsen, he can push his G-pawn to create more threats in front of the white king. But I'm with you that I feel like Nodzerbek, that position's too closed for my liking, and Wesley seems to be having all the fun over there on the king side.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, why don't we pop over to that game? As Fabiano has to make a decision there with Magnus's rook on f4, we can take a look at Nodzerbek versus Wesley So. That match has gone, it's been a crazy back and forth battle. So Nodzerbek has just moved his knight. We see Wesley has a critical decision to make. It's a weird position, guys, right? Because Wesley has to basically not lose this game. That's the reality, because he's up 2-1 in today's set. So the position, however, is demanding violence of the highest order. Isn't that a really difficult tightrope to cross, right? Because white is going to play a4, b5, as we see these beautiful blue arrows drawn there from Oslo. I am not doing that. Look at that. f5, f4, very, very tense position. Who do we favor? I know computer says black, but computer's like 800 points higher rated than the highest human, so how are we feeling?
Well, the computer normally loves connect 4, I was going to say, but the e4 pawn suddenly gets traded off. En passant. Apparently it's forced, but e takes f3. I'm not so sure about this one for Wesley So as he clears his throat. Rook takes f3, pawn takes, bishop takes. Oof. At least he's broken the head of the pawn chain.
Oh, you couldn't pay me money. You couldn't pay me money to take with the pawn, but bishop takes. Yeah, now a knight is coming to e4. I mean, once again, I'm just saying it's a situation where Wesley has to not lose. But he's taking the fight to Nodzerbek. I mean, someone's probably going to lose this game, and there's a chance it could be Wesley, and then it's 2-2, and then we have to play an Armageddon for today's set. So, but anyway, I will let you guys live broadcast in Oslo take it away. Great listening to you. Thanks for checking in with me.
Thanks, Levy. We will check in with you again soon. And I agree with him that in this game, Wesley needs only a draw, but he's going all out. There's no backing down from this position. Once you've advanced those kingside pawns, you've already declared war. With g5, f5 on the board, there's no way to go solid or passive in this position. And even if it's advantage Wesley at this particular moment, that's also in some ways good news for Nodzerbek, because he knows that the position will open up. There will be opportunities for both players to go wrong.
Yeah, well, The Power of the Dog was a great movie from Jane Campion. I think The Power of the Knight has been the theme of this match. We just saw Nodzerbek Abdusar win by blocking a rook with his knight so he could promote. Here, that knight on d7 for black, that's going to hop right into the center. Knight f6, knight e4. You have forward progress allowed for that knight. He started the queen e8. You have an open diagonal because the f pawn has been pushed. So I feel like white's play a4, b5, this kind of attack on the queen side, it's really slow and it might not amount to much. Whereas black can actually throw pawns forward as well at f4 or g4. You have to time these things correctly. But with the knight maneuvers, with these pawn pushes, I certainly like black's chances.
I've got to agree. The top players in the world, they like space, they like having access to weak squares, and that's exactly what Wesley does right now. And yeah, I'm loving your knight maneuver, Robert. I would take black here every time.
And also ahead on the clock as well. For Nordebek, it will come down to having those extra seconds because this position will get very demanding and will require a lot of calculation at some point from both these players. Wesley looking really relaxed and chill right now. We've been talking about Wesley from the start as being this extremely solid player, as the hardest to beat in the circuit. Doesn't take the fight, but waits for the fight to come to him. When you give him the opportunity, he takes it. But this event, the Champions Chess Tour Final, from the very start, we've been seeing a very different Wesley. We've seen him get aggressive without being provoked.
Well, here I think he was provoked a little bit because if he sat passively, he understands at this high level that if you kind of just wait for your opponent to do something, you don't have a plan of your own. So he created some plans. He pushed his pawns in front of his king to force white's pieces back. And if he had given Nordebek all the time in the world, we would have seen an avalanche on the queen side. That hasn't even started yet. There's not even a snowball over there. And in the middle of the board, you see all of black's pieces and the knights coming to the king side. I really like his position, and the position is one where he kind of had to react, and he's reacting perfectly and quickly. That's maybe the most important element here.
Yeah, you can tell how uncomfortable Nordebek is here. Just his clock consumption here, his use of the time. It's really uncharacteristic. Normally we see Nordebek when he's confident, when he's on form, just blitzing out the moves, hustling his opponents on the clock, happy to play kind of not the best move, but wanting to play it quickly. And here he's down 3.5 minutes. He's retreating his bishop back where he came from. I think regretting the decision to take on f3 with his bishop now. He wants to park it on d3, but either way, Nordebek is suffering. If you give him the chance to turn the board around and take black's side, I think he would every day of the week. So Abdusattorov right now needing a miracle to win this game. He puts the bishop on d3, but black's knights are coming in, black's pawns are coming forward. Kingside, the right half of the board, black is dominant.
Well, swapping colors isn't an option, so Nordebek has to try to create something out of what he's got right now. The one positive in the position for white is that there are still a lot of pieces on the board. Very few trades have happened. Very few things have been simplified so far. And even if Wesley is in driver's seat, I'm going to say this again, that this position, when it does explode, because Wesley has expanded the king side, I think it does have potential to go in Nordebek's favor as well at some point.
It does, and I think if Nordebek can successfully push his pawns up the queen side, that's how he gets chances. He's got no play, no activity, no threats until he does just that, and we know he will. And that's why Wesley, he just can't sit around all day. He's going to try to improve his pieces. Maybe he's going to push his h-pawn, like David said. Maybe he'll just bring his knight up to that e4 square that was vacated when he took en passant. But no matter what, he needs to play in the center of the board here. I don't believe in the queenside pressure. Like, even if you get a4 and b5 in for white, it just feels a bit slow.
And let's remind everyone, if Nordebek wins this game, this match goes into Armageddon. If it ends in a draw or in Wesley's favor, Wesley gets the set, and we will move on to a set 3 between these two players. And of course, there's also Fabi, who is fighting to stay in the Champions Chess Tour Final against Magnus Carlsen. He needs a win in his game, and he plays with the white pieces. This is the current position, and at first sight you see that black's rook, Magnus's rooks have lined up on the f-file, and whenever that happens in these Spanish and these Italian positions, there's always this sacrifice on f3 that comes into my mind. You're always thinking about rook takes knight, blow open white's king. All of white's army is on the queen side, very few defenses. Magnus right now preparing for it. He goes h5, he's preparing for a g4 that's coming up. I would say there are big threats on Fabi right now in this current position.
Big threats, and I just want to point out as well, a small trap that Fabiano did set, at least for Magnus on the last turn. He dropped his knight back. It looks like a blunder. Ooh, free pawn up for grabs, but white's queen would have slid back. This was a poison pawn, and suddenly black's rook finds itself awkwardly placed. If it moves, if it shifts out the way, white's queen pounces and sneaks in behind enemy ranks. This would have been advantage white, but Magnus Carlsen, yeah, h5, motioning down the board, push those pawns, and it's because the center is blocked that he's able to do this. Robert mentioned this earlier. When the center is blocked, you can advance on the flanks at will, and right now, yes, there's tension between these two pawns, but Fabiano never really wants to release that tension because even in an endgame, black has the advantage. Black here has full control, weak pawn to look at, massive pressure down the f-file, f2 hanging, black's knight coming in. This would be almost over, one-way traffic at least. So h5, Fabiano has to be really creative to stem the tide. g4 looks so ominous right now.
I would quickly be playing a move like rook to d2 right now because I see g4 is coming, and if you play g4 now, I swap off pawns, then move my knight probably back to h2, and that g4 pawn, it does stick out. There's not another pawn to defend it, so I'm not sure if black can ever take on e4, so it is something that you have to keep an eye on, but I do believe this gives white legitimate chances. Tanya was asking in the game between Norderbeck and Wesley, is there some long-term potential for Norderbeck? I don't see it in that game, but here I do see it for Fabi, because that's an isolated pawn. There's so many tactics up in the air. The black king isn't perfectly safe either. So I think that with white's position solidifying, he will then be able to turn it around.
It's really interesting to me that Fabi is almost touching the 2-minute mark because as we've been pointing out, g4 is such a big threat on the board. You can't possibly give up that f2 pawn. You have to defend it. But are there some tactics? Is there another creative way to go into the offense? Because if not, rook d2, you play it really quickly.
Yeah, maybe this is just symptomatic of Fabiano not being confident, not liking his position. I've been there so many times in my career. I hate my position, even if sometimes there's a forced move or one move that's clearly superior to the rest. You just sit there kind of wallowing, a bit down, philosophizing, and he has to just speed up, play rook d2, defend this pawn.
He did.
Yet, okay, he plays knight to e3.
Wow.
Provoking g4. He's actually going for a similar idea to you mentioned, Robert, there. Knight to h2. He wants to actually forfeit this pawn in return for the g4 pawn to activate his knights. And actually, I quite like this idea. If in the current position, black ever allows a pawn capture and the white knight to pounce into d5, suddenly there's actually access squares. So Fabi spent a long time in that move, maybe too long, but he did in the end find a creative idea. And I like the fact that it's not too submissive either. It's not reacting to black's threats. It's trying to leap forward with his knights.
I prefer his move for sure, not just because he's the person making it, because it's ambitious, and he's just trying to create an imbalance in that g4 push that we keep talking about. White does lose a pawn very close to his king, but he actually steals a pawn that's getting closer to the black king. And with lines opening up, with pawns being removed from the board, we may just see this very variation, that with pawns being removed, that means that there are more open lines, more chances to trade some pieces. And if you take this g4 pawn, white has the outermost pawn. And why that's important, as we get fewer pieces on the board, having a distraction, a decoy, and far away from the other flank, that can be very useful in an endgame.
Yeah, really nice move there. Creative idea from Fabi, and I think this wasn't on Magnus's radar. We were struggling to see it as well, but he's found a creative way to keep the balance, but by playing actively. Often, if you have a choice between active, passive moves, if they both look roughly level, play the active one, put your opponent under pressure, surprise them, and one more move by the white knights, taking the black g4 pawn off the board. Serious threats against the black king. You can tell on the body language, Magnus a bit frustrated, and just a bit bemused perhaps, because he must have loved his position until this last little sequence.
Fabi has definitely dragged Magnus into complications in this one with this creative resource that you were talking about. Very difficult to find, but we've seen him do that time and time again in this match. Moves like queen b4 earlier in their set one, and Magnus is going for it. He takes the f2 pawn, he's giving the g4 pawn. The one thing in Magnus's favor is that it's very difficult on that left side of our screen for Fabi's major pieces, the queens and the rook, to transfer over to the king side. So he's got some time to try to get harmony within his own pieces before the queen and the rook. I think c4 is a big threat for white.
It absolutely is. We're talking about the left-hand side. He takes you with the e3 knight. That's actually a bit counterintuitive. Usually you like to capture with your less active pieces closer to your own territory, but he's opening up the third rank for Tanya's c4 push, and the queen sliding on over to g3, ignoring the queen side. So watch out. Magnus Carlsen in some trouble on the left, and the right-hand side, it's more of the same. Wesley So, he's played a perfect game thus far with the black pieces. He just opened up a diagonal from his queen towards that e3 pawn. He's blasting open the white king side. Nordirbeck down to 2 minutes, 24 seconds. Tick, 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 tick. He just doesn't have time, and you see the EVA bar all the way up now.
Wow, Abdusatorov's position is collapsing in front of our very eyes. Simply the white king on the right board there is going to come under heavy fire. Wesley, so quick, so confident, retreats Black's knight. 2 monster threats. Firstly, to eliminate White's bishop in the center of the board. Secondly, to attack White's h-pawn. Nordirbeck is not long for this world. His dark squares are falling apart.
Wesley playing aggressively, but also keeping all the strategic points under control in this position. Nordirbeck in big trouble on the position with a big threat of losing that h4 pawn, also down on the clock. And for Wesley with Black, he has made it look easy in this game so far. Never in trouble out of the opening. Nordirbeck did not even manage to get that a-pawn up the board, creating a potential threat on the queen side, while all hell breaks loose on the other side of the board.
It looks terrible for Nordirbeck, and he knows it. And it's sort of the opposite of Game 3, where Nordirbeck, he was just waiting, and Wesley was playing this very ambitious, provocative chess that completely backfired. Here, Nordirbeck had no choice. He needs a win in this game. He couldn't just play quietly, make a draw, and say that's okay. He needs to win to take the set, head to the finals. But it looks like Wesley So is about to take this one, and that means we'll have a reset, a third set for all the marbles to get to the finals.
We'll talk more about the format of the third set later. Right now, Wesley needs to finish the job that he started and is well on his way. So we see a trade on f4, which opens up the e-line for counterplay. But is counterplay going to happen with the h-pawn falling, and not just the h-pawn falling, the g-pawn potentially moving forward and checkmating ideas on Nordirbeck's king?
White's king is doomed. It's as simple as that. He's trying to create some escape squares here. Nordirbeck, Abdusatorov, White's king will try to run for the hills, but unlike Wesley So's king in the previous game, it's not going to get very far. And I think we'll shortly see a checkmating pattern occur on that board. But yeah, Wesley So has done everything right. We're guaranteed more chess no matter what the result in that match, at least.
What's funny about the position on the right side, he does bring his knight in. I was going to say, he's up a pawn, so even if he doesn't deliver a checkmate, he could just plant a knight into the e4 square, clog up that lane, and if that knight's ever captured on e4, because checkmates will be threatened, the rook on f8 suddenly stares into the white position. It looks really, really bad on the right-hand side for Nordirbeck Abdusatorov. And the left-hand side, Magnus Carlsen's frozen. He's under 3 minutes on the clock because that queen on b3, that left-hand side queen, it's going to slide on over the same line as the enemy king, and that's going to spell some serious danger for Magnus.
And that's not the only thing he needs to worry about. That pawn on a5 can become a big thorn in Magnus's position. If he allows Fabi to capture on b5, suddenly Fabi will have an a5 passer, and we've got a result coming in.
Wow, Wesley So, it looked like they spoke to each other. It was a draw. Wesley offers a draw in a totally winning position because that secures him this set of the match.
And Wesley gets it done. There was no hope in Nordirbeck's position. He accepts the draw with this g-pawn moving forward. With Nordirbeck's king under fire, he takes the draw, which means there will be a set 3 between these two players. And to me, it looks like Fabi has made great progress. Robert, you pointed out that the queen's sliding on from the queen side to the king side. I'm looking at that a5 pawn. If Magnus allows that trade, I think that's one more thing to worry about for Black, and he doesn't allow it.
He was choosing between two evils. Either he goes and protects his king, or he allows an a-pawn to be passed with a few black pieces to stop it. So this queen, it can take a pawn back on c4. I would not be caring about material. Fabiano doesn't. He slides it over to g3, and if he could get a rook to the h-file, it's going to be a ladder checkmate. So if Fabi could bring his knight to f3, king to f2, rook on over to h1, that's actually going to be a checkmate. I don't know if he has time for it, but I'm already looking in that direction.
Yeah, look at that black king. Magnus's king, sitting on the edge of the board, literally has no shelter around it. The black king drops back. Of course, Fabiano won't repeat the position, but it feels like there should be a knockout punch. The white rook can come up via a3, g3. The third rank is totally open as well.
I love that idea, David. Rook a3, rook g3 looks extremely strong here.
Maybe there's something even better. Black's rook on f4, also short of squares. Feels like Fabiano on the verge of a knockout punch. And it's no surprise. You need pawns in front of your king. It's as simple as that in chess. And Black's king has 0 right now. The might of the white queen and the white knights leaping forward should be decisive. Fabiano, he has kind of lost control of a position similar to this before, though. That's the one doubt in the back of his mind.
But I love that rook a3, rook g3 maneuver, because rook lifts are always fun, but especially when the black king has no pawns in front of it. And little has separated these two players historically in match play. Their world championship in 2018, 12 draws in classical chess, rook a3 here, rook g3 next. The king, it just doesn't have pieces to defend it. Beautiful awareness from Fabiano, and Magnus looks like he's not just in trouble, I think he's toast.
And it's so easy to forget about these rook lifts because you're focused on one side of the board. You're looking at ideas of improving your knight, getting that into play, going knight f3, and then suddenly from the other side of the board, there's reinforcement, a really big reinforcement into the attack. And now Fabi's one move away. That rook lands on the g file, and Magnus could be busted.
Yeah, we know Fabi loves going to the gym, he loves working out. Yesterday was leg day, today is rook lift day, and he's lifted that rook. Yeah, it's simply 3-4 attacking pieces for white. I'm going to count both those white knights because they most likely will play a part soon. The white queen, and with the added spice of that white rook against the naked black king. How can you fight off that amount of ammunition? Even if we calculate variations, I'm struggling to see a way for black to cling on.
And even if the evaluation bar wasn't through the roof saying white is objectively winning, with less than a minute on his clock, how do you defend a position like this? I know, look at Magnus, he's looking away. He's pretty much giving up. He's shaking his head. He knows he is lost.
But he's going to fight. He's not going to give up at this very moment. I think the biggest problem in Magnus's position is what you want to do is you want to get a rook on the g file. But rook f7 isn't even possible because there was a check on h6 forking the rook and the king. So no way to get the rook into the defense. He tries to block it with the bishop. After rook does slide over to g3, I think Magnus wants to bring the knight over in front of the rook to defend that bishop on g5.
I think that white can even there just win a piece quite simply. You can always throw in like a rook g3, knight h6 check, and black's position is collapsing. So rook g3 is step one. If he does go knight f7, I actually think knight h6 check just ends the game. So he blocks with his queen. That way, well, knight h6 is still there. Does that work?
I think knight h6 is strong, but Magnus does love giving up his queen in general, and the number of times he suggests giving up his queen in analysis, it's crazy. I think Fabiano doesn't want to cash in too soon for an attack that's worth more, and knight h6 check is not going away anytime soon. First, he's just going to eliminate that bishop, that black bishop. I think the problem is that black is frozen. Magnus frozen on the camera, black's pieces are stuck. The attack is incoming. It's all about the g-file, and black is collapsing. Under 20 seconds now.
He gives up material to fight against the threat on the g-file. He's trying to run away with the king, but the threats in the g-file continue because that bishop on g5 is still on the pin.
I don't even know where that king thinks it's going. I guess e7, but that's not going to run all the way to the queen side. If you could lift that king up and then teleport it to a square like b7, maybe it starts to feel safe, but that's a long journey away. Magnus doing the right thing, though. His rook on f8, it could slide on over to the h-file, and maybe the white king could feel a bit of the heat. For now, Fabi has everything under control. He's also doing really well on the clock, and he just needs to put Magnus away, which he couldn't do 2 games ago.
And he has to be careful about that because exactly with the white pieces in game 2, in a winning position, there were a few imprecise moves made, and Magnus was all over in that game then. So for Fabi, he needs to still finish the job. He's up in exchange. To me, it would make a lot of sense to just draw back with the knight and try to capitalize on the pin along the g file. Knight f2 would be the move of my choice here because I also stopped the check on e3. Is there another way to probably just with a stronger blow here right now?
I like it, Tanya. You've done the hard work. You've won material. White is up, a rook for bishop. So why not just create smaller threats? Why not regroup your pieces? I think you don't actually need to do anything too special. There might be stronger moves, might be more direct moves. But ultimately, Fabi needs to play quickly. The only time it's gone wrong for him is when it gets super messy. He loses a little bit of control and he has no time on the clock. So just keep the time advantage. The win should be relatively straightforward if you play moves such as knight f2. He's about to decide.
He reaches out for the knight and it's on the board.
And one thing I'll note that if the queens do come off, and maybe queen h6 for black, at least you're not getting checkmated for Magnus. You have a bishop and 1 pawn for that rook. So there is quite a lot of material, and he's, I think, about to go for this. I don't think the task is that simple for Fabi if the queens come off.
And the thing when you're playing against Magnus is you have to be so precise even when you're ahead in material. We've seen Magnus turn around in this very match itself, in this against Fabi itself. And it looks like this is a big blunder. Can he... Is there... I was going to say rook takes bishop, but queen takes rook is with a check.
Yeah, The problem is there's a pin on the G file. Black is also collapsing on the other flank. Fabi's now going to infiltrate on the C line. And actually, the E6 pawn is hanging with the check. Wow, Magnus is really, really fallen apart these last few moves. It was lost anyway, but this is really bad.
But what a smart thing Fabi did. He put his rook on c1 in the bishop's line of sight. It couldn't be captured because the queen was behind. Now he's taking this pawn. The knight has to move. The knight moves the bishop's off. That's a resignation, and that's a tied match.
That's a tight match that goes into Armageddon as Fabiano Caruana does it. He strikes back, leveling their score. And this one goes into sudden death, which Fabi needs to win to stay alive, to take it into set 3.
But he will be feeling confident, Fabiano Caruana, right now. He is one of a kind, beating Magnus Carlsen so many times. And
did you see that, David? Magnus, he was so angry on the screen. He can't believe it that he didn't finish this off.
Well, do you know why he's angry? Because Fabi hasn't beaten him not once, not twice, but thrice in these last 2 days in rapid chess. The only thing separating them is that Armageddon game yesterday. I'm curious what their bids will be today.
yeah, Magnus, will he be confident taking black yet again after experiencing that nightmare in the previous game? Fabiano crushed him, wiped him off the board with that killer attack.
Magnus Carlsen is an angry man right now, and he's angry with himself, with what he's let happen. He has to fight it out in the Armageddon right now, and he's got to forget about what has just happened. Wow, that's going to be an exciting battle, but Fabi, he really kept his nerves in those final moments and wrapped it up as quickly and precisely as he could. And this is where we are. Wesley So strikes back against Anadibek Abdusatrov, will take it to set 3. And Magnus Carlsen has to win the Armageddon to go into the final. If Fabi wins, that one goes into set 3 as well.
Fabi needs to take this one in Armageddon. I think the reason why Magnus, he's so just displeased himself is not because he blunders, because Fabi's just outplaying him. And Fabiano may be the only player in the world right now who can take down Magnus in these series of games like this.
It's going to be an exciting battle to watch world number 1 and world number 2 in the sudden death. But for Wesley So, it was a quick match. He took it. He did not need the Armageddon, and he was impressive, David, with the black pieces.
Yep, Wesley so impressive in this last game, and with black, never looked in doubt. The way he closed it out as well, really, really cynical. And it was in this position where we were talking about black's advantage. We were talking quite theoretically here. We were saying, okay, black has a space advantage. Black has these beautiful pawns clamping down on the center. But it's also the fact that the black pieces have swarmed towards the king side. And here he broke through. Pawn to g4, opening up this black queen's diagonal. Yes, this pawn is defended, but watch out for it later. First of all, going for the white king, and after h4, trying to plug the king side, Wesley simply took a calm step back, opening up an attack against the h4 pawn, and also trying to eliminate this key piece. The h4 pawn now is doomed. The piece was traded off, and actually Wesley now, by infiltrating with his queen, and then bringing his knight in, could have gone on to win this game, but here a draw was agreed. If black had wanted to, black could have played on the idea of g3 and bringing the queen in, would have been powerful, and just a decisive advantage. Ultimately, though, a draw was enough, and Wesley was happy to offer one.
And Nordebek never got off the ground in that match. His pawns, they were stuck because black had this clamp. Wesley played really well in that game to seize the initiative, the upper hand, and a pawn. And in the other game, the way Fabiano Caruana played, I mean, so brilliant. He looked like he was the one under attack, but he was able to strike back. And in this position, it looks like the black king is unsafe. The white king not feeling too safe either, but you need more pieces in the attack. And c4 was a great strike because that queen wants to head on over to the king side. And not just that, if you just try to put all your pieces defending your king, c takes b5 is a huge threat. Trying to get an outside pass pawn that black will not be able to stop. So Magnus took the pawn on c4. The queen was able to slide over to g3. And after a few moves, Magnus was forced to give up his rook for a knight because he couldn't stop all of the threats. And with the extra material, Fabiano was able to convert quite handily.
Yeah, beautiful win, Fabiano. I love the rook lift, followed, well, actually the queen lift, first of all, just swinging across the board. Fabiano did everything methodically, and kind of turned it into a decisive material advantage at the right time. Magnus barely got a chance in that game, just flawless play from white.
Yeah, just amazing chess there, start to finish by Fabi in that game with the white pieces, and he gets the win and he breaks the Magnus spell. And we saw Magnus react when that game finished while he was sitting down to put in his bids, and look at that, he is just mad at himself for what he let happen on the board.
David, how's your Norwegian? What do you say?
I will not say it. It's it's a kid friendly show here, but it wasn't nice what Magnus was saying to himself there, and he's frustrated. More chess for him is not what he wanted.
And if Sabi is able to get the job done in the Armageddon, it will go down to these two. You don't want to close your eyes. You don't want to miss a thing, as it is sudden that it is the Armageddon. And Fabiano Caruana, can he finish the job that he started with his win in round 4 against the world number 1? These two face off in Armageddon.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. We are here with Gotham Chess. He's our headliner VIP at the Chess Kid Festival. Yeah, that's you. And I just found out he's going to be streaming from the VIP room. Are you saying there's a chance I could be on your stream?
No, not you. But the kids can be on my stream, Mike, and that's what's important.
Oh man, I guess I got too old for this event. I'll be there, but if you're a kid in elementary or middle school, you get a chance to be on the biggest stream in all the land. Gotham, are you worried that any of these kids are going to come for your job?
Maybe one day, but I have over 4 million subscribers, so you guys got to start today.
Practice up, chess kids. You may just get to be on Gotham Chess's stream. Sign up for the Gotham Chess VIP package, and we'll see you at the Chess Kid National Festival.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Another one of the VIPs from the Chess Kid National Festival. We have the OG Papa Bear here. I am Danny Wrench, and he's going to be starting a very innovative concept. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to be facing off against women's grandmaster Jennifer Shahadi in our first ever puzzle bee. We've actually been excited about doing this for years, and I think it's going to become something special. So solving puzzles against Jen, let's go.
And what Danny doesn't know is that we actually have a new prize. We have a golden Peshka. We've been working on this, and the winner gets this Peshka. One to hold that guy.
Oh my
Whoa,
God.
yeah, it's real gold.
What is going on?
It's real gold, my friend.
Was this in the budget?
I don't know. So it's worth a lot. Come find out who wins the very first golden Peshka.
And we're back in Toronto where all the action of the Champions Chess Tour Finals is happening. And it's been a dramatic week and it's a dramatic day of the semi-finals as we've got a big Armageddon clash that is coming up for day 2. We see sports on our screen and it's ice hockey. And there is going to be more chess coming up as well as Sports Fever takes the city. Right now, it's Armageddon Fever that's on, and Kaya is with Fabi and Magnus revealing their bids.
We have another Armageddon between Fabi and Magnus. You guys go ahead and turn your boards to see those bids. We have 9:58, 10 minutes. Okay, that means black pieces for you, Fabi. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I've played so many Armageddons. I have no idea. I'm just happy to have gotten back, and I promised Danny an Armageddon, so that's, I guess, what we got.
Super close bids, Magnus. How do you feel about playing with the white pieces here?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, obviously, like, losing out by 2 seconds is not ideal, but I had no idea what to write, so it's okay.
Armageddon is coming up. Back to you guys.
A smiling Fabi, a not smiling Magnus Carlsen as Fabi does get the black pieces. And he beats Magnus with just a 2-second bid. And we are going to have the first moves really quickly. He beat Magnus's bid with 2 seconds. Has he outsmarted Magnus to get black?
Maybe, but will he live to regret having the black pieces? That's the big question. The games are beginning. 5 extra minutes for Magnus Carlsen could be decisive. He needs to win, however. Magnus with white plays the Spanish.
It's the Spanish on the board, and we're going to quickly jump into Toronto with Levy and James and their thoughts on the bids we saw and the opening that we're seeing right now.
Thanks, Tanya. Yeah, the opening, definitely a bit of a surprise. I mean, we have some sort of weird, we have an open Spanish, which I think is definitely in Fabiano's wheelhouse. I just want to say something. We were going to stand here as commentators and say, wow, Magnus bid 10. That was his max. He knew Fabi was going to bid 958. And then he said, I had no idea what to write.
It was funny, yeah.
Because, you know, I was going to be like, oh, that's such a brilliant read by Fabi. And then he just goes, yeah, I had no clue. They have so little time to make that decision.
That's true, brother. It's very quick. I mean, and of course, 9:58. Usually you see Magnus is the one that does it. Like, Magnus is the one that always outbids you by 1 or 2 seconds here. So Fabi may have a little mental edge here. You see how Magnus was pissed. Basically, you can just tell this is not the friendly Magnus right now. He's trying to close out.
And I do just want to say, this open Spanish, as we're about to throw it back there to Oslo for them to get into the X's and O's, this is an open Spanish. This is not a closed Spanish. Black has taken the pawn on e4. Lots of theory here. So Fabiano, despite the time disadvantage, is going to get to play a ton of moves that he already knows.
100%.
And then after that, it's just maybe 3 or 4 critical decisions.
Correct.
He might be in good shape.
I think it's a great choice as well. Open Spanish, you get a lot of moves in, as Norderbeck said before. When you're going to, you need to get to like move 60s, you get the extra time and stuff like that. So this is going to be exciting, especially with having open Spanish. So.
Yeah, man, we might have two tiebreaker matches today. All right, Oslo, take it away.
Thanks, guys. James, you're right. No increment until move 60 for the players, after which they get a 1 second increment. Now, Fabi gets the result odds. The draw odds starts with 9 minutes, 58 seconds on the clock. And to me, that's a pretty good bargain.
Yeah, I think he's done everything right in the opening. Levy and James there kind of referred to it, the open Spanish. It's one of the most forcing lines as well in chess in general. Like, Fabiano, he gets black, gets draw odds, gets an opening he knows, in and out. Tension will be minimal here. Feels like everything's gone right for him. Still early stages, but I'm loving what Fabiano's done with the bid and with the opening.
Fabiano does have one unhappy memory, though, on the black side of an open Spanish, and that occurred in Madrid last year against Hikaru Nakamura. It was an open Spanish, a forcing line, a material imbalance. Fabiano lost that game, and with it, his chances at a world championship title. But we see in this game, he is solid in the center. That knight on e4 looks like it's under attack, but that just leads to a series of exchanges that black is not unhappy about. And after knight to d2, I've been wondering, can at some point black push the f-pawn? That looks a little bit risky. Maybe instead he should put his bishop out on f5, and it resembles what Norderbeck and Wesley had in their match, this tension on the e4 square.
And to release that tension, you can trade pieces, and you can start with trading the knights and then put the bishop on f5, as you suggested, trying to get rid of as many minor pieces as possible. A draw would mean that Fabi wins the match. Magnus with white has to create his chances.
He has to, but how? He pauses now when the most obvious recapture would be by developing white's bishop. The white dark square bishop on c1 hasn't moved. Why not take back this black knight, but Magnus, he's looking for something creative because at some point he'll need to surprise Fabiano. He'll need to switch it up, maybe hit him with a kind of shocking, unexpected move, and maybe he takes with the queen to try and bring the white queen closer to the king side. But either way, I still love black's position and black's chances in this game. The clock differential has now reduced to only 4 minutes.
And material might reduce. If he takes with the bishop on d2, just developing his undeveloped bishop, then black pushes the pawn in the center up to d4, and suddenly it's not just things are blowing open that the white king's in any danger, but pieces are leaving the board, and Fabiano still has so much time on his clock, 8 minutes, 34 seconds. A reminder to everybody that once they reach move 60, then there's 1 second added for each and every move you make. So this move, queen takes d2, I think it's trying to meet d4 with that queen escaping over to the king side, perhaps trying to initiate an attack.
Well, I've played these positions with black as well, and you're absolutely right. There are two ideas. Either black tries to trade off the light squared bishop with the move bishop f5. We see Fabi go for that. I think the problem with the immediate d4 is also you have to calculate what happens if the white rook slides onto the open d line, and that's why Magnus chose to vacate that square and capture with the queen. Bishop f5, to me, it looks like advantage Fabi out of the opening. He's already managed to swap off two pairs of minor pieces, and that's good news when you're looking for the draw.
Yeah, I simply don't see anything wrong with black's position. And Tanya, you made this, this exclamation because a queen trade in a must-win situation is counterintuitive, right?
That's what I would think, Robert. Queen f4, and I would grab that queen if a draw is what I needed for the match victory. But going into an endgame against Magnus Carlsen is always a scary thing.
And it's not just Magnus, it's the type of position that we have here. Because while black's position does look healthy, a few things stand out to me. That pawn on c7, I see a diagonal opening up, and that pawn on c7 can be attacked if the pawn goes up to e6, and he just goes forward with d4. And look at Magnus. That c7 pawn really is a weakness. And look at the advantage bar. It's going up for white. Excuse me, the evaluation bar is showing an advantage for white. What does Fabiano have prepared once this c-file opens?
I think he's planning to move his knight. Unfortunately, you don't have time to come out with your bishop and skewer the white rooks because ultimately the white rook on e1 is defended by white's knight, so this would be a poor choice. White would be up 2 pieces for 1 black rook, and 2 pieces better than the rook in this case. Instead, I think he's banking on knight to b4, coming for this pawn, but also trying to head back into the middle of the board. What he might have underestimated or only now realized, Fabiano, is that after rook takes pawn, the knight dropping back, yes, this is a fork, yes, this is a double attack, but if the white rook just moves, suddenly black is stuck. This bishop is attacked, so knight takes bishop, rook takes would just be a trade, and white would emerge a pawn to the good. And if you move your bishop out of the way to try and gain time against white's rook can save the day, swoop up and defend its bishop. Either way, Magnus is winning a pawn.
And he goes for it. And maybe this is the moment that you stop, and the idea you pointed out, threat is better than the execution, stronger than the execution. You just simply defend that bishop on e7 with the move that you're pointing out. And now I'm attacking your a2 pawn, and knight d5, a big move on the board coming up.
It's a tough call, though, because there's a lack of clarity here. So many pieces remain. So if Fabiano spends some time right now and realizes that if I start with this knight d5 in the live position and trade off pieces, instead he does go for rook e8, I think it is a good call. But I say you have to assess, do I actually go down 1 pawn and that's okay because all rook endgames are drawn? It still would have been tough sledding ahead, but he decides to go rook e8, and now the a2 pawns threaten knight d3, knight d5, all sorts of knight jumps that white has to worry about.
I'm liking black's position right now. There are all these threats on the board. I'm planning to equalize the material for Fabi. He hasn't burnt that much time on the clock, although I do see that Magnus is still ahead by 5 minutes. What do you think? How would you evaluate this position, David?
It's tough. I don't think we can make generalizations here. I think it's very concrete. If white isn't able to fend off one of these threats, or if white isn't able to save this pawn, then black is safe. Black is fine and will easily make the draw. So Magnus should spend as much time as possible here, as much time as is practical, and decide what to do next. The biggest threat of all is knight to d5. We should mention hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. So you need to move one of these 2 pieces, essentially. I think there's simply no other option. Knight to d5 is a winning threat, so he moves the bishop out the way. Maybe he could have gone in a different direction, but he's aiming to trade off and go for the f7 pawn. Magnus, I'm really surprised he didn't invest much more time there, because there were options available, but still testing Fabiano.
And I think he's going to continue testing him, because if we just go down one move, knight d3, looks like it solves all of black's problems. Hits the rook, hits the b2 pawn, and the e5 pawn all at once. Is there e6? Can you throw in that move, just causing chaos? Because if you take the rook on e1, that's not a free rook, because e takes f7 is check. I get the rook right back, and you see the evaluation is all the way at the top because white is not just one pawn and will likely win a second at the very least. So this is something that maybe Magnus is going for. It's not just a trick. I think it is just objectively a good decision, and then the black king isn't feeling so safe.
Yeah, and if you take this pawn, suddenly there's real targets later in the game. And okay, Fabiano dodges this. He plays f6, and big question for Magnus: do you drop back and maybe lose your winning chances, or do you go in and hope to muddy the waters? Magnus, sitting back in his chair, looks shocked.
He's reaching out and he does go in. He's going for the aggressive approach. The rook on d8 is hanging. Is it time to start stepping up with that rook to target white's queenside pawns? How is Fabi going to react to this? And let's also point out, if Fabi loses this match, he is out of the finals.
He needs to get this game to get to a third set like Wesley So was able to accomplish. And this is such a critical moment because our first temptation, probably for everybody, is to save the rook, but go all the way up to d2, putting pressure on the pawns. But I'm realizing that once white pushes the pawn forward to e6, we have a protected passed pawn for the rook behind it, and that black rook can't actually take the pawn on b2. It's stuck to that d6 square because if the knight, you push a pawn, then get your knight out, suddenly black is not able to deal with all the threats, and after e6, I don't really know what black does. I mean, this, as we're showing, is just going to be losing. I don't know how Fabi holds on here.
I think he just simply forgot that Magnus could keep the e-pawn alive. He wanted to trade it off at all costs, but he didn't have enough time, Fabiano. And suddenly, I mean, this pawn is just a monster. There's always tactics, actually, even on the back rank. And I don't even see a good move for black. You cannot move this knight. I mean, if you go in, for example, knight d6, I think your idea, Robert, is still on the cards. If you remove this rook, remove the blockader, white's pawn will just motor through and promote. Ooh, Fabiano in big trouble suddenly, and 4 minutes on the clock. This turned in the space of 1 or 2 moves. He was on the brink of safety, but suddenly letting it slip. Magnus with the e-pawn, big favorite.
And everything started so well, right? You start with this open Spanish, you quickly blitz out the moves, you're able to trade off the pieces really quickly, the pressure is dissolved, and then these last 2 moves, just inaccuracies by Fabi, big trouble, can't take the pawn on b2, can't put the knight in the way of the rook. The most important move to stop for Fabiano Caruana right now, do not allow Magnus to go knight to d6. That e-pawn will become a queen.
Yeah, but how do you stop that eventually happening? If you keep your black rook on the d file, it means you're unable to go and grab pawns. Black's knight can never really re-centralize because then you block the d file, allowing it to happen again.
Okay, I have a question. What if Fabi just doesn't do anything, makes a move like a5? I'm waiting. How do you improve as white here?
I start pushing pawns to the king side, queen side.
Yeah, there are going to be some options there. At some point, if I get my king off the first, even rook d7 comes into mind. But what I'm looking at right now is black, I think, is 1 tempo short of knight c2 back to d4, going right after that e6 pawn, because David made an excellent point. There actually are back rank checkmate ideas, just to show knight c2, rook to e4, and then knight to d4. And you go knight d6 here. It looks like you just blunder this pawn e6 with, let's say, even knight takes e6 or rook takes e6, just grabbing that pawn. But I can just take you on e6, and then I back rank checkmate you. So, of course, there are going to be moments where you can get away with something like this, but not here, not when your king doesn't have any escape squares.
Beautiful, beautiful tactics. And this type of thing, if not this exact variation, this type of thing will keep recurring. It's all about the black king being stuck right now. And at some point, I guess this knight just might be booted out. He gives his king some breathing space, so guarding against those motifs we mentioned, the black king now can at least mobilize. But how does Magnus continue? That is the big question. Is there a way forward? Can he eventually brute force it and push this pawn to glory? Still some work to be done for the world number 1.
A much better waiting move, a kind of a waiting move by Fabi, the move h5, like you said, just giving a lift to black's king. And now ideas of knight c2 or knight d3 are in the air. Magnus putting pressure on the clock, reaching out to make his next move. Fabi does hit the under 3-minute mark. Still far away from meeting move 60, getting that additional second. So it's not only keeping it on the board, but Fabi also has to avoid getting flagged.
2 minutes and 55 seconds in this position. You have to reach move 60 just to get that bonus time with every move made. And this is such a tricky moment for Fabiano Caruana, but Magnus is doing the right thing, investing some time here, because perhaps he could put the game away not caring about the clock. Even if you gave Fabiano a day, you see the evaluation bar is all the way up here. I'm already looking at ways to go after the h5 pawn. If I can land a rook on h8, my coach always taught me about dream moves. That would be checkmate. So rook back to c5 at some moment. That looks very enterprising to me, trying to go for the black king.
Yeah, I love it, Robert. Or pick up the white rook on e1, somehow plonk it on h8, rook e4, rook h4, take the pawn. Yeah, all these ideas popping through Magnus Carlsen's mind right now. He must sense that he's doing well, and I think the moment it became tactical, he banks on his chances, both on the board and on the clock. But still, he wants the accuracy. These top players are perfectionists. They don't want to let any opportunity slip. And okay, he's pausing what to do first. Does he push a pawn, kick away the black knight? Does he lift the white rook up the board? Does he, I don't know, push white's kingside pawns forward? There's so many options for Magnus Carlsen. Critical moment. He's in the tank now, 2 minutes. Once he starts playing, I'm expecting a quick flurry of moves.
It's where players often go wrong, though. When there's too many choices, you think this one looks just as good as the other, but there could be a flaw, and you could give Black just the necessary time to get back in the game. And Black does have some threats. A knight coming into d3 that hits the rook on e1, hits multiple pawns. And for Magnus, he paused, and he does bring his rook up to e4. So any knight jump here doesn't come with an attack against that rook. And rook h4, rook takes h5, rook h8, checkmate, not out of the question.
Yeah, far from out of the question. And first of all, posing a difficult question to Black's knight. 3 possible squares. I think you simply have to move that knight. Perhaps you can defend it with Black's pawn, but there's downsides, there's pros and cons to every single knight jump. And Fabiano, it's basically a 1 in 3, 1 in 4. I even forgot that this was possible, but it's so far offside now, that Black knight. It's not coming back into action anytime soon. Magnus, therefore, has the luxury of a few turns to really close in, either push the pawn or go for that black king, as we've mentioned.
Fabi levels the material for now, but in that deal, he does put his knight completely offside. Does this give Magnus enough time to try and go for the checkmating idea that you pointed out, sliding the rook to the h-line? The one defensive resource that Fabi has is to push that g pawn to g6 to make sure that the h-file remains blocked, and at least for the time being, rook h8 will not be checkmate.
Fabi definitely does not want to open up the 7th rank, but it may be a sad necessity just to avoid that immediate demise. So g6 at any moment for Black does defend that pawn that's sticking out there, but that 7th rank being open is very dangerous. So I'm looking at this for Magnus. Everything does look good, but if you go rook h4, pawn g6, I actually don't see how to end the game, and that's good news for Fabiano. He may believe he's got a fighting chance.
Under 2.5 minutes right now. He doesn't only have to fight the board. Again, he has to fight the clock as well. It is, what is that? It's 35 moves to make it to move 60, and that's a far way off with complications still on the board. The e-pawn 2 steps away from queening. So there are checkmating ideas on the king side. You have to avoid white's knight jumping onto d6, the pawn promoting further to e7. There's a lot to fight for in this position. How is Fabi going to manage this?
It's not going to be easy. I think Fabiano's moves will be influenced by Magnus's moves. Right now, the black knight simply fixed on a2, no retreat squares. Black's rook stuck defending the d6 square. And actually, I'm looking for Magnus, just manifesting, just imagining perfect pawns, perfect pieces. If white could land a pawn on f5, protect his advanced e-pawn, he's simply winning. So maybe push the pawn to f4. He actually defends that pawn with his rook, and the eval bar slides slightly down. This idea, I think, is a dual-purpose threat. Firstly, attacking Black's a6 pawn. Secondly, creating that d6 square for the white knight to hop back to.
And it frees up the e4 rook as well to go on over to h4. But Fabi, he backtracks with his own rook, and the a6 pawn can be captured. So white will be a pawn ahead. But then that black knight, it survives. It goes up to c1, and then maybe back around to d3. If Fabi could pick up that knight and place it on e5 to trade off a pair of knights, he will have better chances, but his knight's been offside. It's not a good piece, and Magnus, he maintains this momentum. I just feel like for Fabi, every single move is so challenging.
And to make it a good piece, Fabi thinks it's worth giving up upon. Is Magnus going to allow Fabi's knight back into play? He is reaching out, I think, for the rook to capture that e6 pawn, but hesitates, pulls back.
Magnus does not look happy, though. He does not look so convinced that it's totally winning. We see the eval bar, but I think it's deceptive. As white, you know the stakes are high. If a set of rooks disappear, if the knights ever disappear, drawing chances only increase. So you need to still continue being energetic and accurate to maintain this advantage. He tries to trade off the rooks now because that would allow the white knight to come back to more active squares. The white knight ultimately is the one that will remove the blockader of the e-pawn. I think this was a key move from Magnus Carlsen.
And that white knight will not only jump to d6, but if black rook moves forward to e7, it will attack it further from that f5 square, eventually getting that e6 pawn rolling down the board. Fabi cannot afford to let that happen. Sidesteps with the rook, and the rook is back on the 7th rank. Knight d6, once again a threat on the board.
That's the killer blow for Fabiano, the death knell, because he wants to bring his knight back into B3. He does just that. But once you get knight D6 in here, the only thing that Magnus needs to care about is if that black knight gets to C5, that forks both of his rooks. So rook C1 check, followed by knight C5 at some moment. Unfortunately, after knight D6, his rook on E8's under attack. So I don't think he's going to survive this one.
Ooh, watch out, there's a threat of a draw right now. Perpetual check, Black's knight. If it comes down to F1, checks the white king, and the white king cannot escape.
And Magnus, with a head shake, he was not expecting to move knight to D2. He thought he had it in the bag when he played knight D6. And Fabi throws a curveball with this one. Big threat.
He's lucky he's still winning, Magnus Carlsen, after missing this nasty, sneaky move. The white rook is attacked, but you cannot move it. If you move the white rook or if you capture the black rook, draw on the spot. The black knight comes to F1, check, forces the white king back, and we'll see a yo-yo. The black knight move, discover check, and this dance will last forever. Magnus needs to give some space to his king.
It's the type of move that completely rattles a player. You can see Magnus, he needs to regroup right now. And just like yesterday when he's going to sacrifice his queen, Fabiano finding a desperate try, but he pushes a pawn, does Magnus Carlsen. He trades off a pair of rooks. G7 is now loose. So Magnus, despite the initial shock, he still found the best continuation.
That's where having time on the clock is such a lifesaver. Here, Fabiano simply doesn't have enough time. Down to just over 1 minute. We're only at move 33. Increment a distant dream. It's going to be a race on the clock, even if he weren't losing this position. But it does, unfortunately, look like that white e-pawn is going to decide matters. White's king now given enough air to survive on its own. It will take care of itself. The other white pieces will get the job done. And, okay, he's sliding behind. Good try from Fabiano, trying to put his rook behind a pass pawn. That's what we're taught in all positions, but it's just collapsing. The g-pawn is now up for grabs.
But don't take it with the rook. Because if you take that pawn with the rook, the king steps to the side, hitting the knight on the 8. The knight can't move because it's the only piece defending that rook over there. So Magnus still has his work cut out for him. Fabiano's creating a challenge, but now that pawn is 1 square away from promotion, and I think it's going to get to the other side.
And Magnus Carlsen taking his time. This could very well be Fabiano Caruana's very last moments in the Champions Chess final, and you can see it in him. And Magnus knows he's close to victory in this one. Fabi pushes the f-pawn. Is there a knight jump? Knight moving to c7. Do you have the path right now to get that e-pawn to e8?
Perhaps, although the black knight goes back to f6 and holds things for now. That's why Fabiano has vacated the f6 square with his pawn thrust, but it is desperation. Magnus doesn't need to break kind of this formation. Actually, black is stuck. Black can barely move anything at all. The white knight jumping out the way, you can play that at will later on. Maybe he'll play it now, maybe he'll move the knight. You can even take the g7 pawn if you want to be really flashy with the white knight. But I'm expecting Magnus to just take a calm approach, not allow any counterplay or any tricks at all.
Fabiano's down to 42 seconds, and this may be the last 42 seconds of his entire event here. If he loses, he's eliminated. Look at that move, g5, taking away that knight's backtrack.
Beautiful move from Magnus Carlsen there, just removing any defensive hope at all. Look at Fabiano in pain. Oh, he's got no time, simply under 30 seconds now.
And I think he's just coming to terms with everything that's happening, because it is not just about losing this game. Fabiano Caruana will be eliminated. He will be knocked out of the Champions Chess finals. He takes a break. He does pick up the pawn, but now that knight will not jump back to f6 to guard that e-pawn from promoting. There's a check on f3, but I think it's only a check. And Magnus needs to pause, calculate. He does it. He realizes that knight f3 is just a check, grabs that g7 pawn, and it's handshakes. Fabiano Caruana is eliminated. Magnus Carlsen stamps his ticket to the finals.
And what a great game there from Magnus. He even missed a tactic. He was shaken, but he was able to regain his composure. He eliminates Fabiano Caruana, but congratulations are in order to Magnus Carlsen. He moves through to the finals without a third set being necessary.
And you can see the disappointment on Fabi. It was quite the start to the Armageddon. He got the black pieces, he had enough time, and he got the opening that he was hoping for. Then Magnus Carlsen gets the job done, and there's a spring in his step.
Yep, he's in the final. He's relieved after a bit of an up and down day, but commiserations to Fabiano, who put up such a good fight, who's such a warrior, beat Magnus several times in this semi-final clash over the last 2 days, and it's unfortunate he had to go home.
Their day one had 5 decisive games that saw Magnus eventually win. And day 2, Magnus takes the lead against Fabi, but Fabi strikes back to take it to Armageddon. Then Magnus, with his endgame touch, do not trade queens against Magnus, gets the job done, wins in the Armageddon, and he is our first finalist who will play Magnus Carlsen to fight for championship. Will it be Nodebek up to Satrov, or will it be Wesley? So there is a big set 3 coming up with a lot at stake.
There's more chess. Nobody should go anywhere because we have more chess ahead of us today. And while Magnus Carlsen, he deserved to make his way through to the finals. As David said, commiserations to Fabiano Caruana, because very few people can force Magnus into Armageddon 2 days in a row. When trailing in the match, winning on demand, Fabiano Caruana proved to everybody, and hopefully himself, that he can hang tough with Magnus Carlsen.
And Magnus Carlsen there, in the end, did eventually take the endgame. And it was just due to Fabiano not having enough time on the clock to find the correct defense in what was a tricky position. And I wanted to highlight one moment that Fabiano went a bit wrong. He let an equal position slip out of his hands. It was tricky, we will add that. He had sacrificed a pawn earlier, white up here a pawn, and there's an attack against f7. He reacted very naturally with pawn to f6, but if instead he'd first played the move knight to d3, attacking a bunch of pawns and attacking this white rook, he might well have been able to hold the game. Robert earlier mentioned e6, the best try here for white, but if, for example, the rook had moved, then simply knight takes pawn and a level position. This would have at least gave him a safer position, better chances, but unfortunately after f6, white was able to keep the pawn alive, first with a threat, and then pushing the pawn to e6.
So close and yet so far for Fabiano Caruana. He had almost equalized that position and got that draw, but in the end, it is Magnus Carlsen who makes it to the finals. And we've got more chess coming up, as we will have set 3 between Nodebek and Wesley So. And our crew in Toronto is ready to take it away. He is with our first finalist, and we'll be right back with Magnus Carlsen.
I am beyond excited to announce on February 23rd through 25th, we will be hosting the first ever Chess.com Invitational presented by Discraft at the famed course in Brooksville, Florida. We will be kicking off this year's Disc Golf Pro Tour in style with not only incredible disc golf, but many more activities. There will be a one-of-a-kind chess disc golf crossover you won't want to miss, as well as an exclusive Chess.com fan zone. I personally couldn't be more pumped to bring epic disc golf competition in front. Hope to see you all there.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Hello, vanakkam.
Vanakkam. So this is where the magic happens, and this is where all the magic has already happened.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. That's my World Junior.
87.
87. It's difficult to tell you how many doors that opened for me and what historical moment it was, and when I got back. The Chess Oscars, very nice, these 5 of them. The Wanderers.
5, and there's one on top, that is the 6th one. So since he had already got 5, they didn't want to give him the same trophy. So they gave him a trophy of a king with the world in his hand. This is Anand's first ever mention in a newspaper.
Oh.
So this is his first ever he was mentioned.
V. Anand achieved a national record by winning all the 9 rounds to notch a maximum of 9 points in the Sub-Junior Championship.
But imagine now T.S. Ravi's daughter Rakshita is part of the West Bridge Anand Chess Academy. I mean, it's so beautiful to see how life comes around.
So World Rapid Chess and Mind Champion. So this was NIT gave me this nice
Why do I get the feeling that Aruna knows all the trophies and where you won better than you remember it, Anand?
Because I cleaned and read.
Because it's true.
Wait, did you have a favorite? Thank you so much, Anand. I feel this is extra motivation for all the youngsters, this opportunity to actually come here and witness these achievements and spend time with you in this stunning room. Anand, Aruna, thank you so much for this.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
We are here in Toronto. The first finalist is now known. Surprise, surprise, it's Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player in the world. He defeats Fabiano Caruana for the second day in Armageddon. Magnus, you heard everyone talking out there. People were rooting for chess. It was like a predictions right in front of you. You heard us rooting for Fabi a little bit. We wanted more chess, and you spoiled it. You sent him home.
I didn't hear that. I mean, I'm that way myself, like watching if games can go to overtime, I always root for that.
Yeah,
I usually root for underdogs.
So you're not holding it against us?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, we're good.
No, but I was joking because you walked in and we were all like, me, Wesley, and Maxime were like, well, we're all rooting for Fabi. We're rooting for more chess. And you walked in and it was pretty funny. But anyway, man, talk a little bit about this match. Obviously, Fabi's a beast. Not many people can beat you in rapid chess. He beat you several times in this match. Overall, you did get the job done, obviously, in Armageddon. But talk a little bit about Caruana, if you don't mind, and just how tough this one was.
Yeah, he's really strong. So it didn't feel like I was ever outplaying him much. I was mainly holding on, and to be fair, like, yeah, he could easily have won this match. Like, there's no doubt about that. With the chances he had, that he could have won this match. So yeah, I managed to pull through. Felt that he was really nervous in the Armageddon now. But yeah, I mean, of course he's extremely strong, and yeah, not an easy guy to kick.
Did you really have no idea what you were going to write down for the Armageddon? Like, we were all out there discussing if it was genius, if you wrote 10-0-0 because you knew he was going to bid 958, but then you answered like, I had no clue, I just wrote something.
Yeah, I was just pissed after the game. I had no idea what to write, really. So I did, like, the most my brain was able to process was that he wrote like 958 or something, or like 1001 or 1002 or something yesterday. So I thought I'd go a few seconds lower, which is like the most basic. It's like if your opponent did rock the last time, you'll do paper because you think he'll do it again. So yeah, no, there was not much thought into it, but I've been struggling so hard with black today that I thought I was not unhappy to play white.
Congratulations, you made it to the final. So you got the -10 on the goals. We won through there. Of course, maybe having a little bit of fun, obviously, in Toronto too. The B3 thing, are we gonna see that in the final? One B3?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, but I haven't thought about it. I would say there was one really big moment during this Armageddon. I think, first of all, he did fine from the opening. He was doing well. Then we exchanged queens, and he pushed the pawn, which was a little bit risky. I think he could have done other things. But anyway, the key moment was after I played bishop g5. It took, and after f6, I almost went e6, because I was absolutely sure that he'd played knight d3 instead of f6. So I was so shocked that I almost like played.
You almost
e6.
touched the wrong piece.
Yeah, I almost touched the wrong piece because I was in my mind he'd already played knight d3, and then I looked at the board and I was like, oh, this is f6, which I thought was not a good move.
Yeah.
Or at least it would give me great practical chances. So yeah, it tells you something about like sometimes we're just way too like locked in on something.
This might be too philosophical. I don't mean to butt in.
No, go for it.
Second item on your list of accomplishing, you had the B3 and the minus 10. What is fun for you in chess? Like, how do you have fun? It's just winning.
That's fun.
Like, the game is fun. What is fun?
When you feel flow in the game, that helps a lot. And to be honest, like there was no flow in these games. Like Fabi is too good. Yeah, there was little flow. I mean, winning is fun, but yeah, fun equals winning with flow.
Okay.
You talked about the emotion you had going right from a loss to Armageddon. You don't have time to collect your thoughts. We obviously see this in online formats a lot, right? Where you just have so many games to play, you don't have time to collect yourself if the momentum is going wrong, right? And now here we have an over-the-board format that is also very, very fast, right? You don't have time from a loss to Armageddon. Do you like this? Do you like the idea of it being in a way that maybe challenges the emotions, the sporting elements, kind of the toughness in that? Or are you like, hey, I actually, in those moments, would have preferred a moment to take a breath?
Honestly, there seems to be some issue every time that we're about to start the game. Like, I always get like 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes. Like, it always seems to take longer than it was supposed to originally. And good or bad, when I've lost a game, big game, I just want to like take a couple of minutes, maybe go to the bathroom, and have a little bite, but that's it. Then I just want to see.
You want to play?
Yeah, I just want to play.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. We gotta fix the format, guys.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I don't think he's saying that. I think I understand what you're saying. That, but at least if you're, do you feel like you play a little better if you're a little on edge? What is the best Magnus?
Right. That's a great question.
I really think the best Magnus is when I play with confidence, without fear. When I take risks. That's when I play the best.
Yep. Well, are we gonna have the best Magnus tomorrow? You feeling better? You feel like you started off today?
Yeah, I mean, I in general felt a lot better today than the last couple of days. So, hopefully that trend can continue. And Fabi is really strong, so I'm not too unhappy with the way that I played today. In general, I just faced a strong opponent, and another time he might have definitely nicked this one.
Last chance, I got to ask it. I think it's the normal sporting thing to do. You get to pick your opponent at this point. So, or Noterbeck, who you picking?
Probably Noterbeck is, but I mean, they both have great moments and they both have extremely vulnerable moments. So it's very hard to say. I mean, from game to game, you cannot predict what is happening next. Like, there seems to be a lot of nerves. So I have no idea what's gonna happen there. And I think Noterbeck, like, getting that win with Black, I think was important. He saw that Wesley was vulnerable even today. So I don't think he'll be feeling any less confident than usual before the third match.
All right, well, we're going to see. We're going to be watching as fans. Hopefully you'll be watching too, but congratulations, man. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Enjoy your night. And we'll see you then. There's our first finalist punching his ticket, and this is what it took for him to get there. A couple of 3-2 victories over Fabiano Caruana in Armageddon. And like Magnus said, this match in some ways could have gone either way, right? Fabi did have his chances and just was unable to get it done in some of those big moments. And that's why Magnus Carlsen is usually the last guy standing because he does tend to get it done in those most dramatic moments. But all right, Fabiano is with Kaya talking about the loss and his experience here in Toronto.
He has given it an awesome fight, but it ends here in the CCT finals for Fabiano. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, pretty disappointed. I think I had a good position in this last game. I just rushed a little bit when I probably took on C3 or took on F5. I mean, I should be completely fine in that position. I thought I was okay after night before when I took on C3. I mean, maybe it's already unpleasant after Rook C1, but yeah, I rushed at some moment in the opening, and then I got an unpleasant endgame, probably very dangerous endgame, and I don't know, maybe I could have defended it better, but it started to look really dangerous, and Knight G, yeah, looked like a bad position.
Do you feel, though, with game 4 here especially, that you do go out with style?
Yes, it doesn't really matter, I guess, how you lose. I left a lot of chances on the table, so I do have some regrets for sure.
What has been your highlight from the CCT Finals 2023?
Well, I enjoyed it overall quite a bit, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe when I reflect back, I'll have a bit more perspective now. It's just a bit disappointing.
I know you're very disappointed right now, but can I get your predictions for what will happen here now with Wesley and Norderbeck, first of all?
I think most likely we'll see Magnus against Wesley in the final, but anything can happen.
Now, Fabi, what's up for you in the next few weeks here?
I'll play the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and before that I have some rest, but not a whole lot, so it's about 10 days from now.
And obviously, there will be a candidates tournament happening here in Toronto in some months. Do you feel that you will come here with a good feeling?
Well, I have to prepare quite a lot for the tournament, and I suspect candidates will be very tense, but I am looking forward to it.
Fabi, thank you so much for all the entertainment and for your thoughts here in the Mix Zone.
Thank you.
That was Fabiano Caruana for you. Back to you guys.
There you see, your heart goes out to Fabiano Caruana. Not many people can take Magnus Carlsen to 2 Armageddons and really have his chances, but Fabi did. He couldn't quite hold on. Magnus is a little bit more accurate, not even a full point. Wow. Your thoughts on that? Look how close that chess was.
I mean, it's tough. You know, you can feel for Fabi there because he's like, bro, I'm like this close. Like I'm here, Danny. I'm here. But then you're not at the end of the day. It's really tough. It's really tough to see.
Yeah. We just saw world number 1 versus world number 2.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I mean,
I guess that's what we should get, right?
Admittedly, classical chess. That you could call that the real fun. It's like when the top 2 have to play in any semi, in any knockout type of event. That could have been our final match.
Yeah.
Nodierbeck versus Wesley could have been, but this is the reality. And unfortunately for Fabiano, his road has come to an end in the most brutal way. 2 Armageddons back to back.
Yeah. And you saw him just kind of say, like, hey, right now, I'm not shaking this one up. Maybe everyone else expects me to lose to Magnus, but he doesn't go into those matches expecting to lose to Magnus. He knows he can beat Magnus. And again, we were a game in each match from it going the other way, as Magnus said. So how do you build on that, I guess?
Yeah, I think taking obviously this experience and going into his next tournaments with, a clear head. If you saw Dennis got knocked out and then won Title Tuesday, who does that? Just lose to everyone or lose my matches and then crush everybody else in Title Tuesday. So I think he'll be in good spirits actually after he lets it settle in, go and get prepared for the next tournaments.
I say that Fabiano takes the loser of Wesley versus Nodierbeck and just grabs him and it's like, we playing for third. Like, we're not getting no third split. There is no, he's like, we're getting a bronze medal match up on the stage. We should have done that. I mean, damn, but
that's not a bad idea. We should have done that.
And Fabi's going to Samarkand, right? He's playing in the World Rapid.
Yeah, he's planning to, Yeah,
so he has a chance to still grab a medal and potentially have a good event.
Yep.
I'm a Fabi fan. I'm biased.
We all are.
We all are. Ends the year strong.
And maybe Fabi will be with us on the show tomorrow. I think he's hanging out for the weekend. So stick around if you're a Fabi fan. A lot of people do love his commentary. I'm sure we'll get him on the show. But all right, Wesley So has earned a lot of new fans every time he seems to smile or laugh or throw down in some content, whether it's White Elephant or some sort of rapid fire. He and I decided to have a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of fun, and I played blindfold blitz with him. He's blindfolded, not me. Here's a quick preview of what happened.
It's pretty much impossible these days to think of challenges that are difficult for Wesley So, but we're gonna try to come up with one right here, right now, which is that we're gonna play blindfold blitz. So I'm actually gonna get up right now, and I'm gonna blindfold him. All right, this is, nothing weird's gonna happen here. Trust me. There you go. Close your eyes. Right. No funny business.
You're gonna move the pieces for me.
I'm gonna move the pieces for you. So all you gotta do is just say the move, and I'm gonna move the pieces for him, and we're gonna see how this goes. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm gonna start your clock. You just say your move and hit your clock.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Play 1B3.
Okay. Okay, so he plays B3. I'm gonna play Knight F6.
Bishop B2.
G6.
Knight F3.
Bishop G7.
C4. C4.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
You got a good position.
All right, knight takes D4.
Queen takes D4, check.
Knight to F6.
Queen E3.
I think you're doing great, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
If you're worried.
Yeah, that looks like a very boring position. Give me your best, Danny.
I'm to my best, but suddenly I'm lacking a little bit of a plan. Let me think here. Why am I struggling so much with the right thing to play here?
My plan now is just to try to flag you.
Yeah, which is, first of all, a genius plan. Queen to B6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Maybe I should have given you 10 minutes.
All right, I know. I'm old and slow. I'm all those things.
You're not 40 yet.
All right, I'm gonna play rook to D8.
I'll play rook SD1.
You play a lot of good chess moves. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Hold a freaking draw here. Come on, Dan. All right, rook takes D1.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I gotta do what I need to do to win.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. I respect it. Knight to F6.
What are you doing? You training something?
I don't know. I mean,
I'll play king to E3.
why did you have to see it? It was just pick one. rook to D1.
D?
D1.
Yeah, I see you, Danny.
Okay. You have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
All right, I got you training something?
I don't know.
I'll play rook to C4.
Okay, bishop to D5.
I'll play rook to C3.
Wesley, this is your chance to blunder. You can do it. Rook to G1.
Push A5. No more mate.
Rook to G1.
I'll play pawn to E4.
Oh man, that was an accurate move. Bishop to B7.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I like going A8. I can't do it. I can't take advantage of a blind man. I'm getting mated. King to G7.
Why are you running?
That was a good move by me. It's not over yet.
Knight E8 check. I'm gonna play the most boring.
King to F7.
Rook takes bishop A6.
Right, Wesley.
Yeah.
King takes E8.
King E6.
King to F8.
King to F6.
Oh wow, that hurts actually. That's a big time. Oh, I lost on time.
Oh,
that was a big time. I lost track of time. Wow.
Good game.
I almost feel okay about myself. Almost.
Yes. Yeah, you're doing good for your first game after a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Best of luck in the rest of the week. We'll let you go get some dinner. I gotta get some dinner.
Thank you so much, Danny.
We'll talk later.
Pleasure.
You guys think you would beat him in that same format?
Probably not, but I do better than you.
80% accuracy?
Same. I feel
No, the problem is he played this like stupid B3 thing. Like play some mainline stuff.
Yeah, you wimp. What are you absolutely.
Come on, Wesley. He purposely took me to some stupid positional chess. I don't have time for that.
Nobody has time for B3. What's that?
Wow, you was 80% though, not bad.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Wesley, he also played 1v3 against Noterbeck, and that got the job done in their first game. First game of that match. And
I don't mean to butt in, but I'm absolutely going to butt in. Like that 87.5%, I really feel like from Noterbeck was that first game. That B3 game.
Yeah, that was a bad game.
Without that game, I feel like he's back over 90%. That was a crazy first game. I don't know what happened there, but clearly really thrown off by that one B3. Unironically, I guess Wesley was inspired by his blind game.
That's crazy.
I didn't even make that connection, but you're right.
E3, right?
It's like it worked against Danny. It's gonna win.
A lot of people feel better about themselves when they beat me at chess. Feels like a really big accomplishment.
Just let that sit.
Let that sit with the crickets. That anything about beating me inspired Wesley, but he did play 1v3 successfully against Noterbeck. We'll see if he does that again in this next matchup. But all right, we're gonna get to previewing this next matchup here in just a second. But before we do, wanted to a lot of you saw Paul McBeth. If you don't know, that's the GOAT. We're here with the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT of disc golf. I said it. I'll stand by it. Paul McBeth. For those of you who maybe play, might be wondering why in the world is Chess.com involved in a disc golf tournament. Well, it kind of came about organically and accidentally, and I'm gonna let the video explain kind of how we got ourselves in that sticky situation, and then we'll see you on the other side. Ah, what a beautiful day. What in the world? Checkers is attacking! They're everywhere! Ah! We have to fight! Ah! Take that, Checkers! Ah!
Hey! What are you doing? Those are my discs!
Do you work for Checkers?
No, I work for Discraft.
Why are you attacking me?
I'm not. I'm here at a disc golf course throwing discs.
Those aren't Checkers?
No. These are prototypes of new discs for Paul McBeth, and you're in my way, and you ruined a bunch of them.
Who's Paul McBeth?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man. First of all, I'm a huge fan. Second of all, I am so sorry. The green pond can get a little out of control sometimes, and, but you know, honestly, in his defense, there's a very long history between chess and checkers that I could tell you about if you've got a few hours.
Danny, I really don't have the time right now.
Okay. No. Yep, I get it. I feel you on that. Can we replace the discs?
Right now, with the holiday season and the disc costing thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, I don't think there's much you can do.
Okay. There's got to be something, man. Anything.
Actually, I think there is something.
Chess.com is a proud sponsor of the inaugural Chess.com Invitational presented by Discraft. Join Paul McBeth and Chess.com's Danny and Eric from February 23rd to the 25th in Brooksville, Florida. This is the disc golf tournament you don't want to miss.
So disc golf, huh?
Yeah, it's like you take a disc and you're just like,
That's basically what you do. Can I try?
I mean, sure. Yeah, it's like that, but you're like trying to throw to like that basket hundreds of feet away. It's not like that. I mean, not really. You kind of want to like, behind you, you want to like explode through. It's like, whoosh.
Okay.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Did they all go in like that?
That was amazing.
Pawns work. First of all, check out the special effects in that video. You see that? I mean, unless you believe I actually made it that far.
Is that classified as a real sport?
Disc golf?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So do either of you play disc golf?
Regular golf, in fact.
Regular. Well, no, that we like to call it stick golf. You're discriminating. Okay, it's disc golf and stick golf.
I am not about to get canceled.
I play real sports, guys.
Real
Like
sports.
chess,
Okay,
like
so
chess.
fun fact: Eric and I are huge fans of disc golf. Okay. We do want to continue to have chess grow into other communities.
Magnus is actually a disc golf player, and I'm not going to out the family member, but he has a relative who is actually one of the top disc golf players in Norway.
It's in the family. This is
So,
champions
and we'll
in the
see
family.
whether Magnus and anyone else can make it to that event in Florida. But anyway, it's going to be epic. So shout out to the disc golf community, Paul Macbeth, and anyone who thought that was the weirdest collab of all time. It's pretty much a personal, selfish thing. But all right, let's get personal real quick before we send it back to Oslo.
All right, you're handsome.
2 game. Oh, wow.
Well, you said let's get personal.
You look super good.
What was that? Sorry.
Okay. 2 games now.
Okay.
So, Noterbeck. I'm not going to make you be on the spot with a prediction, but your thoughts real quick about what we're about to see.
Well, the momentum is obviously in Wesley's favor, but again, I'm just going to go back to the fact that before the semifinals, I said Wesley is going to win the match. Now, momentum is on his side. He's also probably the better straight-up rapid player by this much, but it doesn't matter. He chose Noterbeck, and we're not going to forget that.
Right.
He chose Noterbeck. Noterbeck punched him in the mouth first. Not actually, as far as we know. Wesley struck back. He's still a slight favorite, in my opinion. We're about to see who's going to join Magnus.
I agree. In fact, I think Wesley actually, when what did they say? When Magnus has more games, it's harder to play against Magnus.
Yeah.
I think with shorter, it's going to be harder to play Wesley. In fact,
Okay.
Just having 2 games there, Noterbeck's going to have to bring his best, and Wesley is doing everything. I mean, he got B3, you got B3, right? So 2 games, right?
I do think we're getting Armageddon.
You think
I'm hoping for Armageddon. We're hoping for the most chess possible. I think I would agree. I also picked a Carlsen final when we did that, but at the same time, Magnus made a great point. As my earpiece pops out, that's live TV. I can hear you there in Oslo. I can hear you. Magnus made a great point, which is Noterbeck wasn't upset before emotionally when he lost to Fabi and then rebounded to beat Hikaru. So the kid seems to have the stuff when it matters most. We'll see if he does it this time. On that note, we're going to throw across to Oslo. Y'all are ready to take it away. I just used y'all correctly.
We saw that video, Danny, and did y'all enjoy it? But my first question to you is, did you really get that, I don't know if it's called a hole-in-one in disc golf, or was that special effects?
I'm going to let the... we'll leave that one to mystery.
You're going to let the disc golf speak for itself.
I'm going to let the disc golf... Levy's going to retire on that one. He's going to walk off camera there. He's going to let the disc golf speak for itself. Yeah, there it is. That's a replay. Look at that.
The Brian
It looks straight.
Scalabrine of disc golf.
I mean, the trajectory...
I
think the trajectory of the disc kind of... Go ahead.
Yeah, the editing was great. We'd never know if Danny actually got that one in or not. But right now, the big question for Noterbeck and Wesley is, can they get themselves into the finals, and who will it be? It's a set 3. It's the final set, and this time it's a best of 2. If it remains a tie, it goes into Armageddon. Today, one thing's clear. It was Wesley So who dominated set 2. He dominated the entire day against Noterbeck, all the games. But Noterbeck has so much to take away from yesterday as well, where he was the one who was just crushing through.
Yeah, Noterbeck played a great set 1 a day ago. Today in set 2, didn't start his way. Hopefully he learns that if the position looks a little bit shaky, he doesn't have to go all in. There's only 2 games. We'll see who's in better form heading into set 3.
Yeah, and here we see Noterbeck in great spirits as he takes his seat. And
Hey guys, can we get some help changing the chairs? Thank you.
More chair drama?
great chair quality out there in Toronto. Noterbeck now just, wow, switching things up. We're getting some help. It's the most manpower I've seen having to move one chair in any tournament hall. If anyone out there wonders what goes on in venues, this is it.
I think we're playing Cherigami or something. You know, I don't really know what's happening there, but the players, they may be a little bit superstitious. They have their preferences, and those chairs, they're pretty bulky. They're good for your back. Good support.
Solid Secret Lab chairs right there. So they're choosing their chairs. They've also got to choose their openings, and it's going to be so much about who gets their kind of positions, because we saw in set 2, Wesley just seemed to get really good outcomes from the very start of the game.
Yeah, Wesley started with B3. He mixed it up because he said he wasn't impressed with the position he was getting out of playing a King's Pawn opening. But Noterbeck, to his credit, he struck back in Game 3, down 2-0. He played a really nice Game 3 with the black pieces, so he's showing that even when it looks like he's about to lose a match, he can still climb back.
Yeah. Back to B3, or will it be back to the King's Pawn for Wesley So, who takes his seat? Glasses are off. Players just getting their poise now. They look ready to go, and we're ready to go here as well.
Ooh, it all comes down to this spot. And look at that stat. The games haven't even started, but Noterbeck playing the mind games.
Looks like he's ready for that chess boxing match, but this will all be settled on the chessboard. Wesley, no more B3 cowboy for him. He's back to his king pawn opening.
But which king pawn opening will it be? No more Scotch game, which led to that disaster in game 3. It's back to the Italian, maybe inspired by Fabiano Caruana's success in this opening against Magnus Carlsen. And Black's knight comes out, the 2 knights defense here against the Italian. Provocative stuff. And look at Wesley, he was eyeballing his opponent there, and he goes in, hoping for the fried liver attack. What will we see? Black's knight dodges. There was a poison pawn in the center. We see a quick trade, but this is a pawn sacrifice from Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
And not one, it can be, I was going to say another pawn can be given up if the queen moves up to f3, but a different opening approach. He does retreat with the bishop. The fried liver attack, it promises to have Magnus on the board very, very early on. What do you think is going to happen? Who is better prepared here, Robert, in this opening right now?
Well, Nodirbek wasn't expecting it. I don't think. He's pausing, he's calculating. And these players, they study their fellow top players' games. Knight g4 jumping out. The knight on g5 is not protected, so the knight likely has to move away from its current square. But what I was going to say is that they study their fellow competitors' games, and Hikaru Nakamura has played the white side of this position many times in important battles. So Wesley, he moves his knight away. It's going to be a real sharp game because Black has given up a pawn, but White's moving those minor pieces numerous times at this stage.
And he's got to move them some more because very often in these positions, Black marches up the board with that f-pawn. It's all about trying to create play, compensation, piece play for that sacrificed pawn. f5 is on the cards. And David, it can happen now.
It can happen now. It most likely will happen now. One thing I should mention is that 2 years ago on the Champions Chess Tour, Wesley So was playing this quite consistently. He even played this variation with the bishop back to d3 against Magnus Carlsen and got a huge advantage. Wesley So created a chessable course in 2021, and it was about this variation. We talk about the top players doing their research, and wow, f5 on the board, a quick flurry, some knights disappearing. Black going for the white king. The f2 pawn now is a big, big target. Who cares about the pawn structure, which is crazy? Black is a pawn down, but he's going on the attack.
Clearly, Nodirbek doesn't care about his pawn structure. That is the strangest pawn formation I've seen on the board. We are on move 12, and look at Black's pawns.
I would never play in this fashion with either color. It looks too risky. Black is currently a pawn down, but there are so many open files and diagonals. You see that dark square bishop that just developed. It's staring at the f2 pawn, the golden pawn, right in front of the white king. White is not castling kingside in this position, not when the h file is also opening up. So Wesley needs to be extremely precise. I actually think that Wesley, if he goes wrong, he could be losing in just a few turns. But if Nodirbek doesn't know how to continue here and keep this initiative, he is down a pawn after all, and the rest of his pawn structure is shattered.
Look at Wesley's body language here. He was shaking his head quite noticeably for a while, then a bit of a kind of brush of the brow there. Now he's just nervously looking at his position, eyeballing his opponent there. He is flummoxed. This was a surprise. Knight to g4, it's a known move, but it very rarely happens at the top level. And if you haven't researched this recently, if you haven't refreshed your mind, haven't looked at what the computer suggests here, as Robert says, it could be knockout within a few moves. You have to be super accurate here. You're treading a fine line as white. He brings his knight out. As far as I know, one of the main moves. And how deeply does Nodirbek know this position?
That's the big question. Wesley is the first one to spring a surprise with knight to g5, the fried liver attack, but Nodirbek counter-surprises Wesley with his own knight a couple of moves later, jumping onto g4, getting this absolute chaotic position. Wesley makes a developing move. The e4 pawn currently hanging. Also so much tension on the king side with the h-line open. Black's rook pinned behind the h5 pawn.
Strategically, Black's in terrible shape, right? He goes queen d4, checkmate in 1 is threatened. Now Wesley castles, and his next move, if f2 doesn't come under any more fire, he wants to push his pawn up to d3 and develop his dark square bishop. He desperately needs to get more pieces into the defense. Now after the castle kingside, the f2 pawn is hanging once more. Queen e1, slide that queen over, bring all of your pieces defending the pawn, and only then push your pawn to d3. I think Wesley knows this quite well.
Yeah, Wesley pausing, but he does eventually play the only move in that position, the key move, sliding across, defending stuff with his queen. And earlier, Robert, you name-dropped Eric Rose in the Stafford Gambit. This looks like a variation of the Stafford Gambit. It looks like white is about to get checkmated. But if you hold things together long-term, it is worth suffering for. You do have extra material potentially. You do have all those targets. So it's all about this initial storm. If White survives, most likely Wesley will win long term. If not, we might see a quick miniature finish. Abdusatorov pausing here. Slight surprise that he's pausing because he was the one who initiated this craziness by throwing the Black Knight to g4. Surely he knows what's going on with Black, and it is up his alley. It is his style. He's looking away. Maybe he's just choosing between two promising moves here, and eventually he takes the pawn. So level material yet again, but it's all the double pawns, isolated pawns in the world for Black, and it does give White the time to play your move, Robert.
The ugliest pawn structure I think we've ever seen. Like, there are two sets of double isolated pawns on E file and G file. Then we have the isolated A and C pawn. So it's really a hideous structure for Black. But after D3, which was necessary from White, you can take this pawn on D3. And in the very near future, there is going to be G4 to G3 exploiting the pin on this dark square diagonal. Maybe you can play Rook takes F2 first even, just to trade even more pieces. Rook takes F2 would be met by G3. And White escapes. You can see the eval bar still hanging towards the center, but Black's getting rid of that really horrendous pawn structure.
Yeah, and there we go. He starts trading off just before it's too late. I wanted to highlight this pawn structure. One isolated pawn, two isolated pawns, doubled isolated pawns, doubled isolated pawns. Yeah, long term, this is suffering for Black, so do not try it at home unless you know you're going to land a killer attack. He does trade off, and moment of truth. Wesley pauses. Will he take back with a pawn, the bishop, or will he drop his own bishop in? I don't think he should actually go for this one because Black would sacrifice the queen. And here it's too much material. One bishop will fall. Yes, the queen disappears. But a rook will fall with check. And it's more about counting here, more about the maths. Bishop, bishop, and rook for the queen. Too much material.
Wesley continues with his head shake, not happy with the opening outcome. And I wonder if that has something to do with the position that we have, or the fact that he was expecting Nordebek to be surprised by his opening choice, but Nordebek, on the other hand, continues to blitz out the moves. And now he's got to show more in this position. Does he go for the sacrifice on F2? Because you have to be quick. Long term, Nordebek doesn't survive this one. Rook takes pawn. Is that the only way to go forward?
I would definitely be playing with that in mind because I want to liquidate and get rid of my double isolated pawns. The problem for Nordebek is even once the pieces come off, there's still enough firepower left to go after Black's remaining pawns. They're all spread out. It's like bowling. You never want to split. You never want pawns split like this. Oof, this feels really not fun for Nordebek, and he's now spending some time here because he wants to figure out, do I trade off pieces or do I have something in this position going after the white king?
We keep saying that it's not fun for Nordebek, but there's only one guy on our screen shaking his head, and it's Wesley So. And what's going on in his mind? Because the position looks defended for Wesley, but awful for Black, and we see Nordebek is in with rook takes pawn. Why is Wesley constantly shaking his head in this opening?
We've seen Wesley's recent tweets or his posts on X. We've seen him in interviews. He's trolling people. It's a red herring. I don't think Nordebek should read too much into the body language here. If Wesley didn't know what was going on, he would have spent 10 minutes, not just 2-3 minutes. So Wesley's just trying to recall everything. Maybe if he's shaking his head, it's just about the fact that he didn't kind of check this line recently. He hasn't analyzed it with the latest engines, or not in the last few months at least. But rook takes pawns on the board, fireworks. Wesley has to defend accurately. But is he going to take this rook back with his own rook or with the queen? That's the first question. Queen's honor off the board as Nordebek stretches, looking confident.
He's flexing, right? He's showing that he's worked out. He's just getting in those what are the traps. And so you see that rook takes F2. It's setting up a bit of a trap because Black does want to push this pawn to G3 and go after the pin. And look at this decision from Wesley. He gets all the pieces off the board. I get the feeling he still knows what he's doing. He may be shaking his head, grabbing his face, all that stuff. I really think that Wesley has studied this position and he might even have more lines to go.
Perhaps the head shake is because he realizes that Nordebek also knows exactly what he's doing, because it feels like he's managed to equalize the position. At least that's what the bar says. It's easy for us to say, but once again, the position doesn't look as easy as it looks. And for now, he at least delays taking that F2 pawn, the umbrella pawn, as you call it, Robert, which keeps White's king safe so far in the position, not opening up the F line for the Black rook to slide over.
Yeah, it feels like one of those openings, and this is very common in modern chess, especially at the top level. It feels like a line where you test your opponent, you've both done the clicking, you've both checked the engine, what the top moves are. You have to remember it, of course, but if you both remember, the game does fizzle out towards a balanced position. But white is the one testing black right now. Yes, black's got an extra pawn, but black's pawn's still ugly. I'm expecting Wesley to continue, after a bit more thought, to kind of develop his pieces. Once the white bishop, dark square bishop, and rook are into the game, we will see a roughly level endgame here.
And let's remind everyone, it's a best of 2. So this is Wesley's only white in this match. So perhaps just a bit disappointed that he didn't get more out of the opening than he was expecting from the surprise. And to break down the action more, we got reinforcements coming in from Toronto as Danny is being joined by Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. Take it away, Danny. This opening, this outcome of this, what do you think? Will Nordebek hold his game 1 with black?
Thanks, Tanya. I'm gonna ask Maxime that question because he's probably the one who has a little more to say than I do in regards to whether Nordebek will hold. But I will quickly say it does look like Wesley's a little frustrated, maybe because Nordebek knew this line, and the fact that the kid is up 2 minutes on the clock doesn't help. But Maxime, we're gonna dive in and analyze this. Your thoughts on what we see on the board before we maybe talk about the storylines off the board.
I think Wesley handled the opening surprise very well. I like his position. I was considering moves like, okay, first bishop d2, of course, get this knight back to b7.
Yeah.
I mean, no or later. And then knight g5 to avoid bishop e6.
Okay.
Create some threats around the king. But of course, the problem of doing that is this pawn on f2 becomes very relevant. So maybe it's a bit too risky. Like bishop g4 is possible still for black.
Yeah.
But in general, of course, there are much safer ways to play for Wesley. Like, he can grab the pawn on f2 and is very slightly better. But, yeah, he can push somehow.
So you think Wesley, it feels okay, though, about his position right now?
Right now, I think he feels okay. He's just trying to find if there's a way to push for an advantage. Like, you can play c3 first, you can play many things.
Right.
So,
do you think he feels pressure in a 2-game match to push here with white? Obviously, Nordebek has had some good victories as white, so...
Well, first of all, I think he's regained confidence after this first match of the day, where he was dominant. He had this slip in the 3rd game, but in general, he was like clearly the best player today. And so, I don't think he feels bad at all if it goes to a 2nd game with black. Of course, when it comes to Armageddon, it's a different thing because it's all relies on one single game. So. But he knows that Nordebek will go for a full fight in the 2nd game, and then maybe he'll try to make use of that. But right now he's looking if he has something to actually put pressure, maybe something like very direct, c3 before a4 to play a5.
So just pawn c3, pawn b4, pawn a4, and just try to advance on the queen side.
Yeah. Yep. Then I'm guessing a5 will happen, but maybe it's a way to go, because then you can go with
maybe black plays a5 though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yep. Maybe you go some bishop a3 somewhere, like, I don't know, because the bishop on b6 becomes also a little bit vulnerable. I don't know. Okay. It's a very complicated position, I must say. Like, you can easily make mistakes if you try to overpush with white or with black.
I like that, even with the queens off the board, that there's a lot of complexities going here. Okay, so we've seen inside the crystal ball of a super grandmaster's mind. Maybe some of these variations will happen on the board for fans, but I want to ask you the same thing we just asked Magnus. I think a lot of us saw Wesley as the favorite coming in for good reason. A lot of people, I think, feel that way, but Magnus said he thinks Nordebek recovered well the day before and thinks Nordebek's, in form right now. So who do you think is favorite right now?
We had this discussion with Magnus. Yeah. I'm still going for Wesley.
Well, you're rooting for Armageddon first and foremost,
of course.
Like me, because we want more time on the couch.
Of course, I was very disappointed that we didn't get a third set between Magnus and
Bobby.
Yeah, because we want more chess.
We want more chess. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, but in general, I would say. So Magnus said that he feels Wesley is a bit shaky, so maybe he has more insight because he's in the room when they're playing. Maybe he feels more the tension that he inhabits Wesley. But yeah, in general, I feel like he should be the favorite.
It's funny. What do you think about Magnus's comments about when he said he thinks both players have had great moments here, but both players have also looked extremely vulnerable at times?
Yeah, I think it's true for almost everyone here.
Maybe besides Magnus, or even Magnus, you think?
I would say Wesley was very dominant in the round robin section. Magnus has been quite dominant, but against Fabi, he didn't
that's
show.
true. He had some moments, yeah.
He didn't show total control for sure. So we'll see how it goes. Like Wesley has been the most stable player of the field, but it's true that he had these moments of nervousness.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
there's a lot at stake here, I guess.
Okay. I think Tanya's gonna chime in here. Go for it.
Yeah, really cool insights there, Maxime, on the psychology of the opening that we're seeing. But I've got one more question for Maxime, Danny. That we here in the studio, we've been talking so much about Nordebek's death stare, just the way he looks so confidently at his opponents. And I want to ask Maxime, being on the opposite side of Nordebek, what's been his experience with that? Is that something that he's noticed about Nordebek?
Tanya's asking about.
I was hoping you'd say, "Could you repeat, please, Tanya?"
Could you repeat, please?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Tanya's asking what it's like to play Nordebek, because they've been talking in the studio about the fact that he's very intense over the board. He's got a death stare. He kind of stares you guys down. Obviously, you've played a lot of intimidating characters in your time, but does that bother you at all, or what are your thoughts about the way he can really gaze into his opponent's eyes?
In general, during games, I very rarely look at my opponents. So I'm completely unbothered. I'm focused on my play. I might be looking at the ceiling more than their faces.
Do you think that's true for all players, though, or
that's just me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. When you're looking at the ceiling, are you going full Beth Harmon up there? Like, what are you looking at? Are you thinking about what you had for breakfast?
I can be thinking about any sort of random thing.
Like a nishigiri?
Probably not.
Not a nishigiri. All right. Well, we're having a good time here. Anything else you want to say before we head back to the couch and just analyze?
No, I'm good.
Okay. You're doing good.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna. He's unfazed.
Exactly. Unbothered.
And we're gonna go back to the couch and chill out. We're gonna throw it back to you guys now.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Danny.
That's what we're gonna do. All right. Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys. Unbothered, unfazed. Really interesting, because I think when you're playing against a guy like Nordebek, you need to do that. You need to just block out any sort of eye contact with him. He can be really scary. And I saw him give a little bit of a stare once again there.
I think the only thing making Maxime uncomfortable was this conversation and standing next to Danny. So it was successful in that regard. They're going to head back to the couch. But for these two players, there's no taking it easy. I mean, that king on h7 right now for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it doesn't have too many squares. If you imagine a white rook landing on the h-file, it could fall victim to a checkmating net. That's not out of the question. And the bad pawn structure remains for black. Even material, but black's pawns are worse. So I do prefer, just like Maxime said, white's position. I think Wesley has chances in this endgame.
Definitely, and White's next few moves are straightforward. White would love to, for example, land a rook on h1, as you say, Robert, so maybe plant the king on e2. If you want to focus in, zone in on this e5 pawn, then you just shift your rook to the e-file. Simple play there. Beautiful outpost for your knight if you can land it, and maybe even expand pawns on the queen side. For black, it's far less clear what you should be aiming for. You need to balance out the long-term strategic deficiencies, especially these isolated pawns, with dynamic play, active play, but how do you achieve that? I was looking, for example, at this knight jump to try and hit the bishop, but the bishop just slides back with a check. And at the very minimum, you just move your rook across. Pressure. Black is the one certainly on the back foot. And I don't think Nodirbek is his type of position. Yes, he's great in endgames, but this one is far more static, his weaknesses. And unless he can gain that energy that he loves and make it more about calculation, then I think he's going to struggle.
But we know Nodirbek, he's so good when it comes to endgames. And right now, though, he has pressure and reasons to be worried about, but the kind of endgame technique that he's been showing in this tournament, I'm not worried for him in this one.
I definitely am worried. I just hate his pawn structure. And something that people should remember is that we like our pawns in the center during the early stages of the game because they restrict the enemy pieces. But in the end game, flank pawns can actually be super dangerous because they tie your opponent's pieces down to the side of the board while you activate your own pieces in the center. And one of the main moves we were just talking about, David was suggesting rook over to e1 next to that white king. Very logical, going after this pawn on e5. I just feel like there's so many weaknesses that black has to keep an eye on. And for Nordebek here, he's a great endgame player, but nobody would be comfortable playing this from the black side.
All right, so Nordebek needs to be a little careful, a little precise. Though he can start thinking about his own play. We know he loves the initiative. He does take out the bishop, the rook eventually hoping to land on the f file to try to put pressure on that eventually pinned knight on f2. But first, if Wesley gets in the pressure on the e5 pawn, will he go passive with his own rook, or is he expecting to continue? More development, get that knight to d6, hit that bishop on c4. Is he going to look for initiative in this one?
Make it sound easy, Tanya, that the black pieces can flow forward. And, of course, Abdusattorov, he's an expert at making it look easy on the board. And I think you're right, that black knight will come in with gain of tempo in the next few moves. Do you line up the black rook against the white king? First of all, that's one question. I'm not sure whether the tactics work out there. You need to calculate a bit. Very minimum, you just defend your e-pawn, but no, he goes for that other option. Every move with tempo, gain time, hit the opponent's loose pieces, the knight hitting white's bishop, and forcing it away.
To slide back, I think that Wesley can make a quick move. He's not playing this game that quickly overall, which I think is worrying for him, as his time trouble has been really a problem in his match against Nordebek. Yesterday, Nordebek was able to win an endgame where the eval bar was right at the middle because Wesley was not able to handle himself without too much time on the clock. But I think he can slide his bishop back to b3. Next, trade the dark square bishops if he ever needs to, but putting that one on the e3 square, and black's problems persist. I'm not trying to exaggerate the issue. Black should be able to hold, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. These are words that are not so meaningful when we're talking about blitz chess, which is the time control we're about to enter.
And the one thing I will mention today, because it's going to be a marathon day of chess, is that the last time we had a day this long on the Champions Chess Tour finals, it was when Abdusattorov took down Nakamura just a couple of days ago. So he does have the stamina. If he can survive this game, I think he'll be feeling super confident. Now that it's just a two-game shootout, essentially, I think this one is just important to survive with black. You don't want to get too ambitious. If you save this, you move on. You have white, maybe an Armageddon, but you're younger, you have energy. I think he might become the favorite if he holds.
That's the big if, and again, I think he would be able to do this. I see the pawn structure that you're pointing at, but I love the bishop's activity in this position. The rook lining up on the f line, but he decides to first defend the e-pawn. I can't start marching up the board and create threats of his own. Right now, Nordebek doing everything right, and it's been quite a journey for Nordebek from the start. Took him 7 days to get the visa done, to get his travel sorted, to reach Toronto. So stamina is definitely not on his mind because he's here. A determined Nordebek, a very determined Nordebek.
Such a phenomenal player. I think it's hard not to root for him. But Wesley So has many fans out there as he trades off those dark square bishops. So minimal pieces remaining. That may seem like good news for Nordebek because white can't attack the weak pawns without pieces of his own. So both players are handling this very well. Whatever winning chances Wesley hopes to have are in the long term. But in the short term, it seems like Nordebek, with the lead on the clock, playing excellent chess, and now he has to worry about two different pawns. See, Wesley, he's poking and prodding.
And the good thing in this position for black is that the white knight doesn't have too many squares to jump into the game to start putting pressure on that black e5 pawn. So Wesley has managed to maximize his pressure with the rook, but there isn't another assistance coming in to attack the weaknesses. Meanwhile, Nordebek, his own knight can start jumping into enemy camp. Knight c4 in the air.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe. He needs to act aggressively and actively here because suddenly you don't want to curl up and be passive. A big weakness on the c6 square and critical moment. Wesley So throwing a spanner in the works, hitting this pawn. Your move, Tanya, I guess would force the white rook to decide. Do you step back, defend this pawn? Do you slide across with a check? Suddenly it's getting a bit tactical. This check could mean that you eat this pawn, you grab this pawn with gain of time next move. I'm not sure where the black king goes, but you can take this pawn, hit the black rook right now.
C8.
Rook c8, you have to do something with this bishop. Yeah, maybe it's working out for black. maybe this pawn will simply drop next move. But this is what they're calculating right now. And the alternative, I guess, for Wesley So there is to just drop back, defend, and say, how are you defending this one? Not too easy.
Because the rook might get overloaded. He does play knight c4, does Nordjebek, and he's going to have a difficult next choice because you bring your rook to c8, then you've lost sight of the e5 pawn, and I can kick your knight out of c4, go right after that e5 pawn. Thank you very much for the material. So these decisions are really difficult for Nordjebek, and that's why I tell people at home that when you have the eval bar, it doesn't always tell the full story because Nordjebek's on the defensive here, and Wesley knows it.
Knows it. He gives a check, not the move we were thinking, not keeping control. Maybe he's calculated something. Maybe he realizes that this pawn is juicy. He wants to, by force, snap it off the board. So a check, and the black king has to decide. You normally don't want to go towards the edge of the board ever in chess, and especially in an endgame where you want to be centralized. I'm assuming the black king will step towards the center, but the question is, what happens here?
There's a tactic. I think at the end here, Wesley wants to play bishop to b5, and after knight takes b2, there's rook f3, and all of a sudden you're being met by g4 or rook takes f5 with bishop b7 check. But no, I'm wrong because Wesley decides to go a different direction. He just pushes the pawn that was under attack, but there are all sorts of tactics in the air here.
Wow, it's suddenly getting really kind of concrete. Suddenly it's not about these general principles that we've been discussing. It's about whether black can kind of survive, hold on, move by move. Especially the c6 pawn, it might just drop. You do not want to go to the edge of the board ever. Your knight will simply be pinned here and stuck here defending a mere pawn. So that's the last thing on Abdusatorov's mind right now. Knight attacked, pawn attacked, and he's on the back foot.
Nordjebek doesn't retreat. He doesn't go backwards. So I want to ask you a question. Is a knight to d2 a possibility? It gives a check, but I can very well end up getting trapped or losing material. Also, after giving a check on d2, White's king will step forward, putting pressure on that knight. The pawn on c6 still hanging. And I'm trying to figure out, do you move back with the knight to the center of the board?
Do you know what tells the biggest story, even more so than the moves that are being played? I'm looking at the clock. Nordjebek was up several minutes, and now he makes the wrong choice, goes to the edge of the board, and Wesley at any moment can push his b-pawn one more time, kick that knight out of there to win the c6 zone. But I like what Wesley is doing. He's not rushing. He's not giving key squares back to Nordjebek. Knight on the rim is looking dim here, and these pawns still are a problem for black.
The knight looks dim, the position looks grim. He's pushing forward with his pawns, but I always talk about the theory of two weaknesses in middle games, end games. Here, black has the horrible pawn structure, all of them isolated. Now the second weakness is just the placement of his knight. Wesley can play against that long term. He's happy to trade off the other minor pieces because if you compare the final pieces remaining, the white bishop will always dominate this black knight on the edge of the board. So a check, if this knight is not captured, it will simply slide back, blockade black's central pawn. This is really classy stuff from Wesley, so this is where he thrives. And I still think Nordjebek is really going to need something special to save this game.
That's really great technique there, because when you trade, it's not just about the pieces that you've traded, but what remains on the board. And if you compare the white bishop to that black knight, it's clearly superior to the knight, which will be on the defense. But also Nordjebek does not have an option. He has to go for this. Bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop. There's still a big threat of that b pawn moving one step forward and deflecting the defender of the c6 pawn. b4, how do you fight it?
And let's not forget that the e4 pawn is also on a light square, and white has a light square bishop, so g5 is a great choice from Nordjebek. It allows him to bring his king forward and keep it attached to that pawn. But Wesley, he's not going to rush. Love that move, rook to g3. That rook did not have much real estate. Now it's going to slide to the h-file. That's a fully open line to work with. The white king can step forward at any moment. The black knight is not participating right now. It's merely a defensive piece.
He's undaunted, Wesley, so his rook was a bit stuck there. He's simply going to take his time out here, dropping back. He's going to reposition his rook, repurpose it. I mean, this is just so tough for black to defend. And you can tell, looking at the clock, Abdusattorov, look at the body language as well, scratching his head. He can barely find a move. There's not that much productive to do. And sooner or later, as soon as that white rook activates, the threats will increase. So, okay, he activates his own rook, trying to cut off the white rook's access to open files. Really clever move there. But now the black e-pawn has been abandoned.
Yeah, there was so much hesitation by Nordjebek before he made this move, so he's definitely feeling uncomfortable in this endgame. And again, I've been talking about this idea of just winning the c6 pawn, and I'm trying to get my head around, why has Wesley not already gone for b4 and bishop takes pawn?
Because sometimes the pressure is actually the way to beat these top GMs. You can win a pawn, then give them activity. He just stole the pawn at the right moment. So I love the way he's played. And Nodirbek does look uncomfortable here. He's trying to will himself back in this game, but he lost a c6 pawn. e4 is now under attack. White has these outside pass pawns that he's going to struggle to deal with. He brings his king forward. Maybe he wants to go further even more, but Wesley gives a check. So if the king goes forward, rook g4 check will win the g5 pawn.
And look how calm Wesley looks right now. Just his body language, and meanwhile, Nodirbek with the piece 20, you can tell that you don't even have to look at the board to understand what the evaluation is. You can look at the players and you know what's going on.
Then again, a bit of a scratch on the head of Wesley So, and he's repeated the position. The second time we've seen this, again, the second time we've seen this position, if Wesley gives a check, he might have the option to repeat, but he is a pawn up. Surely with white, he should be playing for the win.
He might be worried, though, because if the black rook can successfully slide to d8, in it comes to d2, and that white king is forced back to its first rank. And that can be scary, where you are up material, but your opponent who has the coordinated pieces, that rook on g3 is actually quite misplaced in this position. It doesn't have too much wiggle room. So Nodirbek, he loses a pawn. I don't even want to say he gave it up. I think Wesley outplayed him there, but he still has good chances.
And Wesley, he has to decide, ethical decision here. Do you play for a win in a short 2-game match with white, a pawn up, but with a bit of risk attached, or do you take the draw, bail out now, safety, get closer to that Armageddon? He gives another check. Second time we've seen this position as well, and he plays on. He plays for the win.
He's going for it. He wants more in this position. Wesley So is up a pawn, and he's trying to get the match advantage in this one. The bishop is attacked. Watch out. Rook on coming to d2 as well once the bishop moves.
But this is clever stuff from Wesley. He repeated once, then he spent his time. He can bring his bishop to attack the knight. The problem is, if the black rook gives a check, he can first protect his bishop. So look what he's doing. Every single move, he's restricting black's access. I think that's a nice try, but it's clear the eval bar is not the biggest fan. It says that black is actually holding on.
Can you repeat here immediately with just the king shuffle, keep attacking the white rook?
I think Wesley has calculated well there. If the black king shifts over to attack white's rook, the white rook slides to the center. And look at the black pawn in the center. It will drop off, and once the white rook takes it, the black knight will also be hit. So actually, he's kind of setting a trap here, Wesley. So if the black king moves, white would have had a decisive advantage. Instead, the pawn pushes forward. A vulnerable square, but closer to promotion. Now the white bishop is really stuck. You cannot move it out of the way because the black rook will penetrate, will drop down to d2 with a check. You need to keep the black rook passive, and I think this is a really, really important move from Nodirbek.
And my question was going to be, what's black's next move? And Wesley, he poses the same question. If you can't actually improve your pieces, let's go. Push those pawns up the board. And Nodirbek pushes his own pawns, so now white has access to a pass pawn. He can, in fact, take that pawn on a5. If the knight takes back, down goes that e3 pawn in the center.
He takes it, more pawns off the board, but pawns on both flanks, more importantly, so the bishop better than the knight. And now, can he take on e3? Can he take the black pawn sitting in front of white's king? If he can, he's simply 2 pawns up and should win the game.
But perhaps that bishop is loose on d7, so Tanya's idea from earlier, king g6, just to kick that rook out of there. So Wesley might retreat his bishop now. That knight is on the rim, so bishop back to b5. The e3 pawn is still a weakness. Maybe black has to go all in, but you look at the time right now. Wesley, he's down to about 40 seconds. Nodirbek at 53. Both players getting nervous.
Wow. If Wesley So captures the pawn, the most natural-looking move, the black king just follows the white rook, and there is no way to keep the pressure on for white in that pawn. Wesley needs to find a way to keep this game going. If it's not king takes pawn, how does he keep the pressure? He can't move the bishop. The black rook will jump in. How do you continue the game?
I like Robert's move. Move the bishop where you control the black knight. Just keep that black knight sidelined on the edge of the board. But he does take the pawn, and now will we see this dance between the black king and the white rook?
You have a check on e6, but Wesley just repeating? And is he going to give a check on e6 next?
That's the big question, and he does give that check. There's no reason that he should just force a draw. If the king moves back, that white rook can attack the black knight. This is getting very messy, though, because that knight can hop around with some checks. Wesley needs to be careful at this stage.
Yeah, the white bishop is really stuck right now. The knight is attacked, but the knight can jump out the way with a check. The black knight has to save itself. Do not trade off white's bishop for that knight. White is 2 pawns up, and now the white king has to walk into a pin, attacking this black knight, but once the black knight moves, white's bishop, is it doomed?
But I think he's giving up his bishop. He's recognized that if I can trade rooks, I can't lose that endgame. Even though black has an extra knight, white at the very least can go to the king side and steal that last g-pawn. He's got passed pawns of his own, so it's going to be a counting game. And Nodirbek's down to 25 seconds. Is that a-pawn too dangerous?
Great practical decision from Wesley. So playing on, testing Nodibek. Zero risk still for white. Surely he's going to defend his bishop now, Wesley. So the white rook can step up one square to hold the bishop for a move longer. Yes, that bishop falls, but Robert, your idea. Go for that black pawn now. White has still 3 pawns remaining. The black knight is a short-range piece. Can it deal with all 3 pawns?
Wow, and look at Nodibek. He just sets aside all the pieces, and it is go time for both these players. As Wesley saw, he has 2 seconds on the clock. He's burnt so much time.
The good news was there was a series of trades, quick moves. They gained 3 seconds per move. The knight does chase this pawn. And so the question is, can the knight get back in time? If that were a bishop, black is holding, because bishops are long-range pieces. But that knight might be slow to get back and chase down a potential pass G-pawn.
And here we go, the pawns disappearing, and it does look like Nodibek here will be safe. It's only 2 pawns now. The knight will deal with one, the king deals with the other. Handshake, draw.
Nodibek survives. What a fight. Wesley did everything he could to maximize his chances, but Nodibek, with some sneaky defense in the end, sacrificing the pawns, gets the job done for himself. That's a draw, a final rapid game coming up as the score remains level.
What a hold from Nodirbek Abdus. You see him breathing out for probably the first time in half an hour. What a save by him, because he was in huge trouble. Wesley was pressing and outplaying him.
Just fantastic, fantastic resistance there by Nodibek under so much tremendous pressure. Wesley declining repetitions not once but twice. But in the end, Nodibek, he managed to secure that draw. A really critical half-point save, especially in a best-of-2, David.
Yeah, it was essential to hold that game. He was on the back foot pretty much for its entirety, right from the opening, Nodibek Abdusattorov. And I just wanted to highlight that flurry of moves in the beginning of the game, where Abdusattorov actually out-prepared his opponent, Wesley So, basing his preparation on Wesley's chessable course and launching a novelty a bit later. So it was here where black, after a trade of pawns on d3, played rook takes f2, initiating tactics, but after some queens were exchanged, after black won the sacrificed rook due to this pin, we saw an endgame. And it was here, already on move 21, such deep preparation, Nodibek played the novelty, the first new move of the game, not covered in Wesley's chessable course. And despite the fact that a few moves down the line, despite the fact he had isolated pawns, weak pawns all over the board, he was able to hold. Black here is in real difficulties, but that half point could be priceless.
It shows how deep preparation is at this level in this day and age, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was right. Wesley was in his comfort zone. He had the upper hand. He almost converted there. He stole a pawn, but Nodibek deserves a lot of credit. He never gave too much ground. He was able to hold off Wesley So. Really nice start for him with the black pieces. He gets white in game 2. You might have to give the nod to Nodibek having the advantage going forward.
It will be a set 3, game 2, the final rapid game coming up. This was game 1, and the scores remain level. Magnus Carlsen is already through to the finals after he sends Fabiano Caruana back home with his victory. And it is a big, big game 2 coming up with so much on the line. And for the players, they walk a tightrope. How much risk are they willing to take in Toronto for that fight to the finals? And it is going to be exciting between Nodibek and Wesley So. We will be back.
We are here in Toronto. I am Kaya, excited for the CCT finals here with Wesley So. Nice to be here in Toronto.
Yes, good. I'm also very excited, and it's good to see you back after such a long time.
Only 8 of you made it here to Toronto. So what makes you excited?
I did very well last year. Hopefully it's a good sign, and it's the same place. You know, this one my most favorite hotels from last year, so hopefully that's a good sign.
What are the fans in for this week?
You know, things are going to happen very quickly. Right from the very beginning, there's a lot in stake here, so players are going to be very competitive.
And obviously, some time ago, you learned that the finals would be over the board. What was your reaction to that?
Honestly, you know, but we're playing in a computer, right?
No, you're playing over the board.
Oh, we're playing in a real board.
Yeah. Oh, so you're learning that now.
Yeah, I was quite confused. I don't know what Magnus has been doing playing online all this time then. Wait, okay, so thank you. Yeah.
Can you describe your playing style?
When I was younger, I would always play 1e4 and play the Sicilian with black. Like, I was very aggressive. I'd go for mating attacks, but I could not play the endgame. And then when I turned 16, I started reading a lot of opening books. And then when I reached 2600, I realized that you cannot just go for the attack every single game and hope to win, because 2600s are not stupid. They will bring you down.
And what would it mean to win it, Wesley?
It would be amazing. My last tournament of the year. It's really a big deal. This year is much stronger though than last year. You got Magnus, you got Sati, you got Hikaru. So there's a lot in stake.
Wesley, so thank you and good luck in the CCT finals.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
Give the gift of chess as we celebrate the holiday season with the Chess Kit. There's a 20% off for the rest of the year until the 31st of December for the Chess Kit Gold membership. So get going on go.chesskit.com/CK20 and use the command CK20 in chat for all the information. And it is one chess kit we've got our eyes on. It's Nodibek Abdusatrov who's fighting for that spot into the finals to face Magnus Carlsen. But he's up against Wesley So. The first game, Nodibek under big pressure survives, and Kaya had a chat with him right after that.
All right, that was game one in set number 3. How are you feeling right now, Nodibek?
Feeling good, but yeah, obviously my quality has been dropped since yesterday. So yeah, I am a little bit disappointed. But yeah, obviously I have one game ahead, and that's with white pieces. So I'm looking forward to put up some pressure.
It must have been so important to come out of this game with a draw after Wesley, maybe coming into set number 3 with momentum after winning set number 2.
Yeah, it was important not to lose, and yeah, he came extremely close at the end. I think I was just holding by some miracle, but yeah, it worked out well, and yeah, it's been just a pure luck at the end.
So you definitely know how to win games against Wesley So. We saw that yesterday. What will you take from that into game number 2 here?
Well, I think we're a little bit. I mean, I'm a little bit struggling with white, so I will take it easy, and we'll see.
Do you think this will go to an Armageddon?
Most probably.
Well, good luck in game number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you heard him. He thinks this will go to an Armageddon. We'll see. Back to you guys.
Really interesting insights there into Nordebek's mindset. He says he survived by luck, but you make your own luck on the chessboard. And I think he was very resourceful with the black pieces in game one, surviving a difficult game. And he also said that he's not feeling very confident with the white pieces, David.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise because traditionally he's been super strong with the white pieces, and maybe it's just influenced by today's games. Often, as chess players, we have this short-term memory. We only really remember what's just happened. We need to block out the rest because it's just too much. And yeah, just judging by his body language, he's banking on the fact that a one-game shootout in Armageddon might be his best opportunity. He has beaten Hikaru Nakamura in 2 Armageddons, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is his strategy going into this next game.
Nordebek has been the comeback kid so far, and he did lose set 2 to Wesley. It is momentum Wesley, but Nordebek survives game 1 of set 3. What would you say are the chances of this going into the Armageddon?
Well, Nordebek seems like an extremely honest person, maybe too honest for his own good when there's match strategy at play. But he says, we're probably heading to Armageddon. I've struggled with the white pieces. I think he's taking us to Armageddon, so if everyone is excited for that, you should remain on the edge of your seat. I believe we're getting there.
But what about Wesley? I mean, I don't know if he heard that interview or not. When you know that your opponent is feeling a bit shaky, do you try to create your chances? Wesley's black.
We saw what Nordebek did with the white pieces in game 2 of set 2. He went a little bit too hard with the white pieces. So I don't think that Wesley is the type of player who goes all in with the black pieces when he does need to. I really think that for Wesley, it'd be smart just to play the position in front of him. And if Nordebek forces a draw, there's nothing you can do.
This is the final rapid game of the best of 2. Nordebek starts with the white pieces. The first game, Wesley is the one who put pressure. Is that also something for Nordebek to think about? The fact that he really never managed to equalize out of the opening till the very end. It was a tricky endgame.
It will be on his mind. Nordebek, I think we saw it there in his body language when he was chatting with Kaya. He was mostly relieved, kind of slightly disappointed because he did land some decent opening preparation, but in the end he was suffering, and I think he should actually take confidence from that. Who cares your track record with White just in the last few games? White is White after all. You have the first move advantage, but it's up to him. I mean, he knows better than anyone how he feels. He only knows kind of his estimations, his calculations with risk versus reward of playing with White now, going all in. Armageddon in the end would be a fair way to decide, and maybe the only way to decide these two fierce competitors.
So much on the line for these two players, so much at stake. It is about getting into that finals and play against Magnus Carlsen. It all comes down to this final rapid game. Will there be an Armageddon or not? Nordebek has shown so much tenacity and so much determination, and he's had quite the journey to the Champions Chess Tour finals. Let's take a look at his road to getting here.
Nordebek Abdusattorov, a rising star in the chess world, won Division 2 in the Chessable Masters to qualify for Division 1 in the Chess Kid Cup, and he immediately rose to the challenge.
Nordebek is not going to miss this. He solves these for breakfast. He solved these for breakfast 7 years ago.
And it's on the board.
Goodbye. It's resignable.
Really just clinical play here.
And there we have it. Nordebek Abdusattorov takes the match against Jordan Van Foreest.
Another great move. Knight d6, there was rook d7, just integrating the tactics perfectly, and he's about to win a third pawn. That might trigger resignation.
Black Knight, no good squares for it to use, and I think Fabi, you can tell body language there, he leaned back. Has he resigned? He has. Abdusattorov takes the match. In the grand final, he plays Caruana yet again, and with another impressive match win, Abdusattorov emerges victorious in the Chess Kid Cup to qualify directly for the tour finals.
Queen d2, is that the winning move? And that's it. We have a winner. Nordebek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup.
With an impressive performance throughout the season, Abdusattorov has earned a total of 325 tour points, the same as Caruana in second place on the standings. The 19-year-old is definitely someone to look out for in Toronto.
And it was at the Chess Kid Cup that Nordebek Abdusattorov punched his ticket to Toronto. And what a path he's had along the way. Knocked out Hikaru Nakamura. And he does fight for that spot into the finals in this game too. It's going to be about his decision. He did mention that he would be okay to take this to the Armageddon. He's got the white pieces. Will he push for more, or will he just block down all play and take it to the sudden death? Wesley So still to arrive.
Well, for Nodirbek, as David said, he knows how he's feeling. So he knows best. If he feels that his chances are highest in Armageddon, take us right there. Force a draw. Get all of us to Armageddon. And for Wesley, he's probably not so thrilled that Nodirbek put up such resistance in that game. It was his chessable course after all. It was very deep preparation, but it didn't land him a full point.
Yeah, and what a fight this has been, right? Nodirbek takes set 1 in convincing, crushing manner. Wesley takes set 2 in convincing, crushing manner. The first game, a big fight, a big, dramatic turnaround at the end saw Nodirbek survive that. So it does look like Armageddon would be the fair, decisive game for these two.
How else to separate them, simply? And we see him there staring off into the distance, Nodirbek. I wonder what's going through that mind right now. If he wants, I think Wesley wouldn't be averse. Wesley is so pragmatic, especially with Black, to that draw, to taking it to Armageddon. But maybe he's thinking ahead into the future. That Armageddon bid, his approach there, depending on whether he gets white or black. The problem with Armageddon, you might get white anyway. And if you're struggling with white, if you bailed out with a quick draw with white, would you be feeling confident?
I just don't remember the last time I saw Nodirbek play for a draw.
But when's the last time you heard him speak like that about how a draw would be okay and he's struggling with the white pieces? So I just think he's honest at the moment. The handshake, the glasses are off. Will the gloves be off? That's the question that we all want the answer to.
Was that a bit too honest? Did Nodirbek give away too much of his mindset when he said that he would be happy to take this into Armageddon? Will Wesley be the one who'd start getting ambitious? The black pieces did pay off in set 2 when Wesley had a crushing victory. And it's go time. It's 1e4. Are we going to see a Berlin?
Okay, the knights are out. And Wesley's still adjusting his pieces. I hope he said Jadoub. And okay, his knight is out as well. Big moments ahead. Nodirbek does bring his bishop out. It's the Spanish opening. It is the Berlin defense, but anti-Berlin from Nodirbek. So no forced draw yet. If he wanted the draw straight from the off, he could have forced it there and then.
And what's this bishop a4 move? A little cheeky try from Nodirbek. Usually you put your bishop on a4 after a pawn goes to a6, but he voluntarily places his bishop on a4. It eliminates some of these knight d4 lines where black just tries to trade off all the pieces in the center. So it's a funny game thus far from these two. No forced draw. Nodirbek showing that he may want to play on.
Yeah, he means business, this bishop a4 move, Robert. I don't know why, but I've had the bad luck of being on the wrong end of it a few times. A few of my opponents have played this one. It just keeps the tension, takes out these knight d4 ideas, quick d5 ideas. No way for black to break the immediate tension. So we're pretty much guaranteed a long maneuvering game. And I must admit, I'm a bit surprised here. It's not consistent with Nodirbek's interview. He said a draw, Armageddon, pretty much, it's fine. But he wants to fight. He wants a long battle here. And Wesley, again, the first to think.
And it was that little pawn move on move number 4 when Nodirbek played d3 going in for the anti-Berlin that seems to show that Nodirbek is in for the long game in this one. And bishop to a4, that last move by Nodirbek, at least it made Wesley go into a little bit of a think and use up some of that clock, which is critical in these situations.
It's not your standard line. So for Wesley, he can't rely on all his preparation. He does lash out with pawn to d5. This can ruin black's pawn structure, you may think, with double pawns, but I would prefer to have the bishop pair in an opening position. So I think that for Nodirbek, he's more likely to bring his knight out from b1 out to d2, just defend that pawn in the center. I do not think he's capturing that knight on c6 with his bishop.
Yeah, and trading pawns off in the center also has its downsides. If white takes this black pawn in the middle with his own pawn, black would have a space advantage. So really tense position. We mentioned a lot of maneuvering ahead. Wesley is the one to try and clarify the tension. He's the one to try and trade things off, try and guide this game towards safety. Suddenly it's Nodirbek thinking, yeah, I was praising him a moment ago, this bishop a4 move, a nice sneaky one. Okay, he keeps the tension, doesn't spend too long. So backing up this small surprise in the opening. Yeah, this one, it feels like it's going to simmer for a long, long time. It's just about whether it eventually...
continues with his development, not giving free play. You really don't want to trade on d5, allowing a weakness on d3, so keeping the tension in the center. But to my understanding, in these openings, when black does get a central break like d5, that's already a mini success for black.
It is a success because you get activity for your pieces. Most of these top players don't like sitting passively, But one of the downsides is when you push it to d5 like he's done instead of d6, your e5 pawn can be a bit tender. He has it all under control thus far thanks to his rook on e8, and Wesley takes away the g5 square from any of White's pieces. For Nodirbek, oftentimes you bring your queen out to e2 or your rook to e1, but this is a draw that we could possibly see. You got rook e1, knight g4. We've seen that in so many different positions where someone goes after the f2 pawn, the rook slides back, and the black knight slides back as well. I'm just joking here, but it is possible that if the players don't really want to continue this game, there are ways to get this back and forth three-time repetition, which means that it would be a draw.
I just wonder if Nodirbek wanted that early draw. Would he have gone for an anti-Berlin? Would he have not just gone for the trades, the normal Berlin, and kind of secured it faster?
Yeah, I think we were all a bit thrown off. We were all a bit speechless. We thought this might be a short game, but suddenly the players really digging deep, all pieces, all pawns on the board. Clarity far away right now. And Robert, you're kind of joking, but not really joking about this this maneuver, because if Nodirbek does play his rook across one square right now into the center, rook e1, probably the most natural move in the position. Black does have that option, and we could see a quick repetition. So Nodirbek maybe mulling over in his mind as well, whether to keep the fight alive, whether to play a move such as pawn to h3 and maintain the tension. And yeah, I also just reminded of this interview we had with Danny and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, avoiding the Nodirbek death stare. Wesley, throughout today, he has had his hand on his head, just breaking eye contact. We see Nodirbek mirroring that body language right now.
Yeah, Wesley not so unbothered about the death stare. I think he's just not been looking Nodirbek's way. So if Nodirbek was to choose the pawn move that you were hinting at on the king side, step up the h-pawn one step ahead, that would at least imply that he wants the game to go on. How ambitious it is of an approach, we'll find out later, but at least it keeps the game and keeps the tension on the board. So on the other hand, if he slides in with the rook, we might have a really, really quick road to the Armageddon, and he does slide in with the rook. But this is moment number 2, because if Wesley does go up with the knight, there is one more way to defend the f2 pawn.
Yeah, the rook can slide up instead of back to where it came from. So knight g4 is the move that we have been discussing. We have seen this in high-level games when people just want to make a draw, the rook goes back to f1, and because the knight it's not really doing anything on g4 anymore, it can go back to f6, and the rook slides back to e1. It's not really Nodirbek's style to make a draw in this manner, and as Tanya was indicating, you can bring your rook up into e2 rather than to the side. It's just a bit awkward to do that. You will play h3, kick the knight back, and then probably move your rook back to e1 anyway, because it's on an awkward square. So these are decisions that the players don't take lightly, and for Wesley, you look at him, is he in a fighting mood in this game? Does he really want Armageddon? Because if we believe what some of the people have been saying, he's the stronger player, the higher rated player, the player with more experience, maybe he wants to try his hand in a rapid game versus an Armageddon game where the odds may tilt in the youngster's favor.
Magnus mentioned in his interview earlier that he likes to see it go down to the wire. If there is an option for the match to continue longer, we'd all love to see more chess, but for now, Wesley doesn't go for the move that we were talking about, which could potentially invite a repetition, but instead, he goes for the pawn trade. And now, if Nodirbek was to recapture with the pawn, the most natural one, we could still see the knight jumping onto g4 and similar lines.
Yeah, moment of truth. Wesley still has this option available to him, and you mentioned Magnus wanting to see more chess. Magnus also wants to tire out his opponents before tomorrow because he knows he's facing one of these two. He wants to see them push each other to the limit. But Wesley doesn't go for this knight jump, doesn't put pressure on the f2 square. Instead, gains some space on the queen side, prevents White from advancing on that flank, maybe also activating the black rook kind of down and across the board. We've seen so many rook swings, rook lifts this whole tournament. And I think he's justified in playing on. There's no reason to kind of bail out, to try and escape. There's no reason that you're worse with black simply. And right now, still pressure on Nodirbek to justify this whole opening. Why should White be better here? He moves his queen, gets off the first rank, and just looks very level, very even to me.
It is indeed, and we've seen this type of position at the highest level in the Madrid candidates in 2022. Hikaru Nakamura, Timur Rajabov had a similar structure like this with a pawn on a5. It's good because it stops White from lashing out with pawn to b4 and gaining some space, but it gives the b5 square to White. That a5 pawn can be targeted, especially if the knight on d2 hops out to c4. So this may seem quiet. The eval bar may be right in the middle, But just like game one, there could be more to it than meets the eye, and both players do need to keep a watchful eye on different squares and different pieces.
And Robert, you were in Toronto last year where Wesley went on to win the event. Do you feel that he's in the similar mindset? Do you feel he's got the same focus, same zen?
With all respect meant towards every single other player that was in Toronto last year, a certain player wasn't, Magnus Carlsen. So I keep saying it, and it's not even because I want to root for anybody. I never do as a commentator. But when Magnus Carlsen plays, on even terms with everyone else, he is the favorite. So Magnus was not there last year. Hikaru was there to really nicely played match from Wesley to take down Hikaru Nakamura when most people thought Hikaru would win the whole thing. So Wesley, that was his really shining performance in his career, but Magnus wasn't there. So I don't think the mindset is similar. And by Wesley's own words, he said he just wanted to finish, I think, top 6 or something like that. He's doing way better than that.
Absolutely, and that was at the start when we had a chat with Wesley asking about his ambitions in this tournament, and he revealed that he'd be happy to just make it to survival, to be in the top 6. But the chess that he's produced, the aggressive play that we've seen him all throughout the round robin stage, going on up until even today what we saw, it just feels like a very different Wesley, not the solid Wesley, not the one who's just waiting for his opponent's mistakes, but the one who's provoking those mistakes with active play.
Yeah, and we should also remember that there's so much at stake in this game alone. You talked about Wesley trying to come top 6. Now he wants to come top 2 minimum. The difference between second and joint third place for the player who's eliminated here is an incredible amount of money, tens of thousands of dollars, and that's life-changing, especially for someone so young as Abdustorov, but also for Wesley. It could really set him up. Yeah, plenty at stake. Both players fearing defeat, but also desperate to win.
I wonder if that's on their mind, because there's a $50,000 difference. So if a player wins this game, they secure themselves minimum $100,000. The loser, well, they'll take some solace with a $50K. Still a great prize day for them, but that's a lot of money at stake, and that could make people more nervous.
It's a lot of money, but I think for these two players, right now, they're not thinking about any of that. They're not even thinking about meeting Magnus in the finals. It's the position on the board. It's about getting through this very match. And for that, the big question is, will it be decided on this one? Will the players try to push? There is no margin for error. This is a best of 2. This is the final rapid game. Or will they take it more cagey, more cautious approach, taking it down to the Armageddon? But in this format, you can't hide for too long from a decisive result.
Can't hide for too long, and we did see a shake of the head from Wesley so briefly before he tried to revert to that poker face, and I think it might be because White's position has been improving. Black's less so, or at least less obviously so. Wesley's messed around a bit, especially this last rook move, a bit mysterious, the black rook on b8. Unless he's throwing pawns down the board here and now, then that could just be a superfluous move. Meanwhile, White has achieved the dream setup in any Spanish opening or Italian opening. The 2 white knights love to park themselves on these squares, f3, g3, and great attacking potential for Abdustorov suddenly.
And as Daniel likes to say, if you do step A, you have to continue with step B. Rook b8 hints at the move b5, but I don't think that Black can get away with it, at least not in a way that Wesley would prefer, because there's a queen on e2 and a bishop on a4 teaming up on that square. There will be some tactics here, but b5, bishop takes b5, this has to be calculated, and the engine is also saying slightly better for White. So not the end of the world, but knight d4 tactics, it's really the ones you try to uncork. White can take this back with the knight, which does protect that bishop over there on b5. There will be some trades in the center, but White temporarily, at least, is up a pawn. Black would have to prove the compensation.
Yeah, this is not Wesley's style to sacrifice speculatively like this and try and hope that he gains enough compensation later on. Maybe he does, because the black rook on the b file is so active, the black rook on the e file is so active. This pawn is extremely weak, but yeah, it's hard to envisage him going for this one right now. b5, it looks like the consistent follow-up, but he's hesitating. The longer he thinks, the less inclined he'll likely be towards that pawn push. And what else? You would love to kind of copy White and put the, sorry, my arrows are going funky there, put the black knight over on g6. But the problem is the e5 pawn might be hanging on the way. So after a trade of bishops, you'd be forced to take back with the knight just to hold this pawn. And suddenly it looks a bit clumsy. These 2 knights are clearly inferior to White's stallions on the king side. And yeah, it just feels like you might get tied up in knots. So what's he going for? He plays the bishop to d6. Another clumsy move. The bishop looked active. Now it's very much passive, but it's all to do with this knight maneuver. Next, he wants to bring his knight over to the king side.
And it's also a trade that you want, right? You want to get out of this potential pin, but also get out of this light squared bishop dynamic that exists. 97 would offer the bishop trade and allow a more free hand on the queen side for Wesley to go forward. I do like the idea of 97. Bishop d6, a retreating move, but it comes with a plan.
I just don't see why rook b8 was necessary. Like, bishop b6 makes perfect sense to me. You want to wrap your knight around, and if he can successfully get the knight to g6, I do believe he's equalized. But I think he's shaking his head because he feels that rook b8 was inaccurate. Doesn't actually have a point to it. And for white right now, for Nordebek, he needs to play precisely, because if he doesn't keep up this pull in the position, it will just be neutral territory. It will be equal. Maybe like rook d1. I think that does make 97 harder to accomplish, because after 97, if I take on d7, once again, you can't take with the queen because the e5 pawn is vulnerable there. And the engine gives up a pawn, no problem. I would be looking at this and saying, what did I just do? The engine just doesn't care.
All right, it's a moment for Nordebek to think if he wants to play prophylactic chess. There's also ideas that black has with this move, rook b8, which you often describe as a mystery move in these openings. It kind of is preemptive of pawn advances, of expansion on the queen side, and then suddenly rook b8 does make a little bit of a sense. I think it's one of those slow moves that in the beginning it's harder to understand, but once the pawns start moving down the board, you're like, okay, I'm glad I have my rook on b8.
Yeah, the top players, they somehow make these mysterious moves work. Sometimes they play a move, it looks a bit silly, and then 10 moves, 20 moves down the line, you're like, oh wait, that was the point. So you might be right, Tanya, and Abdusattorov seems to agree that you're right, because he's blocked the advance of the black b-pawn. The black knight goes back now, as predicted. If we see a trade of light-squared bishops, yes, white's left with his superior bishop, but the more pieces off the board, the less cramped black is. Look at this maneuver, Nordebek preempting black's decision to try and reroute that knight to the king side now. He's trying to land his own knights, maybe into the f5 square. Interesting idea.
Knight on f5, dark square bishop for white. That has the makings of an attack, so you do need to be careful if you're Wesley. You want to trade on your own terms, and trading off light square bishops that should favor white. And if you ever push your pawn to c6 to keep your light square bishop on the board, you're keeping those pieces, that's true, but you're also creating weaknesses for yourself. So these are not easy decisions. I like Nordebek's clock. Usually when he's ahead by a couple minutes, it's when he's playing his best chess and putting the pressure on Wesley. In game 3 of set 2 earlier today, Nordebek was down 2-0. He had the black pieces. He was up on time. He even made a mistake to let Wesley back in the game, but Wesley didn't have enough time at the end, and Nordebek brilliantly won that one. So I do like the clock management for Abdusattorov.
All right, happy with the clock management here. For Nordebek, it is about whether the bishops stay alive or not, and they don't. They do get traded off, and Wesley continues to offer trades right now. Queen to d7. If that's taken off the board, we're going to see black trying to get those pawns moving up. Meanwhile, white, that attack that you're talking about, without the queens, it loses teeth.
Yeah, and a trap in the position, that's always a bonus. Just to mention, there is a pawn up for grabs. Suddenly we see the point of Wesley's move, rook b8. He's saying, oh no, my pawn. And if white goes and takes this pawn, the rook goes back where it came from, and suddenly, oh no, my queen. The queen is trapped on the edge, and really sneaky idea there. You mentioned there, Tanya, after queen to d7, if the queens disappear, I think black has no problems whatsoever. The pawn will land on a4, the pawn will come to b5. The black knight is actually poised perfectly to start hopping into some holes in the white position, and this would be dead level. So if Nordebek here wants to maintain some tension, wants to play for the win, I think he might be forced to retreat, but suddenly black has certainly gained something in this exchange. White has lost a bit of time, and whether that's advancing with the black pawns on the queen side, whether that's planting the black bishop back on a nice diagonal before the white bishop reaches this square on e3, I think Wesley has solved his problems. I think he's equalized.
It's all about those holes, because the d3 square, like you mentioned, the f5 square for a white knight, and neither Nordebek or Wesley, I mean, they don't know the evaluation here, whether to trade queens. How equal is it? It looks equal. It should be with best play, but you never know if one side has a slight advantage. And for Nordebek, he typically doesn't like trading down and just accepting that it's equal. He may have some ambitions, but now he takes the queen, and he may be sending us to Armageddon.
Looks likely at this point. Yes, the white knight has landed on f5, but there's no attack connected to it because the queens are off the board. I don't think it's really a strategic threat to even take this black bishop. Black's bishop is clearly inferior to white's knight right now. and yeah, it wouldn't damage the black pawn structure too severely long term. I think Wesley will either move his bishop, move the black knight, maybe even start pushing some pawns in the next couple of moves, and really hard to imagine either side winning this one.
Not a bad statement from that interview earlier. Seems like we're getting closer to that as the pieces get traded off the board. White's knight has found its active spot. Black without any problem here. White without any weakness here. If anyone, I think black can try to push. If you think about pawn breaks here, Wesley might be the one who might start thinking again about the thematic break with b5, b4. Would that give any chances for black in this endgame?
Get some activity, that's for sure. But anytime you play for a win in a position like this, you could be playing for a loss to some extent, because throwing all your pawns forward, it leaves holes behind. I sound like Stanley Yelnats. I'm just talking about holes all the time. But this position remains all zeros. It looks like that knight can take the bishop on d6 at some moment. White can push the pawn to f3, keep everything under control. I'm not too worried for Nordebek or for Wesley. Both of them are with a steady hand. It's equal.
And to make it more equal, perhaps Nordebek will offer a bishop trade on e3, because if you compare pieces, that black bishop on c5, to me, it looks more active than the white's bishop, and you also need to get that a1 rook into the game. We've been talking so much about Nordebek's endgame technique and how that kind of separates him from his colleagues and his generation, just because he willingly goes into endgames and seems to outplay from these minuscule advantageous positions. Sometimes the advantage isn't even clear. How does a player really improve his endgame technique at such a young age?
Well, it's impressive. I think Nordebek, one of his big strengths in the endgame is his calculation. He's especially good in endgames with small imbalances. He's especially good in queen endgames where it's very forceful, where he can kind of work out his path concretely. In general, it's just about practice, these endgames. There are books out there, there are chessable courses on endgames. I'm not going to name drop one of mine, but yeah, in general, it's all about practice. The more you play endgames, and Nordebek plays so many games throughout a year, the more you learn, essentially. And he's practicing against the best. He's learning from the best, playing against Magnus, playing against Wesley, Nakamura, all these fantastic endgame players, and that's what's made him so good today at such a young age.
And it's one of those hardest things to improve on, right? Because like you're saying, it's about experience, the play, the amount of times you've actually faced an endgame against a top player. And for him at this young age to get so strong at it, it's really a unique quality about his chess.
And unlike openings where they start from the beginning of the game and you just make moves, to get that practical training exercises from an endgame, what is an endgame that you should be studying? What does a position look like? There's this famous book, Endgame Strategy by Mikhail Shereshevsky, that I've recommended time and time again. Really wonderful. It looks like just this position. Most players would just shake hands and you see one side outmaneuvering the other. And you have to look, what are the pluses? What are the minuses? What are some squares that I can take advantage of? Right now, I love Wesley's move h5 that he played, because he wants to follow up with his g-pawn pushing, and he's not going to hang a pawn on the right-hand side of our board. So I think that, to study endgames like this, you go to a position like this and you play it out. Maybe with a friend, you just train a little bit, maybe even against the engine, and see how you do.
Requires so much patience, and we've seen so many tactical finishes in both of their matches. But to me, one of the most impressive was from set 1, this endgame that Nordebek actually converted. And Wesley himself, he's a technical expert. But Nordebek in that 2 versus 1, a rook and knight endgame, just outplayed and managed to win that. And that can be really terrifying. Right now, both players, of course, playing very slow. And I think this is a very level game. And it just comes down to how much they actually want to continue with this. Will they take risks? Will they start pushing pawns? At some point, to create chances, you have to push pawns.
You have to push pawns, but where? And remember, pawns don't move backwards, so you don't want to push too far that the pawns become weaknesses, or the squares behind them become weaknesses. And you can see that Wesley's pushed his rook's pawns, the black A and black H pawns, because those only gain space. Nothing really serious is left behind. And yeah, right now, a bit of a decision whether to chop off that knight or not. Wesley says no. The white knight looked like it was about to become strong by jumping into the center, but I'm going to fend off any threats there. I'm going to cover all the squares. And yeah, actually, if anyone, I like the progress that Wesley's making. He's gained space, he's covered squares. There's easy plans. The black king is going to centralize. In endgames, it's all about these mini plans, small plans of improvement. First, improve the pawn structure. Second, improve the pieces, that type of thing. And it feels like both sides, both players are just well versed in this.
I'm with David. There just aren't any imbalances here. The Bishop can take this knight on e3 if you're looking at this from the perspective of Wesley So, but you would want to do that if you could take control of a light square. When your opponent has a bishop, it's inherently limited to that color complex. You want to take advantage of the other complex as a knight can jump from color to color. But there aren't squares to take advantage of here. There's only one open file. We saw one pair of rooks trade. We'll likely see another pair trade once that bishop gets out the way. And without material remaining on this board, it just seems like there's not too much life left. And you can see by their movement here, trades are about to happen. I think we're heading to Armageddon.
We've been saying that for a while, and it looks like it's going to become a reality soon. And that last knight move, it looks, you might be asking, why is Nordebek not developing that rook on a1? It will develop if Wesley does decide to trade on b3. You do land up on the open file. So Wesley delaying that decision, keeping the tension on the queen side. And I think neither players are going to blink with a trade with that a and the b pawn.
Yeah, Black definitely doesn't want to trade and develop the white rook for his opponent on an open file without even forcing the rook to move. And likewise, white will not trade off because white will be left with those split pawns. We all learned from that bowling analogy from Robert. Do not split the pawns. But wow, really ambitious, I will say, pushing the pawn to b4, bypassing Black's a pawn, because now we talked about some loose squares, and it's about those light squares. The c4 square was ready and ripe for the Black knight to jump into. He puts his knight on the rim to prevent the Black knight hopping. Wow, Abdusattorov putting paid to these assumptions we're making.
And that's the problem, is when you assume, when you get complacent, and your opponent's still going on, then you can lose track of the position. You can lose the plot. And I've had games just like this where I just assume it should be a draw, and here comes the dark square bishop for white. Now that knight was threatened, so Wesley jumps back to the last rank, and I'm looking at the clocks as well. Nordebek has a healthy lead on time. If he can poke and prod and create maybe a little hole, maybe a weakness, the a4 pawn in particular, he could possibly play for a win at this stage.
And if you are playing for a win, do you want to trade off the last pair of rooks?
Tough question. I love and hate that you both looked at me at the same time because it's so difficult. Who wants to trade the rooks? I would say maybe white now, just because with rooks off the board, Black's a pawn looks like a bit of a target. It looks like it's just stepped a bit too far. That's why I was so surprised earlier that Wesley pushed the pawn. We were talking about pawns not moving backwards. It's so committal. I have commitment issues. A lot of people will tell you that. But yeah, that black pawn could live to regret the day that it stepped onto white's half of the board. And yes, the king has come into the center, but moment of truth, can Abdusattorov trade rooks off?
He's in no rush to, because he can play rook d1 at any moment, and there's only one open file. Black's rook sits on that file. He can play a little bit on the king side. So maybe rook g1, one of those moves that make your intentions clear, or so you think. Am I really going to push that g-pawn? At least you're going to have to calculate it. So for Nordebek, he can trade off the rooks right now. That will simplify the position. That a4 pawn is hard to touch. White doesn't have too many pieces remaining, and that's all that Black needs to make sure is defended.
And we've been trying to understand the mindset of these two players. Do they want more? Do they want to go into the Armageddon? Will we see a quick draw? Will this go on to be a grind? And I think it's that cautiously ambitious approach that we're seeing. He's still keeping the tension. The play does go on. And there are still these small nagging problems for Black to be solved on the queen side. You pointed out that a-pawn. The bishop from e3 now, quite an active piece. The pawn on b4, limiting Black's own dark squared bishop from activity. And yes, the only open line is captured by Wesley's rook. But that king on e2, it takes away all penetrating squares.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like white stabilized, and I can tell by our voices we've liked the kind of last few moves, the way they've gone in white's favor. But Wesley still not too many weaknesses, and now he's offering a trade of knights. And I think if the knights disappear, probably the remaining winning chances disappear with them. But at this point, who knows? Abdusattorov playing on. I just wanted to ask, now we're around the 3-minute mark for both. Who's impressed you the most when the clocks have ticked down?
Definitely Nordebek for me. I think that Wesley sometimes panics. We saw that in set 1 in that end game where he was holding on for dear life, and then unfortunately for him, he went wrong very late in that game. And here, Wesley's doing everything perfectly, and he's keeping 2 minutes 44 seconds on his clock. So I think just in terms of time trouble, I would take Nordebek in a scramble.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Robert. I think he's just shown nerves of steel throughout. He doesn't let the nerves get to him, Nodebek. We just saw it today itself, right? This crazy position with Black's king and with Nodebek's king out in the open, how he went on to play and convert that into a win. He's taken so many Armageddons, and I think he's been just fearless with just seconds on the clock.
Yeah, fearless, and Wesley offers, no, I was going to say a rook trade. The way he moved the piece there was a bit unorthodox. I thought he touched his rook. He takes with the bishop, so leaving the tension. Now it's actually white who holds the d-file for now, and Nodebek really ambitiously pushes his pawn forward to b5. That has totally removed the option now of black touching queenside pawns. Black's a-pawn is a huge target long term. Actually, if the rooks disappear, maybe white would be winning this suddenly. And he's pushing all of the pawns forward on light squares, notice, because white has a dark squared bishop. Therefore, he wants to control both color complexes. Bishop, dark squares, pawns, light squares. Wesley maybe feeling a bit uncomfortable.
The problem for Nodebek, and he's playing this so extremely well, he doesn't have pieces to attack that a4 pawn with. There's only one open file. The rook on d1 is doing a good job there. But if he keeps pushing his pawns, then that black rook will slide up to a5 and challenge those pawns. So it does feel like Nodebek has made progress, and yet I'm not sure where to next.
Yeah, it looks nice and beautiful, but that's always the tough thing when it's almost symmetrical, the pawn structure, when there's no clear weaknesses, when it's the same kind of balance of pieces, both here with rook and dark squared bishop. You need some kind of targets. You need those two weaknesses. Here, black has 0 weaknesses to probe at, so still should be a draw. But he's going for it, Nodebek.
He's really going for it. He's just pushed that pawn all the way to c5. Now that white king is about to arrive on c4. And to me, it just looks like Wesley has allowed too much to happen. You were talking about no piece assisting white to attack a4. That king. King is a piece in the endgame. King c4, king b4, and suddenly I'm putting pressure.
Yeah, really ambitious move. And black does have the option now of coming back with his rook, giving a check, kicking back the white king. But a rook trade, and suddenly black's pawn would be helpless. The white king would be superior. And Wesley, he's pushing forward, creating a route in for the black rook.
Really clever play there from Wesley. So he's going after the e4 pawn. He went f5 earlier. So if the white king starts running on over to try to grab that a3 pawn, you'll lose sight of the e4 pawn. So rook c1, is there going to be a pawn push to c6? You have to be careful, because if there's a rook behind a pawn, you can maybe sacrifice a piece to free it and spring it to the other side. I actually think rook a4 here would be a pretty big blunder from Wesley. He can't get away with that.
Yeah, and this is really storming up right now. Both players under 2 minutes. Wesley under a minute and a half right now. And this is the most exciting the game has gotten. So many structural changes. Black has pushed that pawn all the way to a3, where it is a glaring weakness. You always need to watch out. He loses that pawn. That could be close to just a match over.
Yeah, it's suddenly heating up, and it's not heating up in the typical way with attacks, checkmates. It's heating up in terms of the fact that Wesley is walking a tightrope. He's got to avoid certain kind of pitfalls here, and he trades a set of pawns. This doesn't damage too much. Hesitation from Nodebek. He takes back and, okay, attacking white's pawns now. Still feels like this could switch, this could flick, just turn in either direction with one mistake. But right now, do you push a pawn? Do you defend that pawn? Big questions for Nodebek.
Or do you go for the Armageddon with king to c4, rook gives a check, king comes back, rook goes back. We'll find out who's ambitious here.
But then the black rook could get in via b4 and come in and behind. Okay, the rook does try to come behind, but first, having forced white's rook into passivity, really tense position. How does either side make progress? It's not obvious anymore.
If you gave black some free moves, I'm not sure what he's going to do. So look, a small pawn move. And Wesley brings his king back. I think white can bring the rook up to b3, just keeping an eye on that a3 pawn. I think that neither side can really budge at this stage. They might have to shuffle back and forth. I don't see any inroads.
Yeah, white's bishop is tied down defending the c5 pawn. White's rook is tied down defending b5. White's king is tied down defending white's central pawn. It looks like he might have maximized Abdusattorov here. He's really pushed everything forward, especially on the queen side, but no further. And Wesley So's just yo-yoing back and forth with the black king. He's got simple waiting moves. Will we see a plan? Will we see a winning idea from the youngster here? Rook back to b1. That hints at the answer being no. The rooks come from this square. And Wesley continues to wait with his king as well.
And I think it comes down to this now. Both players maximize the position as much as they can, tie down each other's pieces. And Nodebek says that this is it. It goes into Armageddon. We got a big one coming up. A level game throughout. That's what happens when two of the best players play top-level chess. It ends in a draw and goes down to sudden death.
I was going to say there's little separating them. There's nothing separating them right now. It's an even score. We are heading to Armageddon. You see them considering. They're talking to each other and laughing. They got to focus on their bids.
10, 15 minutes.
10?
Is good? 15, yeah. 15? Okay.
Wesley wants some extra time.
Good negotiator.
It's 5:45. It's 6 o'clock. Good? 6 o'clock or 6:45?
They're figuring out when the Armageddon starts. And finally, Wesley gets to...
Are you guys okay with 6:05? Okay, 6:05 in Nordirbeck, is that good for you? 6:05, so that gives you 20 minutes, okay?
Nordebek literally doesn't care. Says 6:05, I'm ready, and now they've got to put down a bid.
And it's incredible to see the good spirits both players are in, despite there being $50,000 being on the line for the next game. One player will be eliminated, one will go through. 50,000 is the minimum differential between them, but both looking chilled, especially Wesley So.
And that's got to be on their mind. That's a very chill Wesley pose right now. He's probably been listening to some lo-fi girl music right before, writing down his bid, and Armageddon worth $50,000 coming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's chill or exhaustion, but this is a stone cold Nordirbeck Abdusattorov. He was not going to let this match go. We head to Armageddon. Who gets white? Who gets black? That's the only question that remains.
Both of you. You need to... Okay,
Oh, he's
you
reconsidering.
can just use your... If that's okay. Thank you. I'm not prepared.
Shout out to Judith, our great arbiter there, for keeping the players in such great spirits.
And make sure you circle the color, please, okay?
They have to circle the color. They have to write down their bids.
Okay, so that's cool.
And wow, I can't wait to see.
No, it's good. Okay.
Ooh, it all comes down to this. The semi-final battle goes into Armageddon. And Nordirbeck, he's
You have to
determined.
reveal, okay?
Shout out to Danny Levy there. Everyone's getting ready. The tension is on. Nordirbeck first to leave the playing arena. And this is what they're fighting for. That final space to fill in. It will either be Wesley So or Nordirbeck Abdusattorov's name. And they will fight in the title match against Magnus Carlsen after a big Armageddon. We were talking about momentum. We've been discussing who does it favor. Wesley takes the second set today. Then 2 level games ending in a draw. It feels like an absolute reset, and the Armageddon, all momentum, everything's been thrown off. It could be anyone's battle.
It's a marathon. We saw Wesley So slouched in his chair, and I don't think that's him chilling. We do love Lo-Fi Girl, but I think that's him just tired. He has been having to calculate so much. Nordirbeck is relentless. Even when we think it might be a draw, he keeps it going. So both players, they may be on their last bit of energy. That adrenaline will have to kick in as we head to Armageddon.
And for one of these players, this will be their last game in the Champions Chess Top Finals. Stakes are super high. The tension has to be super high right now as well.
Tension's high. They have to rely on their last reserves of energy. The adrenaline is guaranteed to pump in the Armageddon game. They will have been playing for 6 hours by the time this Armageddon starts. So marathon is the right word, and it just comes down to who has more left in the tank.
And Nordirbeck Abdusattorov, I mean, he seems like he's always full of energy. It doesn't matter if he was stuck in a foreign city for a week, just struggling to get his visa. It doesn't matter if he's playing 6 hours of chess. He's always ready to go. He does it for the love of the game.
Wow, and you've got to be loving the game right now as it goes down to the wire between these two. Now, David, game 2, it was quite a slow strategic fight. What stood out to you?
Yeah, I'm going to pick out a very different type of moment than we're used to from these match highlights, because this one was devoid of any tactics, minimal calculation, no attacks whatsoever. It was about small strategic advantages, just long-term weaknesses. And I just wanted to highlight this one position as an indicator of Nordirbeck Abdusattorov's strength and ambition in endgames. Here with white, plenty of us, myself included, would have been happy to just sit and pretty much do nothing. There is no real way forward for white, and Just trying to find my mouse, but simply white could wait with the rook, with the king. Instead, he pushed forward with pawn to c5, and once the black bishop fell back, he decided to run forward with the white king. It looks like he's actually getting towards the queen side, but Wesley So showing his tenacious side, his resourcefulness, by pushing a pawn forward and activating the black rook. As we saw in the game, in the final position, simply no way forward for either side. The white king is stuck defending the white central pawn, the white rooks are stuck defending the far advanced pawns on the b and c files, and therefore it was a draw. But Nordebek did push as hard as he could.
Unstoppable force meets immovable object. It seems like Nordebek's always ready for the fight. He gives it his all every time, but Wesley, one of the most precise players in chess history, he's not going to break that easily.
Yeah, I can't imagine a reality where Wesley actually breaks, but Nordebek, he's been putting the pressure on when he gets the opportunity. It is a lot on the line for these players, and before we reveal the bids, we are going to Toronto, where Danny, James, and Levy will be breaking down the action and the drama coming in from the playing arena. Punches are coming up in the Armageddon. Gloves are on.
I'm here with Nordebek up to Sapporo, finally in Toronto after a crazy travel. How many days have you been traveling to get here?
So I traveled to Berlin on November 30. So it's like more than a week. Finally, I got the visa yesterday, and I'm really, really happy.
What is in store for the fans watching this piece?
There will be a lot of exciting games, a lot of those moments where you will never forget. I think this is the most dream tournament for chess fans. There's a lot of action and a lot of excitement.
And imagine some days from now, you are standing there as the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2023. What would that mean to you?
It's a long way to get there, but I would be just incredibly happy, and this would be my biggest individual achievement, I think.
Finally, for any new fans watching, can you please describe your playing style?
Pretty much all the super grandmasters are universal. So I would say I'm a universal player, and I like to calculate a lot, and that's kind of my style.
Well, Nordebek, we appreciate so much your efforts to get here to Toronto. I hope you get some rest before it starts, and we wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
We are back here in the playing hall at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Final. You know what's at stake. Danny Wrench alongside James Canny and Levy Rosman. We are getting set for what will be the final Armageddon of this epic semifinal day. Called it. You did call it.
You did.
I did. You also called it. I think you guys all called it.
Yeah, kind of.
But all right, are you surprised about how we got here, right? The tensions seem high. Neither player was taking too many risks in those games, but your thoughts about the two games that actually got us to the Armageddon?
I think they just need to regain a little bit of energy. I mean, the truth is there's a lot of games to be played here, and we got a hotel contract. We can't be here for, 10 days. So
that's a good reminder.
We
gotta get out of here.
we have a certain amount of time. We're here, so the guys are a little bit tired. They regain some energy. Now it's Armageddon time.
Yep.
Yeah, they have some extra time, of course, right, as we're all waiting for the games. But I mean, as David said, 6 hours of play here, right? It's really that stamina. Who's going to have the right stamina, especially in this last game of the day?
I think that's a really good point, because I think we all talked about the big storyline of the week when Hikaru went home, because so many fans wanted him to be here. But one thing we didn't talk enough about is part of the reason he didn't have it against Noterbeck is I think he was just exhausted. That was a very long day of 8 hours of chess.
Right.
This day is going to be the second longest day that we've had, and I think that both of these players have got to be checking themselves before they have
Or wrecking
themselves.
Checking themselves.
Chess puns.
And hopefully not checkmating themselves.
Wow, we have been here for a while, and we're going to be here a little bit longer because the players have Armageddon.
Yep.
And Kaya caught up with them when they gave their Armageddon bid, and let's find out the big reveal. Who's playing what color?
Everyone's just smiling when they're coming in here. I'm so curious to see these Armageddon bids. You guys, go ahead and turn your boards. Let's see them. Same time. What do you see? 919. 927 with the cat, but 919. Okay, with the black pieces. What is this about?
Yeah, I don't know. Just I think doesn't matter at this point. Just choosing black and hoping for best.
I saw you write something and then you wiped it out.
Yeah.
What was the first bid?
First bid was 9006. So I just yeah.
All right. Well, Wesley, how do you feel about the result of the bid here?
We'll see. It's been a long day, so anything can happen. Hopefully, not the back plays badly.
Must win now with the white pieces. Do you think the cat will bring you luck?
Yeah. Hopefully, it worked before.
You miss your cat at home?
No. I was just at home, so it's good. After this tournament, I don't have anything for 2 months, so that's cool.
Well, you guys, awesome bids. Good luck in the final Armageddon here. Back to you guys.
I think, did Wesley draw his cat or did he draw Mittens?
That's exactly what he drew. It's Mittens, right? It looked exactly the same.
It kind of looks like Mittens with like Wesley's face, actually, though. I don't know if we can zoom in on that.
Yeah, Wesley's
It's a human face.
That's human. That's Mittens right there. That's an indication of what's to come.
Gentlemen, I don't mean to kill the mood, but this chess game is worth $50,000.
It's worth $50,000.
American
$50,000
James,
American, not Canadian dollars.
That's a lot of money.
are you surprised that Noterbeck is playing black in this one? I thought for sure Wesley would be getting low enough to get black, but he bid so low. 9 minutes and 19 seconds is a risky bid. Fabiano said he would never get lower than 9 minutes on a bid. Not worth it to risk.
He's taking the risk. I mean, he's like, look, I've taken out Nakamura. I've made it this far. I'm playing strong chess. I am a world rapid champion, the youngest ever to do it, right? I'm just going to take it. This is the last shot, so I'm going in with everything I got, 919.
Listen, I did statistics in college. I'm mostly just fascinated. That was just a quick flex. But I'm fascinated about the data.
Flex noted. Go ahead.
Yes, because, we're now gathering all of this data and information of what's like a good bid.
Yeah.
Right. What's a good bid? So we don't know. 919, is that enough of a time deficit to still have that second result? I don't think we realize having 2 results in your back pocket in a chess game, that's huge. Like White has to win.
I wonder how much of this psychology here was putting Wesley in a must-win situation, because I think Wesley is more comfortable with the draw odds, right, and playing low on the clock. Your thoughts on putting Wesley in that chair where he has to go all out?
Well, he did. He actually did that with Magnus. With that knight g5, he had to go all out, and he did it. So he can do it.
Yeah.
But it's about him defending and having that. I mean, I'm taking black every time. If I can get that second, I can draw, or how Magnus found the knight d2 to b3.
Yeah.
Draw 6 stuff. If you could find that draw, you win the game. It's $50,000 extra too.
$1,000. How much did that suit cost?
50,000.
Was it 50?
A lot.
Okay.
Might have gotten the hookup. Once I, say Joe Banana shout
Joe
out.
Banana,
But,
all right. No, but okay, so Wesley has to go for the win. He did do it against Magnus, and maybe what has arguably been, not objectively, arguably maybe been the game of the tournament so far. You think Wesley can bring the heat here against Noterbeck?
I have been saying this every time they put us on this beautiful panel. Wesley So was my pick to advance to the final. We have one game left. If I jump ship now, then I am a bozo. So I got to stick with my pick, I think.
Your thoughts? Colors change your thoughts
No,
on this?
not at all. I'm still going with Flexley Serrano, but at the same time, I do like how Noterbeck is swinging. I mean, right? We called him the Magic Dragon, but now he's changed morphed into something else. Now he's a beast.
We've been debating his nickname. I will get back to everybody.
Snow leopard.
He's everything.
He's been everything today.
Yeah, he's been everything today, and he is everything, as Canty likes to say, half man, half everything else.
My goodness.
As we can see there on the graphic, Magnus Carlsen is still waiting for whoever is going to join him in the finals. Will it be Wesley So? Will it be Noterbeck Abdusaturov? That 1-1 score in the set format we have doesn't quite do justice to where we sit here at past 6 p.m. on the East Coast, because they've played a lot more than just 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We're rocking. It's the 2023 Champions Chess Tour semifinals, and we're going to have an Armageddon game in just a second. So, all right, guys. Well, Wesley is going to have to win with white. He did do it against Magnus Carlsen in their Armageddon game.
Yeah.
I will say, like you guys, I'm still not going to jump ship now. I also picked Carlsen Wesley, but I don't feel like Wesley looked excited about what happened, because now we're talking about Noterbeck playing black. Look how low Wesley bid. He bid 927. That's also one of the lowest bids we've had. Levy, you talked about the stats we're going to have on Armageddon over the years.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see when we look back and talk about the meta that we've learned in terms of what the real right strategy is.
The players were discussing this earlier. Maybe it was yesterday, and I wish, hopefully tomorrow, we have a stat of all the Armageddons.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good idea. Shout out to the team here. But I think White was doing very well in this event.
Yeah.
White, with the time advantage, was doing a good job. Now, Hikaru might have messed that stat up.
Yeah. Hikaru didn't have his best chess, and he lost a few with black. But
he had a few. Again, there will be outliers, but 9 minutes and 19 seconds is still plenty of time against a guy like Wesley to play a solid game at E4, E5. Or, we're going to get a main line.
Yep.
Unless Wesley plays B3 again. So.
I would love B3.
I would love this.
I would love B3. All right. Well, we would love B3. We know we're going to get all the chess that we want, and I think Oslo would love if we threw it back across the sea. Tanya, Robert, David, the band, the team, take it away. Are you guys ready for Armageddon?
We're so ready, Danny. It all comes down to this one, and I think we, at least in the studio, were pretty sure that this will go down to the wire, especially seeing the first few moves of that game too.
I was just surprised how long that game 2 went, but rest assured it was always going to be Armageddon.
It's such a big one with so much money on the line, so much glory on the line of playing for the championship of a season-long tour, David.
Yeah, this is one of the highest stakes games that these players will have ever played, especially Abdusaturov for such a young career. But he's already won a World Rapid Championship. I do actually think, I was just pondering in that last break, maybe he was trying to tire Wesley out. That was the only reason that last game went on so long. Maybe he was trying to ask a few questions, saying, "You're a bit older than me, mate. I'm going to try and break you down, wear you down eventually." But it all does come down to this one.
Yeah, and we see Noterbeck stamina has definitely not been a problem for that chess kid. Now, the Armageddon bids. Noterbeck starts with the black pieces. What do you make of that? Because Wesley, his bid, he was also wanting black. He went pretty low for the black pieces.
Well, they both won the black pieces because nothing separated them in that 2-game mini match. We saw 2 draws. The first game, Wesley did have his chances with the white pieces, but it was a forcing variation. So if Noterbeck, with that 20-minute break that he just had, if he looks at that line, he probably doesn't feel that afraid to get black with draw odds.
What do you think is going on in Noterbeck's mind, winning that very critical bid and getting black right now?
I think actually it's a bit of an adjustment. I think maybe he's gone back to his hotel room, called up his friends, called up his seconds, his coaches, saying, "What should I do against 1b3?" I think it's purely about the technical aspect right now, because if he emerges with the from the opening in good stead, with enough time, he will be the favorite with those result odds. But there's no guarantees. I think it's very, very focused kind of thought process now for Noterbeck.
He left really quickly from that playing arena. As soon as he submitted his bids, we saw Nodebek was the first one to leave. In this kind of a situation, do you think it's a better idea to just take rest, the long day that you've had, and be fresh? Or are the players really looking at the opening lines and their approach right now?
Considering what Wesley tried in that first game of set 3, I do think that Nurbeck would be well advised to actually prepare, because Wesley, he showed that I'm willing to go down that deep line. You better know what you're doing. He made a chessbook course about it after all, so maybe watch a little bit of his video.
That early knight g5, do you think he's going to try to get that, or will Nodebek switch it up from the king's pawn opening?
It's really hard to say. Nodebek in general likes to be a moving target. He likes to duck, dive, dip, dodge, yeah, all of that stuff. He loves to just avoid his openings, his opponent's preparation. He loves to be the one dictating the pace, the nature of the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nodebek's actually the first to surprise the opponent, unless Wesley plays b3 again.
Oh, 1b3, but that can't be too much of a surprise for Nodebek. He has to be ready for that. To me, the approach of 1b3, it feels more like a one-game opening rather than to re-employ it. And there we've got the players. They are ready to start the action. Stay hydrated. It's been a long day of chess. They're ready to go. Nodebek with the black pieces. And let's remind everyone, a draw would mean that Nodebek takes the match, goes into the final, eliminates Wesley. Wesley with the white pieces has to win to knock out Nodebek up to Satrov.
This is such a huge moment in the career of both of these players, but in particular, Nodebek Abdusattorov. He's younger. He has won a World Rapid Championship, but Wesley So was the dominant force a year ago in Toronto. Nodebek wants to send him home.
Absolutely, and in just a few seconds, we will see their opening approach. So critical with no increment on the clock. Which player gets the kind of middle game that they enjoy playing? Will Wesley get his solid approach, or will Nodebek be able to create initiative? And Wesley surprises first with the English opening.
The English opening, it's 1c4, and some quick moves here, some very quick moves from Nodebek as he builds a strong pawn center with black. We see pawns disappearing already in the middle of the board, and a transposition to what we call the Tarrasch defense, where black often accepts an isolated pawn, but compensates with dynamism. Really fast start to this game by both players.
And for Wesley So, he doesn't mind having the white pieces. He beat Magnus Carlsen with white in an Armageddon, but it's a very different type of position than this. Here, it's going to be a struggle. Is that isolated queen pawn, that pawn on d5, is it a weakness, or is it something that black can play around? You have open files when you have an isolated pawn. The adjacent files are free for the black rooks to step on those lines and stare into the white position.
And when you're the one with the isolated queen's pawn, what you have in compensation is play, is the activity. You're looking at not only taking control of the open files, as Robert pointed out, jumping forward with your pieces. The knight from f6 will land on e4 at some moment. For white, it's going to be all about doubling down on that d5 pawn. One thing's for sure, that these middle games are going to be dynamic with the asymmetrical pawn structure.
Yep, and dynamic is not the name of black's last move. Pawn to h6, I'm really surprised by that one. One thing I will mention is that Wesley So is one of the best players against an IQP that I've seen in a long time. When he faces this isolated queen's pawn, Wesley So, he has a great track record, often just controlling squares, outmaneuvering the opponent. Both of white's bishops now are on the longest diagonals, phi and cathode. Will their X-ray vision come into effect? Nodebek, having to play quickly, tries to break down white's queenside structure.
I really like that move because you couldn't let Wesley have all the fun. You're trying to carve out some squares for your own pieces. If you take on a5, then that means the a3 pawn, that becomes a weakness long term. And if you don't take and so you push your pawn forward, that hands black some critical dark squares on the queen side, namely c5 and b6. So this is the right approach from Nodebek. You don't give your pawn all the space without countering.
But he has burnt a minute. Both players have burnt around 1 minute right now. And Wesley, the first long pause of this game, he just needs to decide how to fix the structure, how to decide the structure, clarify it on the queen side. And the key moments are still to come, still ahead. But KG's start now, especially with Wesley So going into the tank, he needs to move. He needs to keep his time advantage because black's position is still healthy for now.
That last move, it feels as if things are brewing up in the position. KG so far, but a5, that's the first question in the position that Wesley needs to answer. What does he do with the b pawn? It's attacked not only by the pawn, but the bishop on e7 as well. Do you defend it, keeping the tension? Do you push it, giving away some key squares in the position? I think pawn takes pawn would be the last option on my radar here. Giving a solid weakness on a3 is not what solid Wesley will ever do.
I would want to push the pawn to keep the game going, and exactly, not to force off a series of trades. But look at how quickly and confidently Nordubek is responding to Wesley's moves. He understands the plans very well. He may have made a quiet h6 move, but he's just developing the rest of his pieces now. That knight can hop out to a square like b6, and there it goes. It's defending the IQP. The light square bishop is free, and watch out for the light squares on white's queenside. That knight can hop into c4, and suddenly it could be trouble for Wesley.
Yeah, potentially missed this last move by Wesley, so because he's allowing Black's knight to hop in, and suddenly trouble. White's dark square bishop is a big target. I think he's actually arranged his pieces sub-optimally here, Wesley, so, and you can tell the usage of the clock right now. Nordubek has spent 1 minute, pretty much 1 minute since he started this game. Wesley has spent almost 3 minutes, so the clock times are starting to get closer together. Nothing wrong has happened here at all for Nordubek, so I think he wins the opening battle, and he should be feeling the more confident of the two.
Already a kind of position where Black is the one who's pushing for the initiative, and once again it's White who has to win on demand. Black needs only a draw, a knight trade offered. I don't expect Nordubek to trade and ease off the pressure. I like the idea of the knight jumping forward to c4 to put pressure on that bishop on b2. Also, that a3 pawn on White's queen side is a weak target. He reaches out, it does arrive on the board. It looks like Wesley's pieces are lacking coordination right now.
It looks really not fun for Wesley. Look at that knight on a4. It's on the rim. It offered a trade. Trade was refused. The knight on c4 hits the bishop on b2. And if that bishop moves forward on that dark square diagonal, that a3 pawn is in the sights of Black's pieces, namely that knight that just hopped into c4 and the bishop on e7. I'm not liking this at all for Wesley. It's a must-win game. He's the one who's burning clock. And Nordubek, he's just making very natural, developing moves that have a clear purpose.
Yeah, Black still has the isolated queen's pawn, but we're forgetting about that factor because it's not relevant right now. Black's isolated pawn, if anything, just covers some key squares and helps the Black pieces, and pawn sacrifice from Wesley, so he is saying, take me, take that white a3 pawn. He's trying to at least activate the white pieces, and I think a good decision in an Armageddon game, but objectively, can Black take the pawn? That is the big question. Nordubek, for the first time in this game, is pausing, stopping. He is tempted. Is greed good here? And that's the question. Black could just ignore things, develop, bring out the Black light square bishop to any square pretty much. But key moment, the first critical moment of this game.
Big questions to Nordubek, and he has to decide on the board. He mentioned in his interview, calculation is what he likes to do, but he has to do it quick, and he does decide to not go into the complications with White's knight jumping onto b6, potential capture on f6 if you think about going on the left side of the board. Nordubek wants none of that. He wants to develop his pieces, keep the activity going rather than getting greedy.
I didn't love his move. He developed his light square bishop, but it was attacking a pawn that was easy to defend. I would have preferred bringing that light squared bishop out a little further, maybe to a square like f5. But I think that pawn on a3, it was capturable, not by the knight, because that would have handed White the b6 square, and that looks very ugly, as Black is super cramped, and White is definitely going to win back some material. But he could take it with the bishop, but that's neither here nor there. At this stage of the game, he probably didn't like how discombobulated his pieces look. Instead, he's playing with that I-said queen pawn. It protects both knights in the center. He's using it as a lever.
Yeah, and look at these two Black knights. They are beautiful pieces. They are glorious pieces. But actually, what are they attacking? They're not creating any threats right now. Black will try to activate the rooks, but actually it's just hard to see what next. So Nordubek, he's going for stability. Then again, he has moved this bishop twice. He's kind of done a shimmy step here to d7 and then to e6. I think Wesley should be feeling positive about this change in developments. Suddenly, rather than being down a pawn with White, he has a very playable position. Yes, he has given the opponent squares, especially the Black knights, but White has squares too. These knights compensated for by this rock-solid bishop, this powerful bishop in the middle of the board, looking at both flanks. And I think this one still in the balance, and the clock could play a key factor. Nordubek. Interesting, maybe a bit of indecision there. It was so tempting to grab a pawn. Wesley trying to shut things down, or at least trade off one of the sets of knights. Interesting move there, a retreat.
I like it because he's getting rid of his own knight on the edge for a knight that's extremely active. So definitely a trade that will favor white. Also, if it's done on Wesley's stem, a knight takes knight, the queen does fall back, recapturing, and then there'll be suddenly attacks along the diagonal with the queen and the bishop lining up. So wondering if Nodebek will decide to just keep the tension on the board, keep that knight on c4, let Wesley trade it, sort out your problems of the isolated queen spawn that way.
A lesson we learn when playing with the isolated queen pawn, we typically do not want endgames. The fewer pieces that remain, the harder it is for the side with the isolated queen pawn because we want to be active around that pawn. So I would not be taking on b2 if we're going to trade. Black should trade on his terms. Maybe rook c8, that way his rook can join the party on the c4 square. But Nordebek, he's down under 6 minutes, so we're looking at the move 18, 42 moves before you get that 1 second bonus time. These are not easy decisions for him to make. I also wouldn't be surprised if he drops his knight back to d6 because the knight on b2, it's not the best piece in the world. And that knight on d6 can reroute to the f5 square and maybe keep posing some important questions in the center.
He does drop back as you recommend, Robert, but the move itself is secondary. That was a long think, 1.5 minutes on the clock in Armageddon as black. That's a huge chunk, a huge proportion of your time. And yeah, that might come back to haunt him. It will get fast and furious sooner rather than later. So I'm wondering whether that time was better spent just choosing a move, trusting his instinct. It feels like he's not quite in the flow yet. Neither player actually kind of unleashing this quick flurry of moves, trusting their instincts. But okay, it was a good decision in the end, keeping pieces on the board. It's just same move faster would have been better, of course. But Wesley So now up to him. He would love to just push the white a-pawn 1 square forward, solidify the queenside, not kind of be too loose over that flank anymore. But maybe he thinks there are more urgent priorities in the position.
One of the priorities that I see for black would be to try and get rid of that dark squared bishop. That bishop on d4 to me looks like such a strong piece, taking away so many key squares. And he does it. I was thinking about the bishop move to f6, but Nodebek finds another way. He reroutes that knight from c4 to attack that bishop on f4. Knight jumps over to f5. None of the pieces have been traded off. There's so much tension along the d line as well. It's those positions where it's really brewing up to explode, and with 5.5 minutes on the clock, things are going to get very tricky for Nodebek.
I do like Wesley's last move, though. He's giving up his dark square bishop, which looked like the pride and joy of his position, but a knight that was on the rim on a4, it's wheeled right back around to d3. That can jump to f4, putting pressure on the light square bishop and that isolated queen pawn. So look at Nodebek. He's not taking that bishop. There's no real rush. Yes, the bishop can slide back, but that doesn't solve all of white's problems. So both players are handling this position extremely well.
Yeah, really classy game so far from both. They've navigated those critical moments, those tricky decisions really, really well. But now black's rook occupies this powerful open line. The c-file right now is ripe. There's plenty of squares for the rook to jump into. So it does feel like Wesley should challenge, fight for the open lines. Maybe he's just afraid of these exchanges, knowing he needs to win at all costs with white. But it feels like the moment to be objective, just challenge. There we go. He activates his rook. And how will black continue the momentum? Maybe it's time for the black queen to move. When do you trade off that bishop in the center? Big question still.
And Wesley, he made the move rook to c1, and with a shake of his head, every piece trade makes his task a little more difficult to try and create those chances that he needs with the white pieces in the Armageddon. A must-win game for Wesley. So rook c1 play, but I'm getting worried for Nodebek. He's spending so much time on the clock. Now he's under 5 minutes, and there's still a long way to go before the position clarifies.
He's a speed demon, but he is getting quite low on the clock, especially that considering he has 39 moves to make to get that extra time. He goes queen d6. Talking about trades, queen a3. That's a pretty clever idea to get those queens off the board. And without queens, maybe, just maybe, Nordebek's feeling comfortable and that he can play the next moves quite quickly.
Really, really nice move, but that one was a slow one. I think you're right, Robert. He at least has a clear-cut plan now, and that's the main thing in Armageddon. No matter how bad your position is, no matter how bad your plan is, as long as you're consistent and you have an idea in mind, it allows you to play quite quickly, allows you to get a flurry of moves in. And I know that these days a lot of younger players very rarely play without increment, but this is where the speed really is necessary. And I'm shocked. I thought the black queen was coming in, trade off the queens. But no, Nodebek wants to peer down at the white king. The black queen is on the same diagonal as white's king, making Wesley feel slightly uncomfortable here. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I like this move. Really ambitious from Nodebek.
not only making him feel uncomfortable on the king side, but that queen on the queen side as well, because there is a threat of the d pawn moving forward to d4 and x-raying that queen with that bishop on e6. And if that queen pawn was to move forward, suddenly from becoming a weakness, it starts becoming a strength in black's position.
And that knight on f5 is actually such a heroic piece, because not only did it kick that bishop out of the center, it protects the g7 pawn. So if white does slide the queen back to b2, and that's played right now, it doesn't carry a threat. So I think that trade is the name of the game. Bishop d6, let's trade off those dark square bishops. And black does have a firm command over the queen side, and the king side does feel well defended as well.
Look at Wesley on the camera. He's getting ready. He's flexing. He's just trying to get in the optimal position for the imminent time scramble. It's 7 minutes against 4 minutes, essentially. Still a 3-minute time advantage, half what it was at the beginning of the game, but enough to cause some delight for Wesley. So I think he's going to start hustling on the clock. You can see on his body language, he's itching to make moves. And Nodebek is still freezing. It's been 3 or 4 of these moments where he spent 30 seconds, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. You don't have that luxury in Armageddon chess. Whatever your move, trade off the dark square bishops like Robert says, push pawns, trade off rooks, whatever. You've got to move quickly.
The more pieces on the board, the more calculation-based the position becomes. And with seconds on the clock, you have to rely on intuition. You have to play faster instinctively. But right now, if Nodebek keeps continuing to keep these many minor pieces on the board, that's going to be a tough task. Bishop to d6, trade off that monstrous bishop on e5. He keeps thinking, and now he's touching the 3-minute mark.
He must be getting nervous right now because there's so many options. He does go for a bishop trade. The e-file bar actually slightly goes up in white's favor. I like the decision. I don't like the time it took to get there. So for Wesley, he now has just under 7 minutes. He's well ahead in the clock. Here's a moment where he has several different options. Just don't blunder your f2 pawn, because the most tempting move in the position for white is going knight from d3 out to f4, but that will drop your f2 pawn. So just be careful if you're Wesley. No game-ending blunders.
Yeah, maybe trade off bishops first and then that move, Robert. It looks like Wesley has to part with his dark square bishop, that beautiful bishop of white's in the center of the board, but he can do some dancing with his knights, and the nerves are definitely kicking in. Wesley occasionally is looking off at the clock already this early in the game. It's only move 23. He does trade off the bishops, and now the white knights. Do they start rolling? Do they start entering the center? Knight to f4 looks beautiful, putting pressure on that black isolated pawn, reminding Abdusattorov that he took on the isolated queen's pawn. No, he drops back. A bit of a counterintuitive move, retreating when it wasn't necessary. He wants to stop black's knight getting back into the center where it previously stood strong.
Yeah, and that kind of really throws the ball on Nodebek's court, because knight e4 would have been an obvious move, but suddenly he has to slow down. Now he puts his own knight. There's a big threat on the board. He has to take care of this. Knight takes pawn, coming in with a fork. You see how Nodebek just leaned forward when he was making this move, knight to d4, so looking for that piece activity.
It's super complicated because white can bring his own knight to f4, which defends the e2 pawn, but then you need to calculate the moves like g5. So things are getting spicy. Wesley calculates things quickly, or he just wanted to play for Nodebek's time trial. Nodebek's about to go under 3 minutes. g5 is incredibly tempting, but it likely does not work.
Yeah, white can just counterattack, I think, here against the black knight. And yes, pawns pieces will get traded, but the black king would become open. So this didn't happen. Bishop to g4 instead. There's pressure. There's threats on Wesley. So this pawn is attacked twice now. Nodebek is trying to save time on the clock, force his opponent to waste time on the clock by going on the offensive. This is a good strategy in general. When the clocks are low, attack. It's much easier, quicker, instinctive to attack than defend. And look at this, contorting himself, Wesley So drops his knight back, clearing the second rank. The white queen now defending that row. But yeah, it looks a bit odd. Suddenly Wesley forced backwards.
When you need to win, you often want to avoid trades, but I think Wesley's going a little bit too far out of his way to avoid the trades. He's going backwards, but so is Nodebek's clock. I mean, it's ticking down here. This is a problem for black. You're not even at move 30 yet, and you don't get that 1 second at a time per move until you get move 60. So Tanya, I'm starting to like Wesley's chances.
100%. I mean, it's the clock and the position as well. There's this long-term weakness that you have with the isolated queen's pawn. Wesley's going to play this out till the very end, and you can fight against it. It'll always give white an edge unless black is able to create proper attack on that f2 square. Knight e4 is the move that you really want to make in this position, but white is just in time to block this diagonal with the move e3.
But Tanya, look at the clock. 30 seconds.
Make a move.
You've only got 2 minutes left. This is too slow.
And he's been so fast throughout the tour final, and then suddenly in this Armageddon with $50,000 on the line, a final spot on the line, Nodebek, he needs to make a move.
Wow, he has spent nearly 50 seconds on this turn. He is less than 1 minute 45 remaining. Is he forgetting that there's no increment? Because he hasn't played Armageddon all day today. They played 6 games of rapid chess with 3 seconds bonus time per move. But he is just stalled. He's frozen.
This is the nerves.
Physically incapable of making a move right now. What is he doing?
Why is he fiddling with pieces? You've got 1 and a bit minutes. 28 moves only. We're still miles away from the increment stage. He plays rook to d8, a passive defensive move, holding together Black's isolated queen's pawn, but he needed to be consistent. Attack, go on the front foot when you're down, on time. And now he's retreating. This is great news for Wesley, so terrible news for Abdusattorov. 1 minute 20. The key moments are still ahead. There's still so many pieces on the board.
And Wesley just makes the most natural moves now. It's easier for him to play. There is no attack on the e2 pawn, on the f2 pawn, and Wesley is going for that isolated queen's pawn. Trade on offer. Wesley takes the pawn.
The thing is, for Nordebek, the moves are going to get easier because a bunch of trades are happening, but you're now just down material. So unfortunately for Nordebek, he froze. He might be panicking internally, and now Wesley clearly has the upper hand.
Simple pawn up for white. No deficiencies to the white position. Just convert that extra pawn. He'll also be left with a bishop versus a knight with pawns on both flanks. He's going to reach for his bishop. He captures. Watch out for the black king. Vulnerable to some checks on the light squares. Nordebek's position and clock situation both collapsing simultaneously. He drops his knight back, attacking the bishop, holding on. Good move. But look at that. He's panicking now. He looked over at the clock, realizing only 1 minute.
Oh my God, Nordebek down to a minute, no increment, down a pawn. He needs a miracle to save this one. He rushes with the rook trade, and it's going to be all about combining the efforts of a queen and a knight, which can be quite dangerous and tricky against a queen and a bishop.
And Wesley, this rook on d1 that was just captured, he moves his bishop back out to b3. He needs to pile pressure on some of Black's vulnerable pawns. So for Wesley right now, plenty of time on his clock. For Nordebek, he's down under a minute.
He's down under a minute, and okay, ignore the board. He did capture that black rook at the bottom on d1. It's now queen and bishop versus queen and knight. White is just a pawn up, so let's ignore that small board for now. Let's focus on the players, and it's all about whether Nordebek can hold on. It's not going to be easy long term, but he's got the move counter there. Look at the tablet, move 37. He needs to make 23 moves in just under 1 minute.
His chair is shaking. Like, you could see how nervous he is right now because he does not have time to calculate. He just put his g-pawn forward, so he's down a pawn. He's trying to make space for his king. Wesley doesn't immediately have threats. That's the one bit of good news for Nordebek.
To be precise, he's got 48 seconds on the clock with no increment to be made. The good news for Nordebek is that he's got the queen and knight. But how does the knight find itself? Find a good post into Wesley's camp right now? I don't see a clear path.
What an angle we see, visibly nervous now, shaking. He's trying to get the adrenaline pumping. I think he's just trying to set up a fortress, erect that fortress on the dark squares. White only has a light squared bishop, so if you hold the opposite color complex, you might be able to fend off the attack. And, okay, we see a check, a quick repetition of the position. Wesley cannot draw. He cannot repeat a third time.
Of course he doesn't, but that gives extra moves to Nordebek.
That was very helpful for Nordebek, and the bad thing for Wesley is he doesn't have an eval bar at his disposal. He doesn't know that he is objectively winning. If the queens come off the board, can the knight establish a dark square blockade? That's the big question.
He's also dropped a second pawn. Can Wesley grab? He does take on b6, and now there's just one check. It was only one check. The white king's safe. If the queens come off now, it is dead. White is simply winning due to the 2 extra pawns, especially the protected pass pawn on b5. He can centralize now. I think this is going to kill the counterplay. Abdusattorov is on the brink of elimination.
And Wesley, he did the right thing. He gives a check to centralize his queen. He can bring his queen back to help shield his king, which is vulnerable on the second row, but he can even bring his queen back to its starting square. And he can trade pieces anytime, but this is even nicer, going in for the kill.
Going in for the kill. Look at the light squares. The queen, the bishop lined up. A battery on the diagonal. White is threatening queen to f7 check next to the black king. That would be lights out. Black's queen forced to defend.
For Nordebek, he's got no time as well and lost on the board. These are the final few seconds of Nordebek in the Champions Chess Star Finals.
And the queen can take this knight. A new queen will appear, and I think that will
and
cause
he knows
resignation.
It. Nordebek knows it. He resigns. Wesley So is into the finals.
What a game between these two, and you have to feel for the youngster. And look at Wesley. He finally can catch his breath. He's been exhausted. He's played for over 6 hours today, but he makes it through to tomorrow.
Wesley So rises to the occasion, takes it in the Armageddon in style with the white pieces and Nodibek Abdusatra. What a journey it's been, and it is heartbreak for the young Uzbek phenom.
Wow, such close action. Notebek, he just froze at the critical moments. It was the mammoth occasion. It was the money on the line. It was the thought of facing Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. It all got to him, and ultimately Wesley was just too composed, too calm.
And that's calm is the name of the game when it comes to Armageddon. And Wesley is the one who showed nerves of steel in that one, playing quickly, keeping his options open in that position, keeping the tension going. And I think this Armageddon, it just felt like Nodibek tension got the better of him.
Wesley did the right thing. He was avoiding trades early on. No easy simplifications for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Nodirbek had $50,000 on the line in a single game where he needed a draw to move on. So much pressure for a 19-year-old. And credit to him. He's been an amazing event. He is done here at the Champions Chess Tour Finals. But everyone should give him a round of applause because he gave it his all. He is a phenom.
Really did so much to learn from Nodibek about how you need to work and play with sheer determination to make dreams come true. But his dream comes to a stop in the semifinals, and it is Wesley So who will be fighting against Magnus Carlsen. And what a day of chess it has been for Wesley, and it all came down to those critical moments in this Armageddon. Where did it turn around, David?
Yeah, what a day. It's full of roller coasters in this semi-final between Wesley So and Abdusattorov. It had already gone wrong by this point, but I wanted to highlight the fact that the clock played the biggest factor in this Armageddon. Here, Abdusattorov with the black pieces. It has gone a bit wrong. He's down a pawn. White here having the extra e-pawn. However, black does have queen and knight, a famously strong duo, and black has set up a bit of a fortress on the dark squares. With more time, Abdusattorov might have found an idea such as pawn to g4, locking things down, creating the threat of some counterplay, and it would have been really tough for white to break through and win this game later. Unfortunately, though, with only around 20-30 seconds left, he blundered a second pawn, queen to e5, let loose the b6 pawn. This was snapped up by Wesley So, and yes, it was a check, hitting the white king, but it was only one check. Wesley had much more time than his opponent and was able to calmly find this block and then this queen retreat and the killer blow, queen to c4, coming in with the white queen. Wesley simply too fast.
And earlier on, Wesley, he could have initiated a series of trades, but game review gives it a question mark. But maybe it was a great decision because it put the onus on Nodirbek to find clarity in the position. He wasn't able to do it, at least not in time. And for Wesley So, he did earn his championship bid. He moves on to the finals to face Magnus Carlsen. He played a great game.
That was a great end to that Armageddon. Wesley at the start of the day said that he's a fan of Napoleon, and he played like a true leader today and like a boss, winning that set too and then taking it in this final Armageddon where Nodibek never really got a chance.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Nodibek, his only chance was to keep pace on the clock, but ultimately, yeah, too many freezes, too many freezing moments.
Yeah. And it was those moments that define a player, and Wesley was just a better one in that Armageddon. And we are headed towards Wesley So Magnus Carlsen final. And for more on that action, we are going to head over to our gang in Toronto, who is with the man of the moment, Wesley. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Tanya, David, and Robert. Great call on that action. Wesley,
thank you.
Great chess on that action. You did it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
To the final, baby.
There you go.
You guys all pick me, yeah?
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends who are rooting for me here and online, so really great stuff.
You have a lot of friends, you got a lot of fans, a lot of people look at Wesley So in Toronto and say, is that the best rapid player in the world? What's going on with Wesley So when he's in Toronto?
Yeah, well, first of all thanks to Jesus Christ for giving me the victory today. It's only through his will. I was really running out of steam. Like, in the end, I didn't even care, I just want to play, make use of my chances. But we were really running on fumes. It's been a brutal slugging match. It's been really long, really tough. At the end of the day, it was about who had more energy, who had stamina left. And I think I was kind of figuring Nodirbek. I mean, first of all, a big congratulations and shout out to him. He's an amazing player. He played really, really well in this match. But then I thought I was kind of figuring him out in the end, like getting positions that are better suited to my style than his. So like I think I lost almost 3 games with one e4. Is it 3 or 2? With white. Yes. At the end of the day, I just had to stop playing one e4 against him. It wasn't working.
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying new openings like B3,
cowboy,
B3,
baby.
Yeah,
You got B3 too, didn't you?
The problem with B3 is that I think it works very well against one e5, like if black replies e5 because you get the target and stuff. But if black plays like d5 and the normal stuff, and then the belt is life squared bishop, then he gets a good position. That's why I was hesitant to play B3 once again because Nodebek goes up to his room after pretty much every other game to prepare, I assume. So I didn't have the courage to play it again, although I would love to. Maybe against Magnus. Yeah.
Maybe against Magnus.
I played B3 against Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship. Didn't work out well, but maybe tomorrow it would. But it's nice. I mean, I didn't expect to still be. I mean, I'm very happy to reach the semis, but
I was going to say, what did you expect for today? Because you lost. You lost yesterday.
Yeah.
Right, and you came today. We kind of scripted our day, take you through behind the scenes. We do our pregame, run a show, rehearsal, and we're looking at the day. I'm like, well, if Wesley's playing in the finals, that means we're going to be here all day because we're going to go. It's going to take an all the way comeback in order for that to happen, and you did it.
Yeah, I think everything played well in this tournament right from the very first day. Right, since Hikaru didn't accept a draw against me, like everything had to go my way because if I finish second even, then Magnus would pick Nodebek for sure, and then I'd face a tough opponent with Fabiano, and I think Fabiano is a huge favorite against me based on style-wise. So everything had to go my way for me to reach the finals. Also, I realized today that I didn't tweet yesterday before my match, and then it ended really badly. So I was like,
Twitter.
You know what? Let me throw Anish again. See if it works. And it worked well.
Nish Geary under the bus on Twitter makes everyone play better chess.
That's
It's just science.
It was just having fun. My main idea really was to, I had no intentions to start anything on social media. Like our family is very reserved, very quiet. Like we live in Minnesota, But my idea was just to troll Anish and watch the games online, and then one thing led to another. But I'm hoping, I'm hoping I qualify to Candace, and I'll be back in Toronto, my lucky city.
Okay.
Very, very long day of chess for you, of course.
Yes,
Where do you
very
get?
brutal.
Yeah, very brutal. Where do you get more of the stamina from, especially needing it in this last match here? Where? Because it seems like you're just high spirit, feeling good.
Not like you, yeah.
Feels like you haven't, you just woke up. Like you look fresh. So where does that come from?
Not really. No, I was really.
He doesn't feel fresh.
Doesn't feel fresh.
Do I really look like? Wow, I was like, I think at the end of the day, both Nodebek and I were running on our last energy reserves. Like I think the reason why Magnus is so good is because he's very fit compared to many other chess players. But not me. But hopefully I can put up a good fight. I could ask the same thing about you guys. You guys have been here since like 12.
Well, what we're doing may not
11.
be quite as hard as what you're doing. Although I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But it is a long day, and you did it. You pulled through.
Yeah, for sure. And it's crazy. Like I was thinking in the Armageddon game, there was a huge amount at stake, like 51,000. So I mean, it's crazy that so much is at stake at a single Armageddon game.
That's
$50,000
crazy.
game.
Playing a $50,000 chess game. Yeah.
$50,000 game.
Is it 51?
Because
51,000.
I thought if you win a match, you get bonus 1,000.
He's counting every dollar.
Yeah,
Don't ask me. I'm not in the details anymore. Don't put me on the spot on that.
You don't read the contract. Also,
Of course I do, but I
hate to have to lose today because that means I probably have to change my ticket and all that, and I hate doing that. That's why.
You can stay through the closing anyway.
Right.
Is Fabiano joining us for tomorrow?
Yeah, he probably will.
He probably will.
Fabi's got no place else to go. Who are we kidding? He's gonna stay here.
Fabi's home is where chess is.
You like any video games?
Huh?
You like any video games? These
I
guys have been playing Clash Royale, all day against each other. So
I play like Counter Strike.
Okay.
Dota 2
CS.
before all that.
CS,
Dota 2,
Yeah,
like Nepo.
Like during the pandemic, I was playing Counter Strike. I thought I would never play over the board chess again during 2020. So I was like killing time, but
Makes sense.
yeah, life goes on. But last week won on Nintendo Switch, so it'll be very interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
What games he used. But also, I'd like to take take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, and there's huge money at stake here. And I personally don't really play chess for money, but I really appreciate that fact.
Wait, we have sponsors? I thought that was all just out of Danny's pocket.
Oh,
I thought Danny was just writing
Just
all the
most of
checks.
that. No, but you don't have to ask the players to thank the sponsors. Wesley just did it. Thank you very much. And of course, yeah.
I also thank you to all the people who are rooting for me, both here and and online. I think that's one of the main reasons why I played so well Toronto last year and also this year. And also shout out to Michael Brancato, because before tournament he said he wished that the dream finals would be Magnus and me, and I was like, what? I would reach the semifinals. So, I mean,
You say you're from a small little place in Minnesota, which I think is kind of how they. I always see that meme, like 1 day in Minnesota, 5 days in Minnesota, and then you just turn more and more into a Minnesotan. Does the local community there like know who you are? Like around your neighbors, do they root for you? Do they talk to you? Do they know they've got a beast chess player around?
Well, I think I'm the only grandmaster in the entire state of Minnesota.
For now.
For now?
For now, until you make a chess academy, and then,
And then
that's a good idea. Go
Until
home.
Alice Lee gets her grandmaster title.
Oh, she's from Minnesota?
Yeah, she lives St. Paul. But I think we moved in this new place 4.5 years ago, and then there's annual neighbor meetings, and they figure out that I was a chess player.
Oh.
So they're like, last year they were asking during the party, they were like, oh, who's Hans Niemann? Who's Hans Niemann? That's all they were talking about. But I mean, I think chess in Minnesota is growing slowly but surely. Like, it's being included in high school and also in what do you call that? After academics.
School, yeah.
So it's like, one time, sometimes people recognize me in a store. It's like, hey, aren't you the chess player? And they're like, they be googling me, looking at all this. But it's not like the attention that you get in St. Louis, Missouri. Like,
And then they ask you if you've ever played Hans Niemann. Is that what they
Sorry?
ask you? They say, have you ever played Hans Niemann?
I crashed that.
All right, Wesley, I will.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was going to quick.
What was I?
Minnesota?
Gonna say.
You're tired.
I'm confused.
I'm gonna give you one last question, because I think setting up what Michael Brancato said his dream final would be was probably based on the fact that we've got the Champions Chess Tour defending champion in Magnus Carlsen. You have the Chess.com global champion. That's you.
That's what
right.
he said.
If you missed the memo, right? So you versus Magnus is a true kind of marriage of what was previously two separate online tours. Now with one ring to rule them all, right? One ring to bind them. So let me tell you this. Let me ask you, how does the best Wesley So show up tomorrow? The Wesley So that believes he can beat Magnus Carlsen in a match.
Well, you got to cheer me up, Dan. You got to pump me up.
I'm asking. You want to catch your date tonight? You want to catch your date coupon tonight?
Maybe Magnus I can switch to chess 960. I'll be cool with that. But overall, I had like a horrible lifetime performance against Magnus. I'll give my best. Magnus, if you're listening, maybe take it easy on me tomorrow. Give us a match.
Well, I'm sure you'll bring your best, and I'm sure that we're going to have a match.
I really hope so.
A lot of people believe in you. A lot of fans. A lot of people think this is going to be a thriller, and there's a reason why a lot of people wanted to see this. So
don't forget our date.
I'm not going to forget our date. You've got the coupon. I can never forget. All right, Wesley, we are going to let you go. Let you get some rest. Enjoy your night. You've got 2 more big days of chess ahead. Your job isn't done. We wish you the best of luck against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just very happy to be in the finals. But I really hope it'll be a match tomorrow.
Yeah. All right, Wesley. Good luck.
Good luck, Wesley.
Thanks
for being with us. Well, there we have it. That was our guy. That is our guy, Wesley So, who punched his ticket, and now we know who's going to play the other. Carlsen and Wesley So will throw down in the title match. It starts tomorrow. It's Friday, and it's Friday. We're gonna play chess on Friday. All right. But before we sing or do whatever else we're gonna do to get out of here, I'm gonna let everyone catch up with Kaya, who caught up with Noterbeck after that tough match.
That's up to them. It's an incredible fight, but it ends here. So how are you right now, Noterbeck?
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with my play today. I played very badly, but also Wesley, shout out to him. He played very very well after yesterday's tough loss. But yeah, it sometimes happens. You know, I had every chance to win this match, but yeah, that's what it is.
You went all the way onto that final Armageddon. It was crazy to watch. You were shaking. We could see your feet shaking. Can you take us through the emotions in the end there?
Yeah, no, I got decent position out of the opening. You know, I like these turret structures. I've played many games there. You know, I've got very good position. But then, you know, I somehow, you know, start to think and, you know, play it passively. So yeah, that's, you know, that's why I was, you know, I was punished by Wesley. But yeah, you know, generally you know, today was not my day, so I have to come back stronger.
And we definitely think you will. But what has been the highlight for you? The fact that you've been here, one of the youngest players, fighting it out and making it all the way to the semifinals.
No, it's been a great event. You know, first of all, big thanks to chess.com for hosting this great event. You know, giving opportunity for me. Yeah, it's been a wonderful event for me. You know, my highlight was, of course, yesterday when I won the match very convincingly. Even when I lose the first game, I wasn't disappointed because, you know, I was outplaying him there. Yeah, but today, you know, something went wrong, and he was clearly better than me.
Norderbeck, we know you went through a lot to get here, staying in Berlin for 8 days. You've given us incredible entertainment. Thank you also for sharing your thoughts here in the Mix Zone, and we wish you best of luck in the nearest future.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Norderbeck Abdusatorov, a great guy who is knocked out of the CCT finals, but what a performance he's given us. Back to you guys.
Wow. After being excited here in the studio with Wesley, it's hard not to now just go quickly to the other side and feel heartbroken for Norderbeck. Levy, your thoughts on just the emotion, how much he clearly wanted this?
Yeah, listen, losing one chess game is tough. Losing a chess match is, especially one that you felt like you could have won, is even tougher. And when you add on top of that it was potentially $50,000 to $150,000, not to mention a match with Magnus, I can't imagine. Like I truly can't imagine. It's really heartwarming and special that the players here are giving these solemn and open interviews to all of us, because historically chess players do not give interviews when they lose. They run off somewhere and they are not seen until the next day of action. So really nothing but respect to these guys for being a part of this, and you have nothing. I mean, you just look forward to their next event, which for Norderbeck just so happens to be in his home country, the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So love the guy. Looking forward to his next set of tournaments.
Same here. I'm looking forward to the next set of tournaments. I mean, you got to feel for him. It's a 50K match. That's a lot of money there. But he also made 50K. He also played against some of the strongest players in the world. So it's nice practice for him as he goes into the next Rapid tournament. Just to do his thing. I mean, we saw Dennis lose one Title Tuesday, right? You know, so we see Norderbeck lose here. Maybe he'll win World Rapid Championship. We don't know. But at the same time, it's good confidence for him at the end of the day. So. Got to feel for him.
It is $50K, I think, for Norderbeck. Like many others, it's not even necessarily about the money. You know that he's now at the place where he doesn't want to hear things coming out of commentators' mouths anymore, like, well, next time, or practice, or he's young, he'll get there. He's tired of that. You can see that he wants it. You can see how much he cared about this. And I think for the fans and everyone watching, it really helps you appreciate that this has been a year-long ordeal to get here, right? This tour has had a lot going on for these guys with so much at stake. So great to see the emotion. We do appreciate him giving the interview, and we know it's obviously not ending the way that he storylined it for himself. But best of luck to Norderbeck in his next event, and best of luck to all of you fans. Whatever you're going to do tonight, be safe and maybe get some rest, because we still have a couple of days of chess ahead. So for everyone here, the crew, Canty, Levy in Toronto, of course, everyone across the pond as well, doing everything that they're doing to bring this to us. Remember, we have 2 more days of chess. It's the Championship Chess Tour Finals, the title match between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. It's here tomorrow. Don't be anywhere else, and we will see you then.
crushed Nordebek. Never gave him a chance.
Fabi, he makes the wrong knight jump, but he's slowed down. Another queen comes to g5. Wesley strikes again with the black pieces, and that is a 2-2 win for Wesley. So
Wesley keeping things alive with a nasty move.
What a sick move.
what a fantastic game. I've never seen anything like that. Fabiano Caruana is eliminated. Magnus Carlsen stamps his ticket to the finals.
We are getting set for what will be the final Armageddon of this epic semi-final day.
Nordebek knows it. He resigns. Wesley So is into the finals.